well. Until his early 20s, he had lived with his parents just 400 yards away from the station. In November 1980, he qualified as a police driver, then served the whole of December in plain clothes on attachment to the CID, including a day in the Force Intelligence Unit, which he spent studying a file on the Yorkshire Ripper case. On the 2nd of January, his first day back in uniform, he was given his first mobile patrol, driving a police car. Bob Ring decided to accompany him, intending to show his junior colleague the procedures for dealing with a case of prostitution in Sheffield's red light area around Havelock Square. More and more women were taking to the streets to earn money as the city received a pounding from the economic recession starting to grip the country. The local steel industry was going through a drastic restructuring. Whole plants were being closed, tens of thousands of jobs being lost. Poverty was not uncommon, and prostitution thrived. Sheffield still teemed with hundreds of tiny businesses producing goods from locally made special steels. Small workshops manufactured cutlery, silverware and pewterware, as well as handmade tools like twist drills, slit saws, scythes and sickles. Representing these small firms was an umbrella organisation called the Federation of British Engineers Tool Manufacturers. Its headquarters since the Second World War had been Light Trades House, a large 3-storey Victorian property in the upmarket residential area of Broom Hill. Close by was the fee-paying Sheffield High School for Girls, whose teenage pupils had been constantly warned about the dangers of the Yorkshire Ripper, even though there had been no attacks in the city. The killer's menace had spread far and wide from Leeds and Bradford. Parents everywhere told daughters not to take chances by walking on their own at night. In the police car, Ring directed Hydes towards Havelock Square, then up Broom Hill towards tree-lined Melbourne Avenue, pointing out that this was where the street women often took clients. It was now 10:50 p.m. Looking along the driveway of Light Trades House, he saw a car parked close to the building. At this time of night, it could only be a prostitute with a punter. The location was close enough for women to be able to engage in sex for £10 and be back down the hill to the square half a mile away, looking for another punter, all within the space of 20 minutes. "Look," said Ring, "there's one now. We'll have a talk to him." They pulled into the driveway, headlights full on, stopping 4 feet in front of a large brown Rover 3500 saloon with a black vinyl roof. It was facing down the driveway towards the road. Hydes got out and went to the driver's door. A man was behind the wheel and a mixed-race woman sat in the front passenger seat. He asked the man if he owned the vehicle. "Yes," said the driver. "What's your name and address?" asked Hydes. "John Williams, 65 Dorchester Road, Canclaw, Rotherham." Sergeant Ring then walked up and asked, "Who's she?" "My girlfriend," said the driver. "What's her name?" asked Ring. "I don't know. I have not known her that long." "Who are you trying to kid?" said Ring. "I haven't fallen off a Christmas tree." "I'm not suggesting you have." Ring asked the woman her name. She told him. From the police car, they radioed divisional headquarters, giving details of the couple and asking for the vehicle registration number HVY679N to be checked on the police national computer. Listening in the control room when the call came through were 2 anti-vice squad officers who immediately recognized the woman as a 24-year-old convicted prostitute with a suspended prison sentence. The PNC check showed the registration number had been allocated not to a brown Rover, but to a Skoda saloon belonging to a Mr. Aslam Khan. They immediately arrested both driver and prostitute on suspicion of theft. Hydes removed the vehicle keys and the car tax discs displayed on the windscreen, which had been issued for a Rover registration FHY400K. With the headlights of the police car illuminating the Rover, everything behind them was pitch black. Both Ring and Hydes found it difficult to see. As the woman was being placed in the rear seat of the police car, Sergeant Ring heard a noise a few feet away and looked around. The driver was some distance away, moving towards the patrol car from the direction of a large oil tank standing next to Light Trades House. Nearby was a small wall. "What are you doing there?" Ring asked the driver. "I've fallen off that fucking wall." "What were you doing there?" "I wanted to piss." The sergeant told the driver to go to the side of the building if he needed to urinate. The man said he wouldn't bother. Back at Hamerton Road, they entered the police station through a rear door. The place was full of activity. An illegal drinking club close by had just been raided and all the cells were occupied. Ring agreed to let the driver use a toilet on the ground floor. When he returned, both driver and prostitute were questioned separately in what they called the plain clothes department, which handled vice matters. The woman had 2 small children. She had moved to Sheffield from Birmingham 7 years earlier and been soliciting for the last 4. She talked about the punter. He had picked her up in his car about half an hour before they were arrested. She had agreed to sex with a condom for £10, but despite her considerable efforts, could not arouse him. He had been edgy and nervous, talking about his wife, saying she had had several miscarriages. When the police car arrived, he urgently told her, "Leave it to me, you're my girlfriend." And when the 2 officers went to make a radio check, he told her to run for it. The woman refused. She was too well known to the police. Present also were the 2 anti-vice officers about to go off duty. Sergeant Arthur Armitage started to place some documents in a desk drawer. On the wall was a photo fit issued some years previously of a man with a beard and dark brushed-back hair suspected of being the Yorkshire Ripper. There was an unnerving similarity to the driver of the Rover. In his broad South Yorkshire accent, Armitage looked directly at the prisoner and said, almost tongue-in-cheek, "That's the Yorkshire Ripper, thee?" The man said nothing. On impulse, Armitage and his colleague went up to Light Trade's house offering to collect the Rover car. Their suspicions were immediately heightened when they saw it parked facing down the driveway towards the road. It had been reversed back into the drive. Almost always in these situations, punters' cars faced the other way to afford them a measure of privacy while having sex. Armitage bent down to look at the registration plates on the Rover. They were held in place by black tape. Beneath them was the original number plate, FHY 400K. In the plainclothes room at Hamerton Road, the scruffily dressed driver now gave his proper name and address in Bradford. He was Peter William Sutcliffe from Garden Lane, Heaton. He owned the Rover and admitted stealing the Skoda number plates from a scrapyard at Cooper Bridge near Murfield that afternoon. Ring felt uneasy. The man had the smell of the great unwashed about him, and he looked grubby. There was grease around his fingernails. His black hair stood high above his head, making him appear much taller than he was. Among his possessions was a brown woolen army-type hat which Ring found in the Rover. It was filthy. The time now was 11:30 p.m. and there was a decision to be made. They had a woman soliciting while on suspended sentence and a punter who admitted stealing number plates and putting them on his car. Since this relatively minor offence had occurred within the Dewsbury division of West Yorkshire, the Sheffield officers had several choices. They could simply charge Peter Sutcliffe with theft and bail him to appear before Dewsbury magistrates. Or they could bail him to go home and be questioned later by West Yorkshire police. Or they could hold on to him for a while. Had they decided to bail him, Sutcliffe would have been in and out of the police station within 90 minutes. No one took the decision direct, but there was a gathering of minds to hold on to him for a while longer. No one thought they had caught the Yorkshire Ripper, but several features about Sutcliffe appeared odd. The prostitute, the false name, the false plates, the fact that he was from Bradford in West Yorkshire, and the fact that when they searched him, they found a piece of blue and red plaited nylon rope in his possession. It was about 3 feet long, had 2 knots tied at each end, and 2 additional knots a few inches apart near the middle. Shrugging his shoulders, he said the rope was for repairing cars. "What can you use this on cars for?" Ring asked. "Just lifting things like that." "What are the knots for?" "To grip, I suppose." Someone phoned the West Yorkshire force to have Sutcliffe collected and taken to Dewsbury. They said the prisoner had a Bradford accent and was no Geordie. It was gone midnight. No one was available to drive down to Sheffield. Hydes had begun developing that extra sense crucial to being a successful policeman, a nose for when something is not right and an aptitude for making arrests. He sat talking to Sutcliffe, who seemed desperate to get away from the police station at any price. "He would have admitted stealing the crown jewels if he could have got out of there," he said. He started complaining about the police and how they had once arrested him for speeding at 50 miles per hour in a 30 mile per hour area, subsequently changed to a 50 mile per hour limit. He argued about being breathalyzed near his home. When Hydes offered to phone Sutcliffe's wife to tell her where he was, Sutcliffe prevaricated for ages. Finally, he provided a telephone number. It was answered by an Asian family. The number was clearly false. But why? By now, Sutcliffe's 9-year-old Rover car had been driven down to the police station. Ring then took Sutcliffe outside to the garage. They removed the false number plates and looked in the boot. Several tools were on the floor and in a toolbox, including one which Ring recognized as an engineer's drift, a tube of steel with another piece of steel inside. Normally, it would be struck by a hammer to remove spindles or sprockets. Asked where the accompanying hammer was, Sutcliffe denied having one. He just kept a job lot of tools in the boot of his car, he said. Back inside the station, they waited in the parade room. Hanging on a wall was a large chart circulated to all of Britain's police forces 3 years earlier. It listed the type of attacks on women in the Yorkshire Ripper series, as well as the type of cars which could have left tyre marks at various murder scenes. A detective in the parade room asked Sutcliffe, "Have you been questioned by the Ripper squad?" "Everybody has been questioned," he replied, almost contemptuously. "They're always questioning. It makes you sick." Sutcliffe turned away from the detective. His eyes formed into narrow slits. Ring thought he looked shifty, standing with his back to the wall near the open door, rarely looking at the person talking to him. His body language showed he felt very uncomfortable. In a corner of the room, Hydes told Ring quietly that the prisoner kept changing his story. It was impossible to pin him down. He was clearly lying, but why? Ring approached Sutcliffe, who still stood with his back to the wall. There was a large carver chair in the room, and Ring sat in front of him. "If you are the Ripper, why don't you admit it?" he said. "All you have to do is admit it." "Are you?" Sutcliffe looked at Ring, exhaling deeply through his mouth and glancing sideways through the door. The sergeant was unable to get the prisoner to focus on him directly, so he stood up and approached him till their faces were inches apart. Ring put his hands flat on the wall on either side of Sutcliffe's shoulders. "I think you are," he said in a half-serious sort of way, then went back and sat in the chair. Later, someone else in the room asked him about prostitutes. Incredibly, for a man just arrested with one in his car, Sutcliffe said he didn't know any. He never went with them. The man was clearly a habitual liar. Ring got up, went to another office and closed the door. It was nearly 1 a.m. on Saturday, the 3rd of January. He telephoned the Ripper incident room at Millgarth in Leeds, relayed details of the arrest and added that Sutcliffe took size 8 shoes and had a gap in his teeth. No, he hadn't got a Geordie accent. Detective Sergeant Rob Bennett in Leeds found an index card that showed Sutcliffe had been interviewed on several occasions. Then he found several other cards. Making a further search of the files, Bennett discovered several damning features connecting Peter Sutcliffe with the Ripper inquiry. He had been eliminated on the evidence of his handwriting, which Bennett knew was inconclusive. He was a long-distance lorry driver, a possible occupation for the killer. He had strenuously denied ever going with prostitutes. More crucially, Sutcliffe had never been positively eliminated from the inquiry. His alibis were from members of his family. From reading more of the papers in the file, Bennett discovered some detectives had been unhappy with Sutcliffe's performance during interviews. After several more phone calls between Leeds and Sheffield, the West Yorkshire force made arrangements to collect the prisoner accused of stealing number plates. 3 officers travelled down to Hamerton Road to take him back to Dewsbury. Ring had earlier gone back out on patrol and then went off shift. Hydes stayed on and made a statement about the arrest. About 7:40 a.m. he watched from the car park as the party from West Yorkshire left for the return journey. One man drove the Rover car. Another sat in the back, handcuffed to the prisoner. The probationary constable went home to his family in Parsons Cross in the north of Sheffield. The first thing he planned to do was get some sleep. Joan Ring had weekends off from her job as a VDU operator with a local toolmaking firm, so her husband went straight to bed as soon as he arrived home before dawn. But he could not sleep and fretted for most of the day. There was something odd about this fellow he'd arrested with a prostitute, Joan said much later, describing the events of that weekend for the first time. Bob tossed and turned in bed. There was simply something not right about the man. He didn't sleep at all that day. He told me a little bit, but not that it involved the Ripper case. The 3-story purpose-built divisional police headquarters in the centre of Dewsbury had been open 6 years when Peter Sutcliffe arrived there on Saturday morning, the 3rd of January 1981. He was held in the cells, provided with breakfast, and told to wait until detectives from the Ripper squad arrived from Leeds to question him. He would have a long wait. Sutcliffe's wife Sonia had been phoned and told he was being held in connection with a theft of number plates. In the Millgarth incident room, the prospect of a promising suspect for the Ripper murders had been seen many times before. All had led to disappointment. Detectives on the squad took these things in their stride. Information about high-grade suspects was logged in a D62 file. These were men who had been watched closely over the last 5 years. Many were on a special list to be interviewed immediately there was another murder. If they could produce a positive alibi, they were finally eliminated. Terence Hawkshaw had been their most promising candidate because they could place him in the vicinity of 6 prostitute murders at the relevant time. Yet he was cleared. A check that morning in the D62 index showed Peter William Sutcliffe had never even been considered a promising suspect. Detective Sergeant Desmond Finbar O'Boyle travelled over to Leeds to read all the paperwork about Sutcliffe. Before going into an interview with someone described as a promising suspect for the Ripper killings, he wanted as much detail on the man as possible. The more he read about Sutcliffe, the more he thought there was a great chance that the nightmare might be over. O'Boyle, aged 35, was a highly experienced detective and had interviewed hundreds of men during the investigation. It seemed to him that Sutcliffe's responses during interviews connected to the £5 note and the cross-area sightings were key. He had repeatedly denied going with prostitutes. He denied a clear sighting of his own car in Moss Side, Manchester. Then there was the gap in his teeth and the facial description. Sutcliffe had a beard, just as Teresa Sykes described after she was attacked in Huddersfield on bonfire night. O'Boyle had worked on the Sykes inquiry until it was downgraded as not part of the Ripper series. The more junior detectives and the men doing the grinding house-to-house checks had repeatedly asked each other, just how many men are there hitting young women over the head with a ball-peen hammer? Arriving at Dewsbury, O'Boyle and a detective called Rod Hill went in search of the Rover car to examine it thoroughly. They found 3 screwdrivers in the glove box, including one with a blue and red handle. Sutcliffe was taken from the cells to an interview room on the ground floor. They came face to face with the prisoner shortly after 3 p.m. O'Boyle quickly noticed the gap in his upper front teeth. The beard was a dead ringer for the Moore photo fit. But the man's eyes, they were the darkest he had ever seen. He announced he was from the squad investigating the series of murders across the north of England. Sutcliffe appeared calm and confident. Rod Hill took notes as his colleague asked a series of rudimentary questions, trying to put the prisoner at ease, feeling him out, trying to get to know him. He asked about his family background, his schooling in Bingley, his various jobs, when he got married, his domestic life at home with Sonia, anything and everything to keep him talking and gradually size him up. O'Boyle wondered about the trip to Sheffield. How had it come about? Sutcliffe told a roundabout story of leaving home around 4 p.m. on the Friday afternoon, wanting to find spare parts for his Rover and a friend's Mini car. He and Sonia had had an argument about the breathalyzer charge hanging over him. Their rows over how they would manage family finances if he lost his job had been happening fairly regularly, he said. He was fed up. The insurance had run out on his car and he knew he was due in court in a week or so and would probably be banned on the drink driving charge. It was pointless renewing the insurance. In the scrapyard at Cooper Bridge he found a number plate from a nearby Skoda on the ground. Then he pulled the other one off the vehicle itself. He thought he could get away with having no insurance by using false number plates. He left the scrapyard at 6 p.m. but claimed the exhaust blew on his car and he spent an hour repairing it. Then he drove to the Hartshead Moor service station on the M62 motorway for a meal. He claimed to have given 3 people a lift from Bradford to Rotherham and Sheffield. They had stopped him on the motorway and offered him £10 to take them home. Soon after arriving in Sheffield, a woman flagged him down. Thinking she was in some kind of trouble, he stopped. Instead, she asked if he wanted business. "I was surprised," Sutcliffe told O'Boyle. "I thought about things and realised I had £10 burning a hole in my pocket and thought I might as well use it. This girl then disappeared, so I drove on and saw another girl and stopped. She asked me if I wanted business. She got into the car and told me where to drive. I paid her £10. I did not want sex. I just wanted to talk about my problems at home. I did not want sex at all." O'Boyle wanted to know if he and his wife were having normal sexual relations. He said they were. The last time was 4 days ago. "What about all the rows they were having?" "We forget about rows when we go to bed," Sutcliffe replied. The detective then threw Sutcliffe a low ball by changing tack and suddenly alluding to the attack on Teresa Sykes in Huddersfield. "Where were you on bonfire night last year?" O'Boyle asked. Sutcliffe, taken by surprise, said hesitatingly that he was at home with his wife. 2 hours into the interview, O'Boyle conducted a handwriting test. "I've already done these," said Sutcliffe. "Then we'll do them again," he was told. Then the sergeant wanted a blood test. The letters sent to Oldfield and the semen sample in the Joan Harrison murder both indicated a man with blood group B was responsible. The prisoner was reluctant. "What if it's the same as the one you were wanting?" "Are you the Yorkshire Ripper?" O'Boyle said. "No." "Well, what have you to fear?" Sutcliffe reluctantly agreed to the blood test, but asked to know the outcome as soon as the police were told. O'Boyle said they would cross that bridge when they came to it. A police surgeon medically examined Sutcliffe and took a hair sample and a sample of his blood. Together with a saliva test taken earlier, they were biked across to the pathology laboratory at St James's Hospital, Leeds, where a special rush job was arranged to have them analysed. The result came back an hour later. Sutcliffe was blood group B, but he was not a secretor. O'Boyle had been due off shift at 4 p.m, but there was no chance of that now. They had only just started the interrogation, which he thought would go on for many hours yet. Besides, Sutcliffe was a very strong suspect, and he wanted to see it through, wanted to keep the pressure on. He had no worries about Sutcliffe's Bradford accent. He had spent a long time working in Sunderland on the tapes inquiry, where opinions about the Geordie tape being from a hoaxer were commonplace. For the second time in 24 hours, Sutcliffe denied going with prostitutes as O'Boyle raised the tempo by questioning him about the dozens of times his car had been seen in red light areas. Sutcliffe stuck to his usual tale of passing through on the way to somewhere else. "You were seen in Moss Side, Manchester on the 23rd of February 1979, O'Boyle pressed him. "Why did you deny going there?" Sutcliffe had already told the Ripper squad they must have made a mistake. He hadn't gone to Manchester. It must have been someone else's car. O'Boyle simply bluffed him. They had rechecked, he said, with the Manchester force manning the observation. There was no mistake. It was definitely Sutcliffe's car. Sutcliffe hedged, and for the first time he looked and sounded very uncomfortable. "Oh, I remember." He claimed his car broke down in Bradford. The electrics had packed up, and he had to abandon it overnight at Bradford Central Library. When he returned next day, it had been moved to a different parking spot. Someone else must have taken it to Manchester, then returned it to the very same spot. "How?" riposted O'Boyle, "if the electrics wouldn't work?" Sutcliffe looked at him blankly. His story stretched credulity. O'Boyle said he was lying, but Sutcliffe remained unshakable. "Where were you on the 17th of November?" O'Boyle asked next. "Was that the date of the last murder?" "At home with the wife." O'Boyle said he would personally check with Sonia Sutcliffe the following morning. Sutcliffe appeared very anxious. He didn't want his wife to know he had been caught with a prostitute in his car. "You got yourself into this," O'Boyle retorted. "I think you are a regular punter." "I am not," Sutcliffe protested. "I have never been with another woman." "Your car has been seen in the red light districts of Bradford, Leeds and Manchester, and last night you were caught in a car with a prostitute in Sheffield and you paid her £10. I don't believe these are coincidences." "It's true. I am not a punter." "You have been previously interviewed about you and your car being seen in prostitute areas, and you were adamant that you weren't a punter. But having said that, your conduct last night would seem to indicate that you may well be telling lies when you were asked previously." Sutcliffe denied telling lies. O'Boyle called a halt at about 10 p.m. He needed time to check Sutcliffe's story. He phoned Dick Holland, who was still number 2 on the Ripper squad at home, outlining the facts about Sutcliffe and that he was lying his head off. "I'm going over to his house in the morning to turn it over and question the wife," he announced. He then drove over to Bradford to store Sutcliffe's blood and saliva samples in the refrigerator in the incident room and have a drink in the police bar upstairs. He ordered a pint of beer, but only stared at it for ages, thinking about the events of the day. Without touching his ale, he got up and left. Later, he said it was probably one of the few times in his life he had been unable to face a drink. He wanted to get some sleep. Back on duty in Sheffield for the Saturday night shift, Robert Ring soon heard Sutcliffe was still being questioned by the Ripper squad at Dewsbury. That settled it. All day he had been wondering whether to go back up to Light Trade's house, bothered that the prisoner of the night before had managed to slip away to the other side of the wall near the oil tank. He took a torch and his radio and got into one of the Vauxhall Chevette Panda cars. He quickly cut through Crooks and across the main Glossop Road close to the Royal Hallamshire Hospital. It was quiet for a Saturday night. The university and polytechnic students were still away for Christmas vacation. Soon he was in Melbourne Avenue again. A few people were out walking their dogs. He parked at the bottom of the driveway where they had arrested Sutcliffe. He didn't know what he was looking for, but felt an inner compulsion to go and look anyway. It was pitch black. He went towards the storage tank and flashed his light on. Slowly he walked over to and climbed up on the stone wall at the side of the tank, shining the torch beam down. Nothing there. He inched towards the building itself and found a space between the wall and the end of the storage tank. At the bottom was a gully and a grate where a pile of leaves had gathered. The leaves had blown across the ground and lay in a huge pile over the grate. "Christ, what's that?" he said to himself. He gripped the edge of the tank and focused his eyes to the light of the beam from the torch as it clearly illuminated the head of a ball-peen hammer sunk in the leaves, the handle at an angle, inclined upwards. He reached down and took hold of the handle. Realizing what he had done, he immediately put the hammer back and let go. He then reached for his radio. "Hello, Control, Sierra 5809, message. Pass your message. I am in Melbourne Avenue at Light Trade's house. Request Inspector Hopkirk and PC Hydes to attend immediately. It is very important." The time was 11 p.m. Robert Hydes had been relegated to the footbeat, patrolling around Hillsborough. Inspector Paddy Hopkirk radioed him and arranged to drive him over to Melbourne Avenue. All 3 men stood close to the wall near the oil tank, looking at the hammer in the gully as they shone their torches. "Is it the handyman's?" asked Ring rhetorically, realizing only too well who must have left it there. He was completely awed by the sheer enormity of his discovery. Hydes climbed onto the wall, pointing his torch down on the ground. Lying deeper in the leaves, about 1.5 inches below the hammer, he clearly saw a knife with a long blade. "Well, the hammer might belong to the handyman, but who does the knife belong to?" he said. The significance of finding the hammer and knife together was chilling. Somehow they had allowed Sutcliffe to dump the weapons to prevent them being found on him. Nevertheless, the 2 bobbies from Sheffield had caught the Yorkshire Ripper. Hopkirk told Hydes that Sutcliffe was still in custody in Dewsbury. "Oh, Jesus Christ," someone said. They radioed the duty detective inspector at Hamerton Road, who then telephoned the Ripper squad in Leeds. It was past midnight, the early hours of Sunday the 4th of January. The duty detective inspector that night in the central incident room at Millgarth was John Boyle, not to be confused with his close colleague Finbar O'Boyle. Boyle phoned Dick Holland and then called O'Boyle as he was about to go to bed in Bradford. O'Boyle has a vivid recollection of events. John Boyle asked me if I was dealing with a guy at Dewsbury. Yes, I said. What have you got him in for? Theft of number plates, I replied. Well, what are you doing with him? I gave him a rundown and said he was red hot and lying his head off and everything else about him. I have left him at the end of a pack of lies and have bedded him down for the night. I'm going to search his house in the morning. John then said, We have just had a phone call from Sheffield. The two fellows who dealt with him last night found out you have got him in. They have panicked and gone back to the scene and searched and found a ball-peen hammer and a knife hidden in the grass near where his car was parked. I just said, Bingo, we have got him. It felt unbelievable after 5 long years of what we had been through. Bingo! It was a hair up on the back of my neck moment. Holland, using the phone by his bed, had ordered everything down at Sheffield to be kept sterile. The place had to be roped off and guarded all night. He didn't want anyone trampling over it. The full West Yorkshire task force would be geared up first thing in the morning and bust down to Melbourne Avenue to conduct a fingertip search. Meanwhile, he said, Boyle and O'Boyle needed to get down there fast and take charge. Holland was sanguine. He needed his sleep. There had been false dawns before and he wasn't getting his hopes up. He remembered Terence Hawkshaw and how convinced he and Oldfield had been that he was their man. When Boyle and O'Boyle arrived at Light Trade's house, the place was floodlit and well guarded. They spoke urgently with Ring and Hydes to find out the full story of how they found the weapons. Hydes thought Boyle was extremely rude when he was questioning them. Hydes almost swore at him when he thought he was insinuating they had planted the weapons themselves. Boyle, for his part, felt he was having to drag the story out of him. They appeared reluctant at first to admit they had allowed a prisoner to dump his weapons. Only if they were completely frank could the Ripper squad link the weapons to Sutcliffe. O'Boyle knew Ring had done the right thing. He had gone back and found the weapons. It couldn't have been easy for him, but he felt especially sorry for Hydes, who was only a probationer. Satisfied they now had the truth, O'Boyle and Boyle went in search of the prostitute found in Sutcliffe's car and learned he had tried to pick up another woman about an hour before she took him to Light Trade's house. Another lie. That afternoon, Sutcliffe had said he picked up the prostitute as soon as he arrived in Sheffield, claiming he did it on impulse. He couldn't admit he had gone looking for prostitutes. The West Yorkshire pair returned later that morning to Dewsbury, where instructions had meanwhile been given for the special prisoner to be kept under suicide watch, with his cell door open and a guard posted outside. There was no way he was going to be allowed to escape justice. O'Boyle went down to the cell block and asked Sutcliffe how he had slept. He said he had not been able to sleep much. "Neither have we," riposted the detective. "We've been up all night. Guess where?" "Where?" said the man they were now certain was the Yorkshire Ripper. "Sheffield," grinned O'Boyle. Sutcliffe looked at him as if to say, "Oh, shit." His eyes said everything. He had the look of the defeated about him. O'Boyle said nothing more, turned on his heels and walked away. They had definitely got him, and now Sutcliffe knew it. He'd let him stew. The following morning at about 10, Dick Holland's Hillman Hunter car quietly pulled up outside Peter Sutcliffe's house in the Heaton area of Bradford. The pale pink pebble-dashed exterior of the house stood in sharp contrast to the sleet and snow falling and thinly covering the front garden with its well-trimmed lawn and neat rockery. Holland and Detective Chief Inspector George Smith, a long-standing colleague, had come to collect Sonia Sutcliffe and take her to Bradford Police Station. They planned to search the house. Holland carried with him in 2 separate plastic bags the knife and hammer found at Sheffield. Mrs. Sutcliffe answered the door wearing an outdoor coat. Smith had phoned earlier to say they would take her to see her husband. She took them into the front room and positioned herself in front of the television, sitting in a chair and deeply engrossed in a German-language television program called Kontakte. They were holding Peter at Dewsbury, Holland told her, and making inquiries about murders of women in the north of England. He tried asking questions about her husband, but she wasn't listening. She sat glued to the programme, huddled in her coat to keep warm, with the collar up. Exasperated, after several minutes, he told her to turn the television off. Where had she been on bonfire night the previous November, he wanted to know. She said she and Peter had been due to go to a party, but he had rung to say he was working overtime. She stayed at home and he came home late. Someone from the squad that morning had earlier checked with Clark's transport. Peter Sutcliffe clocked off work that day at 5 p.m. He should have been comfortably home by 5:30. Suddenly, the ultra-cautious Holland began to feel very positive about Sutcliffe, who had clearly told his wife a lie. There was a gap of 3.5 hours during which he could have attacked Teresa Sykes. The Sutcliffe's front room was spotlessly clean and tidy, with covers on the sofa and chairs. Everything was immaculate. The walls were decorated in caramel and yellow paper, and the paintwork was shiny. The couple had obviously been busy. Examples of Sonia's craft work, odd-shaped, handmade ceramics, were everywhere. But like the rest of the house, the front room was bitterly cold. Down in the cellar, Holland saw the new Potterton central heating boiler had been turned off. In the kitchen he spotted what he was looking for. On one of the work surfaces was a wooden block containing knives of various sizes. The second largest was missing. Holland took the others out and examined them. The one he held in the plastic bag matched the set perfectly. Leaving Smith downstairs with Sonia Sutcliffe, he went upstairs. It was a cursory look because he had arranged for the full scenes of crime search team to turn the house over once they left. The couple's bedroom at the back had pink floral wallpaper, a double bed, and fitted his and hers wardrobes. In a bedside cabinet he found a length of rope about 4 feet long. The front bedroom was for guests, and the smallest bedroom was intended as a children's nursery and decorated to suit. The attic was an open-plan affair containing a study area. The bathroom was dominated by a pale blue enamelled bath with matching blue washbasin. It was a strange house. A senior detective who visited the next night described it as sterile. Downstairs, Holland unlocked the back door, which opened onto a short driveway running beside the detached house, leading up to a wooden garage. He was looking for weapons and quickly found what he had come for. Hanging on a nail on the garage wall was a hacksaw. Just at that moment his colleague emerged through the back door, followed a few seconds later by Sutcliffe's wife. Holland quickly told Smith to put the hacksaw into a plastic evidence bag. Smith seemed totally bewildered. "Nay, boss. He hit her with a hammer and stabbed them. What do you want this for?" Holland brushed him away. He didn't want Mrs. Sutcliffe asking awkward questions. She must have seen the hacksaw being carried by Smith, and both men thought it extraordinary she never mentioned it. Before leaving for Bradford, they obtained a key so the full forensic search team could let themselves in. George Smith and a policewoman minded Sutcliffe's wife into the small hours of Monday morning. Never in all that time did she ask to speak to him. She was asked many questions, yet showed little or no curiosity about her husband. Smith was convinced she had no inkling what her husband had been doing. She was rather strange, he remembered many years later. I can honestly say that had I not spent 15 hours with her, I would never have accepted that the wife of the Yorkshire Ripper didn't know who he was. But having spent all that time with her, I was satisfied she didn't know. Around lunchtime on Sunday, a new interrogation team was preparing to break Sutcliffe's story. He was taken from the cell area up to the sergeant's office in the CID room on the first floor. Holland hoped a fresh pair of faces might now do the trick. John Boyle and a detective sergeant called Peter Smith had a huge advantage. They were confident they had the killer. They had the weapons he had dropped in Sheffield, and they now knew he had lied to his wife the night Teresa Sykes was attacked. They started by going over some of the things Sutcliffe had told O'Boyle the night before. He again repeated his story about picking up hitchhikers on the motorway. Boyle didn't believe him and said so, adding that Sutcliffe had gone to Sheffield for the sole purpose of picking up a prostitute. He'd put the false plates on his car to conceal his identity if it was spotted in a red light area. Sutcliffe tried to wriggle, but Boyle pressed home the advantage. "Do you understand what I'm saying? I think you are in serious trouble." "I think you've been leading up to it." "Leading up to what?" "The Yorkshire Ripper." "What about the Yorkshire Ripper?" "Well, it's me," said Sutcliffe. Finally, the long nightmare was over. Boyle read the formal caution to Sutcliffe and asked him if he wanted a lawyer. "No, I don't need one," said Sutcliffe. "I just want to tell you what I've done. I'm glad it's all over. I would have killed that girl in Sheffield if I hadn't been caught, but I'd like to tell my wife myself. I don't want her to hear it from anyone else. It's her I'm thinking about and my family. I'm not bothered about myself." The two detectives were not yet ready to start taking Sutcliffe's voluntary statement, a process which would last more than 15 hours. They still needed hard evidence from the killer, information only he could know. Boyle especially needed to connect Sutcliffe to the weapons found in Sheffield. "You didn't go to the side of the house to urinate, did you?" "No, I knew what you were leading up to. You found the hammer and the knife, haven't you?" "Yes, we have." "Where did you put them?" "When they took the girl to the panda car, I nipped out and put them near the house in the corner. I was panicking. I was hoping to get bail from here and get a taxi back to pick them up. Then I would have been in the clear." He admitted 11 killings, but denied the murder of Joan Harrison in Preston. It came as no surprise. He said he had no connection with the tape and the letters, and went on to describe how he killed Wilma McCann in 1975, stabbing her in the lungs and throat after lifting her clothes so he could see where he was stabbing her. Boyle, unflinching, showed no emotion and coolly asked how he killed his latest victim, Jacqueline Hill. "I followed her and hit her on the head with a hammer. Then I dragged her onto some spare land out of sight." "What else did you do to her?" "I stabbed her in the lung." "What with?" "A screwdriver." "Did you stab her anywhere else?" "Yes, I stabbed her in the eye because her eyes were open and she seemed to be looking at me." "Did you do anything else to her?" "I pulled her clothes off." "Do you know all the names of your victims?" "Yes, I know them all." "Do you keep any press cuttings of them or make any records?" "No, they're all in my brain, reminding me of the beast I am." He agreed to make a statement telling everything he had done. Boyle left the room to collect the statement forms and immediately found Holland and O'Boyle. "He's coughed," he said, relaying how Sutcliffe had given details of some of the killings only the Ripper could know. After Boyle gave them the headlines, Holland slid into the sergeant's office to get his first look at the man he had been hunting so long. He stood a few moments, saying nothing, while Sutcliffe chatted idly to Peter Smith. "I thought he looked a weedy wimp," he said. "He was quietly spoken, almost effeminate in his speech and manner. He didn't give the impression in any way of being the overpowering evil man. You would have thought of him as an ideal neighbour, the sort of person you would meet on the way to church on a Sunday morning." What struck him most was the amazing resemblance to the photo fit Marilyn Moore had provided 2 years previously. He was staggered that given her injuries she had been able to recall his features so perfectly. He felt little personal emotion other than relief. Then it dawned on him there was an amazing amount of work to do, ferreting out all the relevant information from the incident room files to corroborate the things Sutcliffe was saying. Then there would be the prosecution file. Holland went quietly off to an unoccupied room to make the most important phone call of his professional life. Despite the fact that George Oldfield was no longer involved in the inquiry, Holland telephoned him at his home. He was having his traditional Sunday roast lunch with his family. "We had promised each other a long time beforehand that whatever the circumstances and whenever he was nicked, we would tell each other." "We've got the bugger," said Holland, giving scant information, but making it clear the Ripper was from Bradford, not the northeast. Oldfield didn't hesitate. "I'm coming straight down." He did not want the details over the phone. Even at that moment of triumph, old rivalries endured. One of the other detectives called Jim Hobson. By then, the chief had already been given the news by Oldfield, who got in first with the words, "Fasten your seatbelt. We've got him." Gregory arranged for a car to take him over to Dewsbury, to keep Oldfield and Hobson apart. The interviewing team then began the drawn-out process of taking down Sutcliffe's full confession. Earlier, word had filtered back to the incident room at Millgarth that something was in the wind. "I remember it all being hush-hush," Sue Neve said. "We knew they had somebody in custody, but we didn't know who it was, other than that he had been arrested down in Sheffield with a prostitute, and it was looking good." There was sheer elation when they heard he had confessed. Neve rang a colleague and said, "They've got somebody. It's looking good. Watch the telly." It was marvellous, she recalled, like a cloud had been lifted, a wonderful feeling. Megan Winterburn also received a phone call at home. "I felt, thank God for that, but my very first thought was, I wonder whether he was in the system." Among the top brass, it was Oldfield who arrived at Dewsbury first, immediately to be given a detailed briefing by Holland. Boyle had earlier approached Holland in a state of some excitement. "Hey, boss, he's told us he went back to Manchester to Jordan and tried to cut her head off with a hacksaw." Holland said they had removed the hacksaw from Sutcliffe's garage that morning and explained he had known about it for 3 years, but Jack Ridgway had sworn him to secrecy. A dumbfounded George Smith commented, "Well, you kept that dark," amazed it had remained secret for so long. Throughout the late afternoon, press inquiries were brushed off. It was obvious there had been some kind of leak. The clamour for more information from reporters built into a furore. When Gregory said he would call a press conference, Holland urged him to tone down any announcement because of the dangers of contempt of court. Gregory, anticipating the public's reaction, wasn't having any of it. They needed to make it clear, he said, that the Yorkshire Ripper had been found. Quite rightly, he sensed that hundreds and thousands of women who had spent years fearing for their lives needed to be reassured. An hour or so later, Holland drafted a telex to be sent to all northern forces announcing the cancellation of the inquiry. The world's news media began descending on Dewsbury for what by any standards was an extraordinary event. Gregory broke into a beaming smile for the cameras as he briefly relayed the happenings of the last 72 hours and made no pretense of the fact that they had the Yorkshire Ripper under arrest. "We are absolutely delighted with developments at this stage. Absolutely delighted." When it was over, both Oldfield and Gregory, without prior warning, visited the interrogation room where Boyle, Peter Smith and O'Boyle were laboriously recording Sutcliffe's version of his reign of terror in agonizing detail. The junior detectives were not happy at what they saw as a gratuitous display of grandstanding by their bosses. They were also very tired. O'Boyle and Boyle had hardly had any sleep for 48 hours. It was unusual for senior officers to interrupt such a crucial interview. Gregory asked Sutcliffe if he was okay and whether his men were looking after him. Did he need anything? Would he care to see his wife? Sutcliffe said he would. Sonia Sutcliffe had already been taken to Dewsbury. Shortly after 11 p.m. she was ushered into the CID office. Her husband was sitting down. "What on earth is going on, Peter?" she said. "It's all those women," he replied. "I've killed all those women." "What do you mean?" said Sonia. "It's me. I'm the Yorkshire Ripper. I killed all those women." To the amazement of O'Boyle, who was standing close by listening to this exchange, her next response was, "What on earth did you do that for, Peter? Even a sparrow has a right to live." They were allowed a few minutes to chat. One of her main concerns was whether he had had sex with the women he killed. "Only once," he replied, and that was mechanical. Sonia Sutcliffe was then taken to an accommodation block next to the police station and provided with a bed. Soon after her brief visit, the enormity of what her husband had said suddenly struck her. She felt faint and funny. George Smith went to get her something to bring her round. "The shock had hit her," he said. "I didn't have any sympathy towards her, not as you do on some occasions when dealing with a murderer, when you feel for the wife or the family of the man who has committed the murder." A policewoman stayed in the room with the light on throughout the night. The interviewing team continued taking the statement until shortly after 1 a.m, when Jack Ridgway, who had driven over from Manchester, insisted they had to give Sutcliffe some rest. He had been questioned constantly since Friday night. There was a danger of it becoming oppressive. He was taken down to a cell. In Bradford on night patrol as a newly promoted uniformed sergeant was Andrew Laptew, who had named Sutcliffe as a possible prime suspect after he interviewed him 16 months previously. He was delighted with the breakthrough, until he heard the name of the man arrested. Enjoying a cup of tea at the back door of a local bakery whose owner welcomed his regular early morning visits, he knew nothing of the arrest until a policewoman turned up at 3 a.m. "We've got the Ripper," she said. "We've locked him up." "Great. Who is it?" "A guy called Peter Sutcliffe." "Fucking hell," Laptew gasped. A tidal wave of emotion hit him. Downing his tea and making his excuses, he half ran, half walked back to the police station at Leicesterdike and dug out his pocketbooks, which he kept in pristine condition in his locker. A few hours later he was back home with his wife, Sheila, in the 3-bedroomed semi they had just bought for £1,575. He was 30 years old and had been married for 14 months and was deeply concerned about his future. He thought his police career was over. "I was worried I had screwed up big time," he said. "That was my biggest concern. I dragged Sheila out of bed and said, 'Do you remember the report you typed? They've caught Sutcliffe.' She's going, 'Oh, bloody hell.' You don't know what to think. You can imagine how I felt. I was absolutely stunned, totally gutted. I thought what might have been. Things could have been so different, not for my own personal satisfaction, but for the relatives of those victims." A copy of his interview report with Sutcliffe had obviously been found. An officer from the interview room later phoned him. "You've nothing to worry about. You're absolutely fireproof," he said. The Monday morning newspaper headlines screamed news of the Yorkshire Ripper's arrest. The law of sub judice was abandoned as the people of Britain learned that the most wanted man in British criminal history had been apprehended. Every television and radio bulletin quoted details of the arrest freely and anticipated his appearance in court later that day. Photographs of Oldfield, Hobson and Gregory grinning triumphantly were carried on the front pages. The arresting officers, Ring and Hydes, were heroes. Gregory sent them a personal telegraph and their own chief constable thanked them as well. On the first floor of Dewsbury Police Station, Sutcliffe had far from completed his confession. He was taken back to the CID office just as the first onlookers began arriving outside the local magistrate's court. Sutcliffe was allowed a second brief visit from Sonia before he continued unravelling the story of his ritualistic killings. His recall of minute details was extraordinary. When he tried to kill the Malaysian doctor in Headingley a few months previously, he had hit her on the head with a hammer. "I dragged her down the road. Her shoes were making an awful scraping noise, so I took them off and put them over a wall with her handbag." He chillingly told how, before he killed Josephine Whittaker on Savile Park in Halifax, he had walked alongside her, chatting casually. So that he could reach for a weapon in his pocket, he distracted her by asking the time on the nearby church tower clock. In the split second in which she turned her head to look at the clock, he had the weapon in his hand and struck her down. A quarter of a mile away at Dewsbury Town Hall, which doubled as the magistrate's court, the crowds built up throughout the day. By mid-morning, a crowd of people were hanging about in the freezing cold amid the snow flurries. Hundreds more joined them throughout the afternoon, until there was nothing short of a mob baying for the Yorkshire Ripper's blood. People stood on garden walls, clung to windowsills, and climbed onto the roofs of lorries to get better views. More and more police officers were needed to hold them back. All the while there were false alarms as police cars were heard approaching the court, sirens howling and lights flashing, but they drove straight past. Finally, the narrow road outside the town hall was closed to traffic. The crowd consisted of men and women, young and old, one mother even bringing her infant in a baby buggy. They huddled together, gossiping, discussing details of the case, relaying stories heard. Generally good-natured towards the police struggling to maintain order out of the chaos, the mob directed its anger only at the Yorkshire Ripper. Inside the police station, the heat was on those taking Sutcliffe's long statement, which would finally run to 34 typed pages. After 3 hours, they took a 25-minute lunch break, then continued writing against the clock. They were under huge pressure to get the killer into court, but still had several murders and attempted murders to document. There were repeated urgent calls to hurry up and finish. According to Des O'Boyle, much of that pressure came from the chief himself. "Mr. Gregory was saying, 'You've got to get this man into court. I want him in court now.' It was said they couldn't cope with the crowds and that if we didn't hurry up there could be all sorts of grief." O'Boyle and his colleagues could not understand the rush. After a 5-year-long investigation with attacks on at least 20 women, it seemed madness not to be painstaking in documenting the killer's account of his murderous activities. They galloped on, but had to leave out references to his attacks on women who had survived. Even after he signed his statement, the formalities were not over. Sutcliffe now needed to be formally charged with one single count of murder. He had admitted the offence, and they had his signed confession. There was enough evidence for the local magistrates to remand him in prison. But first, he had to have his clothes taken from him. Incredibly, the interviewing detectives had forgotten to search Sutcliffe thoroughly earlier. He was still wearing the same clothing he had on when first taken into custody at Sheffield on Friday night. At that stage, he was just a minor criminal, a witness to an act of soliciting. But at Dewsbury he became prime suspect in a massive homicide investigation. He should have had all his clothes removed immediately and then been reissued with a fresh set. His personal clothing would be individually tagged, bagged and sent to the forensic science laboratory for analysis. But the interrogating team had been so completely overtaken by events in dealing with Sutcliffe since Saturday morning that this vital part of police procedure had simply been overlooked. However understandable, it seems in hindsight it was a major mistake, caused in part by the need for urgency created by senior officers. Standing in the CID sergeant's office, Sutcliffe began to remove his clothing hesitatingly. O'Boyle searched his coat. The insides of the pockets had been cut out to allow weapons to be hidden deep in the bottom of the coat lining. Reaching inside the lining, O'Boyle found a pair of underpants. Sutcliffe said they were his. As he removed his trousers, the reason for him not wearing the underpants became all too obvious. The killer wore instead a V-neck garment with his legs placed inside the long sleeves, which had then been pulled up over his backside, allowing the V-neck at the front to expose his genitals. The detective was momentarily struck dumb by the ludicrous sight. The Yorkshire Ripper, the most dangerous criminal of the 20th century, stood there like some well-hung ballet dancer wearing woolen tights, his private parts exposed. "What on earth is that?" asked O'Boyle. Leg warmers," the killer replied disingenuously. "Oh, yes. Leg warmers, eh?" commented a deeply dubious O'Boyle. Once Sutcliffe had stepped out of the sweater, the detective examined it closely. Reinforced padding had been sewn into the area where Sutcliffe's knees would have been. It was obvious why. The killer had spent a lot of time kneeling over his victims as he displaced their clothing before stabbing them to death. Placing knee pads inside the garment irresistibly suggested that Sutcliffe had lingered over this activity, wanting to be comfortable while doing it. Exposing his genital area made it easier for him to masturbate. He only had to undo the fly of his trousers. However, the officers were in a hopeless position. Had they known earlier what Sutcliffe was wearing, there is no question they would have sought a detailed explanation. His responses would have been recorded. But they had gone on for several days, first questioning him, then recording his written confession, without realizing he was all the time sitting across the desk from them wearing some kind of killing kit. The scenario was totally bizarre. It is impossible to overstate the seriousness of this development, revealed here for the first time. The garment Sutcliffe had fashioned was as important in terms of evidence as the actual weapons he used to murder his victims. It spoke volumes about his sexual motives and his state of mind during his attacks on helpless women. The detectives questioning him were near exhaustion. They had gone virtually without sleep for 3 days. During this time they had performed heroically, both in getting Sutcliffe to confess and then recording a lengthy, detailed statement. Taking down his confession was a work of art in terms of the evidence it would provide for the Director of Public Prosecutions. It involved a great deal of professionalism in guiding him through a series of major crimes committed over 5 years. At any time, Sutcliffe could have fallen back on his right to silence, thrown his arms in the air, demanded to see a lawyer, or accused his accusers of browbeating. In those 60 hours, they had to become virtually the only friends Peter Sutcliffe had in the world, helping him to cleanse himself of his terrible deeds by owning up to them. They were literally his confessors. It involved treating him with kid gloves. The last thing they wanted to do was antagonize him. They needed to keep him happy. Little wonder no one strip-searched him. It would have been a distraction and could have led to Sutcliffe withdrawing his cooperation. He freely talked about the weapons he used and where he had hidden them, which was veritable gold dust in terms of evidence. They had to go gently with the prisoner, even when they knew Sutcliffe was lying. He had admitted attacking the Malaysian doctor a few months earlier, intending to strangle her, but he absolutely denied strangling to death the civil servant Marguerite Walls. "You've got a mystery on your hands with that one," he said. "I've only used the rope once, on that girl at Headingley." Boyle and O'Boyle let it go, and with good reason. The prisoner had confessed to plenty in extraordinary detail. It was no time to grill him or challenge him. Their task was to get his story down on paper in a form that was priceless as evidence. A signed statement in which he told them things only he, as the Yorkshire Ripper, could know. None of the detectives present when Sutcliffe removed his clothes appears to have informed a senior investigating officer of their find, or to have documented their amazing discovery. With the passage of time, it is possible to be generous about their motives. Exhaustion may have fogged their normal professionalism. Even so, a few days earlier they had smirked among themselves that the South Yorkshire officers, Ring and Hydes, had allowed Sutcliffe to dump his weapons, as if to say, "We would never make that mistake." The fact that a neighbouring force had lifted the Yorkshire Ripper and not the West Yorkshire detectives was a bit of a disappointment. Any sense of schadenfreude felt on Saturday had now vanished. By any objective standards, the discovery about what the Yorkshire Ripper was wearing when about to kill Olivia Reivers was a devastating piece of evidence that should have been instantly communicated to senior investigating officers. Yet no details about this bizarre item of clothing appeared in Sutcliffe's statement, nor was it mentioned in any of the official statements made by Detective Sergeant Peter Smith, who was responsible for writing down what was said by Sutcliffe during interview. Sutcliffe had asked Smith to write his statement for him. A week later, Smith had made his own written statement, disclosing features about the case revealed by Sutcliffe but not put in the formal confession. They had had no time to document the attacks where victims survived through the skill of the doctors who treated them. Smith's personal statement noted the sequence of events during the interviews and briefly what happened after Sutcliffe signed his confession. DSO Boyle then took from Sutcliffe the clothes he was wearing for forensic examination, and he was then supplied with a change of clothing. At 4:41 p.m. the same day, I was present in the Detective Sergeant's office at Dewsbury Police Station with DSO Boyle when D.I. Boyle formally cautioned and charged the accused, Sutcliffe, with the murder of Jacqueline Hill. He replied, "Well, I'm terribly sorry about this tragic loss to her family and friends, and I would do anything to alter what has happened. I am glad that I have been apprehended because I was totally out of my mind when I committed this and other acts." He was also charged with the offence of theft of vehicle registration plates. He made no reply. I have signed labels to the items I have referred to. Tired, and under pressure to get the prisoner to the magistrate's court, O'Boyle and his colleagues simply placed Sutcliffe's clothing in separate evidence bags, issued him with a change of clothing, and got him ready to leave. They may not have realized the importance of their finds. The implications of Sutcliffe's homemade killing kit were truly sensational in the light of what happened at the subsequent trial. O'Boyle had never seen anything like it. The garment was obviously connected with some kind of sexual kink. Sutcliffe clearly gained sexual satisfaction from murdering his victims, almost certainly exposing himself while doing so. That's why his underpants are in his coat pocket, because he has changed when he has gone out, O'Boyle said. He would have gone out with his underpants on when he left home. At some stage he has taken his underpants off and put on this other item. He must have had it on when he was sat in the car with Reivers, because he didn't get a chance to change them after. The reason it was padded around the knees was for one reason, and it was not so that he could drive a bloody car. It was so that he could kneel on them, and if he is kneeling down, cushioning his knees, the only thing he is going to be doing is dealing with a corpse, to my way of thinking. Sutcliffe put on the clothes provided by the police, a blue polo-necked sweater, a white shirt, and a pair of jeans. The key object now was to get him safely into court and back again, with a jeering crowd of well over 1,500 people waiting in the narrow street. Holland had assumed responsibility for the operation outside the entrance to the court. The mob was angry but not unruly. A pair of youths at the front carried a noose and a poster that proclaimed, "Hang him." A police van with an escort of patrol cars, lights flashing and sirens wailing, moved slowly through the crowd and came to a halt outside. It had to reverse to get close to the entrance. Fists were banging on the van. Stones and coins were thrown. There was pandemonium briefly as the mob surged forward, momentarily breaking the police line. Holland, a fully fit 18-stone fullback in the police rugby team, linked arms with two colleagues, and together they threw themselves forwards into the crowd, heaving and shoving them back as if they were part of a scrum. Handcuffed to O'Boyle inside the van, Sutcliffe was reluctant to get out, afraid someone outside might have a gun. A woman could be heard screaming for all her worth, "Hang the bastard! Hang him! Hang him!" the crowd responded. As the back of the van opened and a figure under a blanket emerged, the crowd roared and surged forward again. O'Boyle put his head down and marched forward, pulling Sutcliffe under the blanket with him. Flanked by other officers, they made it through safely to the entrance as someone roared, "Die! Die! Fucking die, you bastard!" followed by the crowd's immediate response, "Die! Die! Coward! Bastard! Hang him!" Crammed into the oak-panelled courtroom, 100 journalists occupied the public gallery waiting to get their first glimpse of Sutcliffe. No members of the public were admitted. Sonia Sutcliffe and her father sat at the front of the court as 3 police officers escorted the Yorkshire Ripper into the dock. The formalities of remanding him to Armley Prison in Leeds were soon over. Sutcliffe was quickly taken downstairs in the cells, then back to the police van to run the gauntlet of the angry crowd a second time. That evening he was driven around Bradford by Boyle and O'Boyle. Sutcliffe showed them where he had hidden or thrown away weapons, including a claw hammer he used to kill Patricia Atkinson nearly 4 years earlier. Later that same night, he was taken back to his home in Garden Lane, where he pointed out items of clothing worn during various attacks. Sonia was at the house, so were several senior detectives, including Dick Holland and Jack Ridgway from Manchester. It was still bitterly cold. Ridgway thought it felt like a morgue rather than a home. "It was the most sterile place I have ever been in, very inhuman," he said later. In the kitchen, the detectives witnessed the Sutcliffes' final act of domesticity, a bizarre final fragment in the life of this decidedly odd couple. While detectives examined clothing in the bedroom, the killer's wife walked upstairs and announced she had saved her husband a piece of Christmas cake. She insisted that he could not possibly leave to go to Armley Prison before he had eaten a piece of cake and drunk a cup of warm milk. The killer looked harassed, raising his eyebrows as if to say, "Oh God, there she goes again." The thought of having to spend a minute longer than strictly necessary in the freezing house left everyone feeling uncomfortable, but Mrs. Sutcliffe was going to have her way. Her husband, still handcuffed to O'Boyle, asked if it would be okay. They agreed to indulge her. Sutcliffe was allowed to sit at the kitchen table, but his escort had to sit alongside him. Sonia, the loving and apparently dutiful wife, brought out the cake and warm milk and set them down on the table. Every time Sutcliffe raised his hand to his mouth either to eat or drink, O'Boyle had to raise his too. As Sutcliffe moved his right arm, O'Boyle had to move his left. For several minutes their hands bobbed up and down in unison. Watching this almost surreal act of unholy communion between serial killer and spouse on this most extraordinary of days, Holland and Ridgway could barely contain their mirth. Both later agreed that had it not been so hopelessly tragic, it would have been hysterically funny, the biggest laugh either of them had had in ages. Chapter 18. Mad or Bad? Sutcliffe's home from home for the next 4 months was a special room in a Victorian prison built from stone on high ground overlooking Leeds. Armley Jail still resembles a medieval fortress. It has a turreted gatehouse and tiny cell-block windows set high in its forbidding walls. The design of its 4 wings was so radical when it was built in 1847 that it now has the status of a Grade II listed building. When Sutcliffe was taken through its doors for the first time, it enjoyed a fearsome reputation among Leeds's criminal fraternity. Suicide attempts among prisoners awaiting trial were common, and conditions inside were tough and cramped. An exception was made for the Yorkshire Ripper. A room was provided for him in the prison hospital. Instead of sharing a cell with 2 other remand prisoners like his fellow inmates, he enjoyed the comfort of a single bed and a shower unit. He was watched 24 hours a day by a group of hand-picked officers who monitored his visitors and kept a close eye on their notorious prisoner for signs of potential suicide. The lights remained permanently on, and at least one staff member was with him at all times. He never mixed with other prisoners, who took to referring to him as J.R., not after the character in the American television series Dallas, but someone more malevolent and much closer to home, Jack the Ripper. Within days of her husband's arrival at Armley Jail, Sonia was at the front gate wanting to visit. As he was a remand prisoner, she could bring him in special foods and books. They were closely watched. The staff kept a daily log of Sutcliffe's conversations with them and his wife. She produced a list of things they had needed to discuss, acutely aware they had only 15 minutes to chat. Sutcliffe was overwhelmed by her presence. Domineering her husband, monopolizing the conversation in the room. He told her she had to make a life for herself. He was going to be in prison for a long time. As an aside, he said that if he could make people believe he was mad, he might only do 10 years in a loony bin. On a later visit, she had kept on at him, wanting to know why he could not talk to her about his compulsions. His only response, "Leave it to the medical people to find out." 3 psychiatrists paid a series of visits to examine Sutcliffe as the winter months of 1981 gave way to spring. They wanted to get to grips with the inner workings of the Yorkshire Ripper's mind. The first to see him was Dr. Hugo Milne from Bradford, who during his career had analysed 200 murderers. During the course of 11 visits to Armley Jail, Milne searched for a sexual motive to the Yorkshire Ripper's attacks. Sutcliffe denied it vehemently. There was no mention of the special garment worn beneath his trousers as he waited for his chance to kill the prostitute in Sheffield. Neither was there any reference to it in the documents about the case Milne received from the police. Sutcliffe never raised it, so Milne had no chance to question him about why he wore such clothing or the sexual gratification it gave him. The psychiatrist concluded he had been a paranoid schizophrenic from the age of 19 or 20. Unknown to Milne, Sutcliffe was setting out deliberately to deceive him. For more than 15 years his whole life had been a lie. He carried dark and guilty secrets about his sexual obsessions with women. During his interviews with psychiatrists, Sutcliffe continued to manipulate and deceive. He said nothing to the police after his arrest about hearing voices from God. Then in early March he suddenly told Milne he had been on a mission from God to rid the world of prostitutes. In April he cockily told a prison officer that an agreement had been reached. His plea of guilty to manslaughter had been accepted. He wouldn't be going to prison, but to a secure mental hospital instead. By the time Sutcliffe appeared before a judge at the end of April, a deal had been struck between prosecution and defence. British lawyers dislike the term plea bargain, with its overtones of the deeply flawed American system of criminal justice, but this is precisely what it was. The psychiatrists all believed Sutcliffe was suffering from diminished responsibility, that he was highly dangerous and should spend the rest of his natural life out of harm's way. The Director of Public Prosecutions had accepted the offer of a plea of guilty to manslaughter on the grounds of diminished responsibility from Sutcliffe's defence team. The prosecutors were satisfied the outcome would still be the same as a conviction for murder. Sutcliffe would still get a life sentence. Moreover, doing without a trial would spare the families of the victims many days of extensive press coverage and detailed knowledge of the horrifying injuries. Court No. 1 at the Old Bailey in London has been the setting for some of the greatest criminal trials, occasionally producing mesmerising performances from lawyers and accused. The drama had been especially enhanced when matters of life and death were played out within its walls. Before the abolition of capital punishment, murder trials drew huge crowds. A black piece of cloth was placed by an usher on top of the judge's wig moments before he was due to pass sentence of death on a convicted killer. As the setting for a piece of legal theatre on the 29th of April 1981, Court No. 1 drew a huge crowd, many of them queuing outside overnight. But the performance they had flocked to see was scheduled only as a one-act play. The Yorkshire Ripper's appearance could not be tagged the trial of the century, for no trial as such was supposed to take place. Indeed, no jury was sworn in. Journalists were briefed in advance that the case of Regina versus Sutcliffe would be over quickly, in a day or two at the most. He had admitted the crimes, but was deemed so mad he wasn't responsible for his actions. The Crown would reluctantly accept his manslaughter plea. It was against this background that a swift judicial resolution to the Yorkshire Ripper's 5-year reign of terror was anticipated by the assembled ranks of lawyers and journalists. In Yorkshire sporting parlance, it was a fixture which demanded a turnout by the big hitters. On the lawyers' benches, bewigged and wearing the silk gown of a Queen's Counsel, was the Attorney-General himself, the country's top law officer. In a piece of perfect casting, Sir Michael Havers looked every inch the matinee idol. For the more knowledgeable members of the legal profession in court, Sir Michael was not necessarily the star turn. That role was reserved for the QC assisting him, Mr. Harry Ognall, one of the North's leading criminal barristers. The presence of these two men alone signalled how seriously the government took proceedings. And if the lawyers had put in their first team, so also had the news media. On the press benches, the daily and provincial newspapers assembled their ablest writers. Among them was the First Lady of Fleet Street herself, Miss Jean Rooke, representing the Daily Express. Public interest in Sutcliffe's sentencing at the Old Bailey was massive. Such was the notoriety of the case that a sales bonanza could be anticipated in the following day's editions. Editors had allocated umpteen pages for the mountains of copy that would flow from the day's events and the earlier investigations the media had mounted into the background of Sutcliffe and his family. There was, however, to be more drama than anyone bargained for. The galleries were first treated to the traditional pomp of the ceremonial opening of the Easter law term, when the robed Lord Mayor of London led a procession into court that included the judge in his scarlet robes. Special benches at the back of the court reserved for the families of aldermen of the City of London were filled with women wearing large floral hats. An array of hideous-looking weapons, all neatly labelled, lay on an oak exhibits table in the well of the court, beneath where Mr. Justice Boreham sat, overshadowed by an ornate royal coat of arms. On the table, watched over by Jim Hobson of West Yorkshire Police, were 7 ball-peen hammers, a claw hammer, a hacksaw, a long kitchen knife, 8 screwdrivers of assorted lengths, a knife with a wooden handle, a short length of rope, and a cream-coloured raffia handbag which had belonged to Jacqueline Hill. Mrs. Sutcliffe, ashen-faced, was discreetly escorted in by a uniformed woman attendant. Sutcliffe, accompanied by 4 prison warders, was brought into the dock, which had glass panels on 3 sides. He wore a light grey suit and a blue shirt. His dark beard was neatly trimmed. 20 charges were somberly put to him. It took 7 minutes for them to be read out and for him to respond to each. He admitted 7 cases of attempted murder. He denied 13 separate charges of murder, but in each case pleaded guilty to manslaughter on the grounds of diminished responsibility. His Bradford accent was low-key, and several times he stumbled over his words. Sir Michael rose. The Crown, he said, would accept the pleas. The judge had had the reports of the various psychiatrists. Sir Michael said he himself had met with them and discussed their reports with the greatest care and anxiety and at great length. The general consensus of the doctors is that this is a case of diminished responsibility, the illness being paranoid schizophrenia. What happened next should have come as little surprise to anyone familiar with the 62-year-old judge's legal philosophy. Mr. Justice Boreham, a former civil and criminal lawyer on the southeastern circuit, was a stickler for the proprieties and disfavoured plea bargains. 6 years earlier, when trying a case of rape in Leeds, he told a prosecutor prepared to accept a lesser charge of unlawful sexual intercourse, "It is for me to see that justice is done, and the Crown should consider very carefully where its duty lies." The judge asked the Attorney General, "Where is the evidence which gives the doctors the factual basis for these pleas?" Havers said he had questioned the doctors very closely, and, at the end, I and my learned friends were satisfied we have been told the truth. But where is the supporting evidence? The difficulty is that I would feel unable to challenge any evidence called by my learned friend. I have very grave anxieties about Sutcliffe and his pleas. I would like you to explain in far greater detail than usual any decision that you are going to make about the acceptance of these pleas. For the next 2 hours, Havers took the judge through the various reports of the psychiatrists and Sutcliffe's own explanation that he had been ordered by God to do these dreadful crimes. It all added up, according to the Attorney General, to a clear case of diminished responsibility. The judge sat listening patiently. When Sir Michael had finished speaking, he promptly rejected the Attorney General's arguments. "The matter that troubles me is not the medical opinions, because there is a consensus. It seems to me that all these opinions, and I say this without criticism, all these opinions are based simply on what this defendant has told the doctors, nothing more. Moreover, what he has told the doctors conflicts substantially with what he told the police on the morning of arrest. I use the word conflict advisedly. In statements to the police he expressed a desire to kill all women. If that is right, and here I need your help, is that not a matter which ought to be tested? Where lies the evidence which gives these doctors the factual basis for these pleas? It is a matter for the defendant to establish. It is a matter for a jury. We have in a sense conducted a trial which has satisfied us. It seems to me it would be more appropriate if this case were dealt with by a jury." Thus ended the performance for the moment. Prosecution and defence said they needed time to prepare for a full trial. The judge gave them 6 days. The scene was set for a fully fledged drama in several acts. The setting stayed the same, the main players were unchanged, and the props remained on the exhibits table. As the curtain rose on No. 1 Court on Tuesday the 5th of May 1981, a legal metamorphosis appeared to have taken place. The same Sir Michael Havers, who had less than a week earlier accepted what the doctors were saying, was now arguing that Peter Sutcliffe's stories about being motivated to kill by a mission from the Almighty were nothing more than a tissue of lies. Lawyers are paid to do this. Their skill is advocacy. "You'll have to decide," Sir Michael told the jury of 6 men and 6 women just sworn in, "whether the doctors have been deceived by this man, whether he sought to pull the wool over their eyes, or whether the doctors are just plain wrong. You will have to decide whether, as a clever, callous murderer, he has deliberately set out to provide a cock-and-bull story to avoid conviction for murder." For the next 4 days, the prosecution presented a series of witnesses, friends of Sutcliffe, prison officers, policemen who took his confession with the intention of showing that the accused had kept his mission from God secret from everyone, especially the detectives who took down his confession. The idea was to present him as crafty, deceitful, lying, and manipulative. Sir Michael read long extracts from Sutcliffe's statement, adding comments from time to time. Then Harry Ognall examined Peter Smith from the West Yorkshire Police, the detective present when Sutcliffe was interviewed and who wrote down his confession. Mr. Ognall took Smith through the questions and answers the accused had given. Smith read to the jury the questions put to Sutcliffe by his colleague Detective Inspector John Boyle. Ognall read Sutcliffe's answers aloud. The jury heard how, after hiding his weapons before his arrest, Sutcliffe did the same thing again, inside the police station at Sheffield. He hid a knife he was concealing behind the cistern when he got permission to go to the toilet. Sergeant Ring found the knife in the toilet 4 days later. A few weeks before his appearance at the Old Bailey, one of the prison staff said in evidence, Sutcliffe was in his cell and appeared cheerful and bright. Smiling broadly and leaning back in his chair, he seemed amused that the doctors thought him mad. "I am as normal as anyone," he declared. The court learned that in the early 1970s, Milne had also treated Sonia Sutcliffe when she was confined for 22 days in a Bradford psychiatric hospital. She had then been excitable and disturbed for some time and had a psychotic episode while training to be a teacher in London. Peter went and brought her home. She was diagnosed with schizophrenia. She had believed herself to be the second coming, complete with stigmata. Sutcliffe was her boyfriend at the time, and he married her 2 years later. Now, with her husband awaiting trial, Sonia Sutcliffe was again examined by Milne. The jury heard that he found her naive and self-centred, which went some way to explaining why she believed her husband's excuses for being out late at night. She was temperamental and difficult. Sutcliffe told the doctor she was overexcited, highly strung and unstable. She also had an obsession with cleanliness. Peter Sutcliffe had meekly explained how his wife would not allow him into their home unless he removed his shoes. She spent hours cleaning specks of dirt from the carpet. He could not use the refrigerator to make himself a meal. If he was watching television, she would sometimes pull the plug from its socket in the wall. Their intense relationship often swung between feelings of love and anger, but Milne could find no evidence that the couple were sexually deviant. Media coverage of the revelations in court was intense. Newspapers in particular vied to bring readers lurid accounts of each day's evidence. Some had secretly bought up witnesses, then had to ensure their rivals did not scoop them. After Sutcliffe's long-standing friend Trevor Birdsall gave evidence, he waited close to the front door in the company of 3 journalists from the People newspaper which had purchased his story. They had ordered a cab to pick them up, and it was late. When it arrived, they dashed through the revolving front door of the Old Bailey and tried to make their way through the ranks of photographers and television camera crews outside. Birdsall had covered his head with a raincoat. To frustrate their getaway, reporters from other papers blocked their path. There was a scuffle and jostling amid catcalls and jeers from onlookers. Birdsall and his minders retreated back inside the court building, regrouped and tried again, managing finally to get into the cab. On Monday, the 11th of May, the defence was about to begin its case. Few expected Sutcliffe to go into the witness box. Only those initiated into the ways of the law realised that the judge had already given Sutcliffe's lawyers the clearest signal that their client would have to give evidence. Mr. Justice Boreham had discreetly drawn the attention of Sutcliffe's barrister to a very recent case, Regina v. Dunn, suggesting he swiftly read it up over the weekend. The case was so recent it had not been reported, but it too involved psychiatrists giving evidence. The judge had ruled the accused would himself have to tell the jury the same things he told the psychiatrists. Had Sutcliffe not been called, it was entirely probable Mr. Justice Boreham would have ruled the doctor's evidence as inadmissible. As it was, those present in court that day will never forget the atmosphere as Mr. James Chadwin, QC for the defence, stood up and said, "I call Peter William Sutcliffe." An audible murmur went around the public and press galleries. Heads turned as people whispered almost incredulously, He's called Sutcliffe. Sutcliffe's going to give evidence. Escorted by prison officers, Sutcliffe descended the stairs of the dock into the floor area of the court itself and slowly walked towards the witness box. Now it could clearly be seen that he was wearing tan-coloured boots, the kind with raised heels and a thick sole. The court was so hushed as he moved that it was possible to hear clearly the sound of his shoes as he clumped across the floor to where he would spend the next 2 days giving evidence. Sutcliffe spent many hours detailing how he had come to hear God send him on his divine mission to kill prostitutes, how he had had an accident on his motorbike in 1965 when he fell off and banged his head, and how a prostitute had cheated him out of money and later ridiculed him. As he spoke, Sir Michael Haver's colleague Harry Ognall QC wrote spasmodically on a large legal notepad. Sutcliffe went on to describe his mental state when he killed for the first time. He had gone out intending to kill a prostitute. Chadwin: Did you enjoy striking the blows you struck? Sutcliffe: No. Chadwin: How did you feel about the physical act of striking those blows? Sutcliffe: I found it very difficult, and I couldn't restrain myself. I could not do anything to stop myself. Chadwin: How could you not stop yourself? Sutcliffe: Because it was God who was controlling me. For the rest of that day and for an hour the following day, Sutcliffe put on a surprisingly plausible show in the witness box. Softly spoken and remarkably calm, he appeared both unexpectedly intelligent and articulate in his own defence. He described the twists and turns of the police investigation when he believed he was bound to be caught, but then slipped through the net, and said they were proof that God was guiding him. Closing his examination, Mr. Chadwin asked if he had it in mind to pretend to be mad. Sutcliffe: No. Chadwin: Do you think you are mad? Sutcliffe: No. Chadwin: Do you think there is anything wrong with you mentally? Sutcliffe: Nothing serious at all, no. Those present at Sir Michael Haver's cross-examination of the Yorkshire Ripper will remember it as long as they live. It was a mesmerising performance of the lawyer's art of first filleting a defendant, then boxing him up like a kipper. A tall man, Havers stood erect across the courtroom looking directly at the accused. Ognall occasionally scribbled notes for the Attorney-General. From the direction of those looking from the press benches, Sir Michael appeared in profile on the right side of the court, Sutcliffe up in the witness box on the left. From time to time, Havers arched his frame, resting his hands on his hips, pushing his elbows backwards as if to bring some comfort during the long periods he was on his feet, listening to Sutcliffe's responses. Sir Michael was a resourceful advocate, and his skill at slowly deconstructing his quarry's evidence in chief shone through blindingly. He quickly established Sutcliffe was habitually untruthful when questioned about what he was doing in Sheffield the night he was arrested. For a considerable time you lied and lied and lied again. Sutcliffe: Yes. Havers: You had a ridiculous explanation about picking up people on the motorway. Sutcliffe: Ridiculous, yes. Havers: All to protect yourself. Sutcliffe: The mission. Havers: All to protect Peter Sutcliffe? Sutcliffe: Yes. It was a slow and painstaking business dismantling Sutcliffe's defence. There was a break for lunch, and only one topic of conversation among those who left the court building in search of brief refreshment. Later in the afternoon, Sir Michael went carefully through his various attacks, attempting to detail the planned, premeditated way Sutcliffe stalked his victims before murdering them. He took the accused back to the time on Savile Park, Halifax, when he killed Josephine Whittaker. Sutcliffe told police they had chatted and admitted saying to her, "You can't trust anyone these days." Havers: Can you think of a more horrible and cynical thing to say to someone you were just about to murder? Sutcliffe: No. Havers: Why did you say it? Sutcliffe: Because I couldn't trust myself. Havers: You were trying to convince her she was safe with you? Sutcliffe: Yes, in a sense. Havers: Did God tell you to do that? Sutcliffe: No. Havers: It was a bit of private enterprise on your part, was it? Moments later came the following exchange. Havers: Did God tell you to tell that poor girl to look at the church clock? Sutcliffe: No. Havers: It was a macabre piece of play acting while you jockeyed into position. Did God help you with that? Sutcliffe: Yes. Havers: Did God tell you to look at the clock? Sutcliffe: Yes. Havers: Did God instruct you as far as Yvonne Pearson and the horsehair was concerned? Did he tell you to hide behind the garden wall when you were escaping after attacking Teresa Sykes? Sutcliffe: Yes. Judge: Did you need God to tell you that unless you did hide you might be caught? Sutcliffe: Maybe, maybe not, I am not sure. Havers: When Yvonne Pearson was lying there gurgling and moaning and there was someone in a car nearby, with your high average intelligence you must have known you were in danger of being caught. You don't need God to tell you to ram the horsehair stuffing from the sofa down her throat. Sutcliffe: No. Havers: Did God tell you? Sutcliffe: No. Sutcliffe denied there was anything sexual in his actions. How had he inserted a knife several times into the same wound? Asked Sir Michael. Do you realize how difficult it must have been to do that? Sutcliffe denied doing so. As Havers reached for the pathologist's report, Sutcliffe interrupted to say he might have moved the knife within a wound. He vehemently denied stabbing his victims in areas of sexual attraction in order to get sexual gratification. To audible gasps from the public gallery, Sir Michael picked up a rusty yellow-handled Phillips screwdriver, its shaft about 10 inches long. He held it in his palm upwards, his elbow pressed against his stomach. The screwdriver pointed directly at Sutcliffe, standing 15 feet away in the witness box. The Yorkshire Ripper, said Sir Michael, had stabbed Josephine Whittaker 3 times through the vagina with this dreadful weapon, and as he spoke he jerked the screwdriver forwards and backwards a few inches. This effective but sickening gesture was etched in the memory of anyone who saw it. Many winced, waiting for what was to come next. Havers: How did you use this rusted old screwdriver that has been sharpened to a hideous point to stab Josephine Whittaker through the same wound 3 times? To put the stab wounds in the vagina with no injury to the lips of the vagina is unusual. How did you do it? Sutcliffe: By moving it about. Havers: Your case throughout has been no sexual gratification, not doing it for lust or anything like that. He moved on to the murder of 18-year-old Helen Ritger in Huddersfield. Havers: You talk about your mission, and then, surprise, surprise, here's pretty little Helen Ritger, and you have sex with her. Why? Sutcliffe: I didn't have sex. I entered her, but there was no action. It was to persuade her that everything was all right. I had no choice. It was important to keep her quiet. Havers: Of course you had a choice. God didn't tell you to put your penis in that girl's vagina. Did it occur to you that God is meant to be merciful and you are killing people in a painful way? Sutcliffe: I am quite sure that the way I killed them meant they never knew anything. Havers: You mean to say that your victims never felt anything as they were lying there, moaning, groaning, gurgling, a screwdriver in the eye, stabbed, and one disemboweling? During the exchange about Helen Ritger, Sutcliffe became agitated in the witness box, shaking his head and mouthing the word "no" several times. The defence next called Dr. Hugo Milne, whose 35-page report had earlier been read to the jury by Harry Ognall. Milne had written that because of the nature of the killings, he wanted to discover whether there had been any sexual connections. I found that there was no suggestion that the accused is in any way sexually deviant or that his wife is sexually deviant. Sexual relations between the couple were extremely satisfactory, but while Sutcliffe admitted freely to sexual involvement before his marriage, his wife denied having had sexual experience prior to their wedding. He completely denied that he was using the assaults to help in the sexual situation. There is no suggestion that he is a sadistic sexual deviant. Milne was convinced that the killings were not sexual in any way, and that the stabbings, which were a feature of the assaults, had no sexual component. I have had the opportunity to spend many hours with the accused, and there is little doubt that he is friendly and open in his manner, and at no time did he withhold information. Milne said he could find absolutely no reason for why Sutcliffe has stabbed his victims through the same hole on repeated occasions. There was no suggestion that Sutcliffe had a sexual symbolism. In the witness box, Milne said he had been very much on his guard to the possibility that Sutcliffe was trying to persuade him he was mentally ill. There was no evidence whatever to say he was simulating. I had been looking for this all the time, and I cannot accept that, in the sequence his symptoms were made known to me, that he could have been simulating. We now know that Sutcliffe completely fooled all the psychiatrists, but also that the police fooled themselves and the prosecution by not thoroughly searching him earlier when he arrived at Dewsbury under arrest, for then they would have discovered what he was wearing, and its sexual connotations would have become all too clear. Moreover, an inquiry into the police investigation conducted after the case demonstrated conclusively that Sutcliffe had persistently told lies about the numbers of women he attacked. At least a dozen more cases of assaults on young women were uncovered, undertaken since 1972 by a dark-haired man with a beard. The mode of attack, from behind, and descriptions of the man who assaulted them by the women themselves fitted Sutcliffe perfectly. However, all this was as yet unknown, as Dr. Milne and 2 other psychiatrists stood in the witness box for 3 days to undergo a relentless cross-examination from Harry Ognall. It would have been impossible for Dr. Milne to have argued in court as vehemently as he did that there was an absence of sexual motive if he had known what Sutcliffe was wearing when arrested. The longer Dr. Milne's grilling went on, the more crucial this aspect of the case became. It became blindingly obvious that what was happening in court number 1 as the doctors gave evidence was a trial within a trial. As the psychiatrists tried to withstand barrage after barrage of awkward questions in cross-examination, it was abundantly clear it was psychiatry itself that was being judged by the jury. Did they believe what the shrinks were saying? Or had Sutcliffe simply lied to them and they been taken in by him? The defence had to argue that Sutcliffe was mad to the extent that he was not responsible for himself. Sutcliffe had, according to Milne, been able to detach himself from the enormity of what he had done. Someone with schizophrenia could be in and out of touch with reality. It was a psychosis, and one sign of schizophrenia was psychotic detachment. At one point, the judge asked Dr. Milne to explain what a psychosis was. He replied, "In layman's terms, it is madness, but what I wish to say is that because people might be clinically mad, they are not necessarily out of contact with reality." This was precisely what the prosecution was saying. Mad Sutcliffe might be, but not so mad as not to know perfectly well what he was doing. Moreover, he was gaining sexual pleasure from it. Under cross-examination, Milne balked at the idea that he had been taken in, even though Sutcliffe had told his prison guards that if he could convince people he was mad, he would get only 10 years in a loony bin. "I think it is a very straightforward decision to make," Milne replied to a question from Ognall. "Is this man pretending to be mad and has duped me and my colleagues, or am I, from my clinical examination, right in saying that he is a paranoid schizophrenic? As far as I can see, either he is a competent actor, or I am an inefficient psychiatrist. Paranoid schizophrenics are extraordinarily cunning, extremely involved in premeditation, and determined not to be found." Ognall: "A very great proportion of normal criminals are also cunning, clever, and anxious not to be found. That isn't the hallmark of a schizophrenic. It is the hallmark of a normal criminal. I suggest that this pattern is a badge of a premeditated killer." Milne: "I do not accept that." Then later, Ognall: "Were you satisfied you had all the necessary information at your disposal?" Milne: "Yes." Milne acknowledged that Sutcliffe had not informed him of his arrest in 1969 when he was found in Bradford's red light district with a hammer, but subsequently charged with going equipped for theft. Ognall: "How can you possibly say that he has not withheld information from you and has satisfied you that he has told the whole truth?" Milne: I agreed that he has lied to the police. He could also have lied to me. The QC now moved in swiftly and brought up the question of a sexual motive. Milne reiterated that there was no sexual component to the crimes. I am not of the opinion that he is primarily a sexual killer. Ognall. If we can discern here a sexual element, that tends markedly to go against the divine mission theory. Do you agree? Milne. Yes. Holding up the screwdriver Sutcliffe used to kill Josephine Whittaker, the QC continued. Ognall. How on earth are we to reconcile the pathologist's evidence of 3 stab wounds deep into the vagina with what you said? There is no doubt that this wicked agent was introduced with almost no injury to the external parts of the vagina. I suggest that indicates the most fiendish cruelty deliberately done for sexual satisfaction. Do you agree? Milne. It may be a most vicious and foul thing to do, but not necessarily for sexual satisfaction. Mutilation of the genitalia for sadistic satisfaction would have to be repetitive, and there is no evidence that this man has attacked any of the other victims in this way. There is no evidence that he has in any way despoiled them or carried out any unnatural acts with them during the killings. Ognall. What else could the attack with the screwdriver be but sexual? Milne. It may have been sexual. Ognall. What else could it have been? I will have an answer. Milne. I do not think it could have been anything else other than sexual. Ognall. Did Peter Sutcliffe tell you there was no sexual elements in the attacks? Milne. Yes. Ognall. Well, that doesn't seem to be right, does it? Milne. No. Ognall. He deceived you. Why did he do that? Milne. Perhaps he might have been very reluctant to talk about this because of what people might think of him. Ognall. He had admitted 13 killings and 7 attempted killings, but he thought he might be worse off because he stabbed one of them in the vagina. Is that a considered reply? Milne. It is a considered reply. He has said he never ever wanted to be seen as a sexual killer. Ognall. I expect he never wanted to be seen as a sexual killer, because if he puts himself forward as a sexual killer, the divine mission goes out of the window. That's why, isn't it? Ognall refused to let up, repeatedly stressing there were sufficient examples in Sutcliffe's attacks to demonstrate he was primarily motivated by sexual urges. Milne, though severely shaken by his experience in the witness box, remained steadfast. He continued to maintain that the Yorkshire Ripper was suffering from paranoid schizophrenia to the extent that he suffered diminished responsibility. 2 more psychiatrists gave evidence, their professional judgments being heavily and effectively attacked in cross-examination by the prosecution. The jury retired at 10:21 a.m. on Friday the 22nd of May 1981 to consider its verdict. It was the day the Yorkshire Ripper's last victim, Jacqueline Hill, would have celebrated her 21st birthday. After almost 6 hours, the jury said it could not be unanimous. 47 minutes later it returned, and by a majority of 10-2 found Peter Sutcliffe guilty of 13 cases of murder. Sentencing him, Mr. Justice Boreham said he had taken into account the dangers he would represent in the future and the depth of terror he had brought to Yorkshire. It is a population which, to my knowledge, does not lack fortitude, but I am left in no doubt that women from a wide area were in deepest fear, and have no doubts, too, that that fear spilled over to their menfolk on their account. He gave Sutcliffe 20 life sentences and recommended to the Home Secretary that it would be a minimum period of 30 years before he could be released on licence. That is a long period, an unusually long period in my judgment, but I believe you are an unusually dangerous man. I express my hope that when I have said life imprisonment, it will mean precisely that. Once Sutcliffe had been sent down to the cells, the judge commended the West Yorkshire detectives who had obtained Sutcliffe's confession: Boyle, O'Boyle, and Smith. These 3 officers behaved quite immaculately. They never put a foot wrong, and that can be said of few of us. He also had praise for the South Yorkshire pair, Sergeant Robert Ring and PC Robert Hydes, who arrested the Yorkshire Ripper. I do not mean to introduce levity, but I cannot help but recall the marks of the officer, Ring, that he had not fallen off a Christmas tree. We are very grateful that he had not. Sutcliffe was sent to Parkhurst Prison, but was destined eventually to be kept in Broadmoor Secure Mental Hospital. As soon as Sutcliffe was sentenced, the recriminations began. The public mood was inflamed by Ronald Gregory's reluctance to concede his men had made mistakes. The media and MPs zeroed in to accuse the police of incompetence, not least because they had interviewed Sutcliffe so many times and let him slip through their fingers with calamitous results for the women attacked. The scandal had been ignited even before the full murder trial began. On the 3rd of May 1981, the Sunday Times Insight team told how Detective Constable Andrew Laptew had named Sutcliffe as a possible prime suspect 18 months before the Yorkshire Ripper was arrested. The newspaper was on solid ground legally because Sutcliffe had already admitted in court to being the Yorkshire Ripper. An Insight journalist, the author, had called at Laptew's home in Bradford unannounced late one night, having been tipped off that West Yorkshire police were sitting on a powder keg, that a young detective had already submitted a damning report about Sutcliffe in the summer of 1979, but it was ignored. It took the reporter several days to track Laptew down to the new home he shared with his wife Sheila. The couple had an ex-directory phone number and were completely surprised by this late-night visit. Having invited him into their sitting room, Laptew politely refused to confirm or deny the story. "I'm sorry," he said repeatedly. "I am not in a position to say anything. There is nothing I can say." Laptew was very nervous, clearly aware that the newspaper man knew the whole story. The policeman talked about anything and everything rather than discuss his visit to Sutcliffe's home and the report he compiled for his senior officers. Several times he tried to divert the unwelcome visitor. He mentioned he was a fan of the American crime writer Joseph Wombaugh, anything to avoid discussing the subject of Peter Sutcliffe. At 1 a.m., 3 hours after he first knocked on their door, the Sunday Times man got ready to leave. "Andrew," he said, "Insight will run this story on Sunday because I know it is true. I must warn you that after it appears, the world and his wife will be knocking at your door. The tabloids will be here in force, so be prepared. I appreciate you cannot say anything at all, but I want to give you one last chance to knock the story on the head. If it is not true, I don't want to publish it. When I am leaving, all you have to do is ask me to stay and have one last cup of coffee. I'll know then that something is wrong with my information. Is that clear?" Laptew said nothing. Saying his farewells to the couple as he was about to cross the threshold, the man from the Insight team turned back to face them. "Andrew, do you want me to stay for another cup of coffee?" "No," said the policeman with a clear conscience. "I don't want you to stay for another coffee." Next morning, Laptew contacted a senior detective at Leicester Police Station and told him the Sunday Times had been at his house making inquiries. He had told them nothing. A few days later, the explosive revelation appeared on the Sunday Times front page, headlined, "Sutcliffe killed 3 more women after being named as a prime suspect." Before even local church pews were being warmed by Sunday worshippers, a pack of newsmen had descended on Laptew's doorstep wanting more details and pictures. His police bosses had several days' notice that the scandal was about to break in the media, but had made no arrangements to protect their officer. Any clear-thinking organisation would have told him to make himself scarce for a few days. At the very least, a press officer would have anticipated the media and offered to shield him from the feeding frenzy at his home. Instead, the officer was left to deal alone with the barrage from the reporters, much of it hostile to West Yorkshire police. It was the oldest trick in the book. The Fleet Street men said the most outlandish things in a bid to provoke a response. It worked. Naively trying to defend his force, Laptew opened up, saying it was not to blame. "I was not 99% certain, otherwise I would have pulled him in, but he was the best I had seen so far, and I had seen hundreds. I feel sick inside," he said. "The simple truth is that he had all the luck and we had none." Radio and television news bulletins ran the story, and the press went to town with front-page banner headlines. "I told my chiefs, he's the Ripper, 18 months before they seized him." The Sun. "How Ripper slipped the net." The Daily Express. "Shelved, my dossier on the Ripper." The Daily Mirror. Within a few days, Andrew Laptew was called in by a chief superintendent and issued with a Regulation 7 notice under the Police Act. It informed him he was the subject of a disciplinary investigation, accused of giving unauthorized interviews to the press. He was suspected of being the original source of the Sunday Times story. In fact, nothing could have been further from the truth. He never once discussed the case with the author, not until 20 years later when he was approached in connection with an ITV documentary film then being made. When he knocked on Laptew's front door in the autumn of 1998, the film's producer, the author, fully expected a mouthful of abuse for all the trouble the original story had caused the officer. By then, Andrew and Sheila Laptew had moved to a much bigger detached house in the northern Bradford suburb of Idle. Their teenage daughter came to the door. The caller asked if her father was home and mentioned his name. A few seconds later, he heard Sheila Laptew's voice. "Michael. Michael Bilton. Is that you, Michael?" A jolly woman whose face he could not have recognized invited him in, then took him through to where her husband sat in the lounge. He was amazed to find the 50-year-old police officer weighing 260 pounds, giving him a firm handshake and welcoming him like some long-lost friend. It was a weird sensation for the writer/filmmaker. He had spent almost 18 years wondering whether his story had harmed the young officer's career, but stayed out of touch deliberately to avoid even a hint that they had colluded on the original article. Laptew put him at his ease. He was particularly grateful for the warning the reporter had given him all those years previously about the tabloid interest in the story. He regretted not having appreciated how serious the situation was. "I knew I hadn't said anything to you, so I didn't think there would be a problem," he said. The investigation carried out by a senior officer exonerated him, but Laptew's career went nowhere. He always felt under a cloud of suspicion and had spent the intervening years resenting his treatment at the hands of Superintendent Dick Holland. When he left the force in 2001, Laptew was still a sergeant, and Holland was a welcome guest at his leaving party. Without question, the revelation in early May 1981 that Laptew had pointed the finger of suspicion at Sutcliffe long before he was caught helped fuel criticism of the police. There was a demand for a public inquiry. Police and MPs then attacked the press for buying up stories of Ripper case witnesses before they gave evidence in court. The Press Council lashed some of the Fleet Street papers in a report which took more than a year to produce. It also singled newspapers out for criticism for creating the impression that Sutcliffe, even though he had not then been charged, was beyond doubt the killer of 13 women and girls, and that a trial was no more than a formality. However, the most crucial critique of the Ripper investigation was conducted in secret by the police service itself at the behest of William Whitelaw, the Home Secretary, after the trial finished. Lawrence Byford, one of the inspectors of constabulary, reassembled his super squad of senior officers and Professor Stuart Kind to undertake the most rigorous analysis ever of the way the police did their job. Byford's main priority was to learn the lessons for the police service as a whole. Few modern British institutions have ever been subjected to such painstaking scrutiny. Assisted by a backroom staff of middle-ranking officers, they examined the 5-year investigation in minute detail, looking for the reasons the Yorkshire Ripper had not been captured earlier. Byford believed they owed the country a duty to ensure changes were made in serious crime investigations. "We weren't looking for scapegoats, but we needed to know what went wrong and why," he said. The effort took 5 months, and the result was a devastating 156-page indictment of the West Yorkshire Police. Byford's team based itself at a police training college at Panel Ash near Harrogate in North Yorkshire, staying at the Crown Hotel in nearby Boroughbridge. 15 miles from Leeds, they wanted to maintain complete confidentiality. Senior officers on the Ripper case had to drive out to Panel Ash to undergo very searching questioning about their actions. Thus, Dick Holland, in the summer of 1981, found himself waiting in the very library where 28 years earlier he had studied for his exams as a young trainee constable. Now he was a detective superintendent and the deputy head of Bradford's CID. In the corridor outside, he spoke briefly to Les Emmett, the deputy chief constable from Thames Valley, who was to question him formally in considerable detail. Holland mentioned they had worked together on the murder of a teenage girl in Wakefield in 1965 when Ement came up from Scotland Yard with a senior murder squad detective. Ement said he remembered. Holland wasn't so sure. The interview took more than 13 hours, during which he was allowed a meal from a local fish and chip shop. He was called back again next day. "I had a feeling I was on trial," said Holland many years later. "When I got back to where I was working, I said I had a worse grilling than the Yorkshire Ripper." He remembers as a draining experience trying to explain the way he and Oldfield ran the inquiry. He was shown the 4 separate index cards relating to Sutcliffe in the incident room files and asked how it could have happened. Why were they not cross-referenced? Clearly, he told them, they should have been. "I can't understand why we got 3 mistakes with him. All those errors with one person. Sutcliffe is a common name in North Bradford, but they should have been cross-referenced, and then they would have all ended up in one folder. There is no doubt that had any of us seen all the papers at the same time, then bells would have rung earlier. There should have been a folder with everything in it. It would have got thicker and thicker." He was asked about Lapchew's report, but could not specifically recall it. "I remembered with one of the sections of Sutcliffe's file there was something else attached to it, and I was able to show there were pinholes in the top where something had become detached after I saw it. I was looking at the corners because I said, 'I'm sure there's something else. I can't remember specifically what it was.'" Nevertheless, Byford was castigating in his report to the Home Secretary. The incident room formed the nucleus of the Ripper inquiry, acting as a repository of all information and an initiator of all action. The system contained a wealth of information in relation to Sutcliffe. Tragically, a number of errors and omissions by members of staff ensured that much of this information remained within the system, as a result of which the officers who interviewed Sutcliffe on different occasions were unaware of the variety of routes by which he had previously been recorded. The ultimate conclusion is that, far from maintaining its place as the nerve centre of the most important detective effort in history, the Millgarth Major Incident Room became sadly inefficient and had the direct effect of frustrating the work of senior investigating officers and junior detectives alike. Later, Oldfield came to damn Byford's inquiry, telling a colleague, "These buggers, these bastards, what have they done? If you look at what they have written about this." Byford was highly critical of the Chief Constable for allowing Oldfield to act as the senior investigating officer during the inquiry and continue his normal job of ACC crime. That this situation led to the breakdown of Mr. Oldfield's health is not at all surprising, and the fact that he was allowed to work to this extent is clearly a reflection not only on his own judgment, but on that of his Chief Constable, who should have seen that his senior detective was overloaded and have made arrangements for him to be relieved of his routine responsibilities. Equally important in connection with leadership was the Chief Constable's failure to take positive action when Mr. Oldfield had to stop work as a result of illness. An acting assistant chief constable should have been appointed at that stage, and clear directions should have been given about ultimate responsibility for the Ripper inquiry. In an even more critical passage, Byford, who wrote the final report himself, attacked Oldfield directly. "I am firmly of the view that in the cross-border serious crime situation there needs to be one officer in overall command of the investigation with the authority to direct the course of the investigation in all the police areas affected. The choice of officer to take supreme command is obviously of vital importance. The temptation to appoint the senior man on age or service grounds should be resisted unless it is clear that this candidate has all the qualities required in an inquiry leader. The person appointed requires not only the professional competence which will inspire confidence in those who work for him, but the charisma which will ensure loyalty to him and his policies, even when there is individual doubt about their validity. These attributes were clearly not present during the Ripper inquiry, and it was Assistant Chief Constable Oldfield's failure to lead effectively which paved the way for the loss of confidence in and loyalty to his inquiry policies. Nevertheless, the tone of the Byford report overall did not dwell on errors by individuals, but instead analysed precisely where management mistakes had damned the investigation's chances of success. The objective was to make sure that it didn't happen again, and that had to be done with the goodwill of the service, said Andrew Sloane, a member of the Byford review team who went on to become Chief Constable of Strathclyde, the second biggest police force in Britain. Most important was to establish what went wrong so we could make sure that it did not happen again in the future. We had to look at all aspects of the investigation, identify the mistakes, because the service could not afford to go through this agonizing experience again. Our long-term role was to produce change, because we knew there would never be a better time to persuade the service to change. They would totally have to rethink the investigation of serious crimes. Our objective was to move the service forward, not to build on a smokescreen of recrimination. I didn't want to humiliate and humble these men. This wasn't our role. I knew the difficulty under which they laboured, and during all that time, despite the mistakes and stupidities and everything else, they were being honest. There were monumental balls-ups made here, but they weren't made deliberately. They were doing their best in accordance with their experience and previous practice in matters which were totally new to the police service. They didn't find the answers. That doesn't mean you should just condemn and send them to the scaffold. No mistake was more obvious than the acceptance of the Geordie letters and tape as genuine. Byford's team considered the tragic error could have been avoided if senior detectives had used greater imagination and flexibility in making critical decisions. The Ripper squad had crucially failed to be flexible when deciding the criteria for judging which women had been attacked by the Yorkshire Ripper. Byford's team drew up a list of 13 more of his victims. Certain they had been excluded because they did not fit the Ripper's modus operandi. Yet all the additional victims had been attacked about the head from behind. They were all unaccompanied, but not necessarily involved in prostitution. Some were stalked on foot first and then attacked. In other cases, Sutcliffe walked and talked with the victim before striking them down. Many photo fits were provided of a man with dark hair and a beard of some kind. Incredibly, several attacks were excluded because the injuries indicated a hammer of a different size had been used from that required by the criteria. In 2 of these cases in particular, the victims were able to provide good descriptions of the assailant, including that he had a Mandarin or Jason King moustache, and in one case a goatee beard, the report said. Byford's backroom staff analysed a total of 92 different photo-fit descriptions supplied by victims or witnesses following attacks on women in West Yorkshire from December 1972. They displayed many of them on a wall for the review team to examine. The result was electrifying. I remember seeing them all together for the first time, says Sir Andrew Sloane. That was a sunny day and they covered quite a large section of the wall. We went in and had a look. It was immediately apparent that Sutcliffe appeared again and again among them. We could not understand why this hadn't been done before. We were astounded to see how many there were of a dark-haired, bearded man. I felt almost a physical blow to the stomach because there was Peter Sutcliffe looking at us from these assembled pictures. Of course, we had the benefit of hindsight, but even without that knowledge it was obvious there was a dark-haired, bearded man appearing again and again. The obvious thing was that they were mainly hairy. They should have done the same thing we did. We felt this was an opportunity that had been missed. Had it been done systematically, I am sure when Sutcliffe was interviewed, someone would have said, "I don't like this. I am taking this man in." He would have been arrested and taken in for a full interrogation followed by a proper scenes of crime examination of his house. Byford himself spelled out the mistake to the Home Secretary. What is now very clearly established is that had senior detectives of the West Yorkshire Police assembled the photo-fit impressions from surviving victims of all hammer assaults or assaults involving serious head injuries on unaccompanied women, they would have been left with an inescapable conclusion that the man involved was dark-haired with a beard and a moustache. They would also have learned from Olive Smelt, Caroline Tracy Brown, and Marilyn Moore, all of whom had spoken to him, that he had a local accent and was certainly not noticeably a Geordie. In her statement to police, Marilyn Moore said the Ripper told her he knew a right quiet place they could go for sex. It was a typical Yorkshire expression. As early as November 1977, when Sutcliffe was twice interviewed by Ripper Squad detectives, photo fits were available from the survivors of 4 attacks not then attributed to the series. In August and November 1978, when he was next questioned, the photo fit provided by survivor Marilyn Moore was also available. The Byford report went on. Detective Constable Laptew remarked on the similarity between Sutcliffe and the Moore photo fit. Had that photo fit, which was to some extent discredited by the attitude of senior detectives, been supported by those provided by the earlier assault victims, Constable Laptew would have had much greater grounds for suspicion, and Sutcliffe could hardly have avoided being arrested. The information from the survivors of assaults would have been equally effective in A. dispelling the theory that Jane MacDonald was the first non-prostitute victim, B. disproving the Geordie connection, since Miss X, Brown, Smelt and Moore all had conversation with their assailant and could say that he did not have a northeastern accent, C. showing the letters and tape to be a hoax, which they subsequently provided to be because these assault cases had not been mentioned in major newspaper reports and were thus unknown to the author. It became obvious to the review team that their recommendations would have to be wide-ranging. The most immediate changes would have to be in training senior officers, cross-border cooperation, and urgently bringing in computers. Byford himself wanted a thoroughly tested computer system that could handle hundreds of thousands of pieces of information and be used in more than one force area. The Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police, Sir David McNee, travelled north from Scotland Yard to meet the review team at Byford's request and lent his support for changes in police training regimes. Later, on a hot summer's day midway through the review at Panel Ash, they had another eminent visitor. Stuart Kind, the forensic science professor, found himself looking out of the window at the car park and the gleaming limousines belonging to his senior police colleagues on the review team. At that moment, a 10-year-old Ford saloon pulled up. Out stepped the permanent Under-Secretary of State at the Home Office, the man who ran the place, Sir Brian Cubban. Kind, whose wife would testify that he showed little interest in sartorial matters, could not help noticing the senior mandarin was wearing a suit so crumpled it looked as if it had been slept in. Over the course of the next couple of hours, Sir Brian listened intently as the review team, under Byford's chairmanship, took him through various aspects of their inquiry. Later they broke for coffee. The permanent Under-Secretary wandered over to where the lone scientist was standing. He took him gently by the arm and said quietly, "Kind, the police must be made to realise that crime investigation is a high-grade intellectual pursuit." Then he walked away. Recalling the moment many years later, Kind commented, "These were the only words he spoke to me. I thought, it's nice to know that someone thinks the same way as I do, but bugger me, here is a bloke with 75,000 employees, not including the police. He is the boss, the man who controls the purse strings, and if he can't do anything about it, how can anybody?" Chapter 19. DNA, DNA, DNA. The House of Commons was in sombre mood as the Home Secretary outlined Lawrence Byford's findings and recommendations to MPs in January 1982. The contents of the report were political dynamite, and William Whitelaw robustly declined several appeals to have it made public. Regarded as highly confidential advice to a Minister of the Crown, it was the kind of information government departments traditionally keep well out of the public gaze. The upper reaches of the Home Office had decided to restrict tightly circulation of the report and its damaging conclusions. Those who read it were allowed to do so on almost a wartime need-to-know basis. Byford's discoveries about the way the Ripper investigation was conducted were so devastating that his report could not even be read by Britain's chief constables, the very men who ran the police service at ground level. The people who really should have ingested its contents, senior detectives in charge of homicide investigations, were not given a sight of it either. The briefest possible summary of the Byford report was placed in the House of Commons library as a sop to MPs. This 1,200-word document was a fig leaf. It gave no hint of the terrible debacle Byford's review team had uncovered. Whitelaw gravely told MPs of major errors of judgment by the police during the tragic case, but he didn't elaborate. The largest criminal investigation ever mounted in Britain had imposed great strain on all concerned, he said. Whitelaw continued, It would have been surprising if in this unprecedented situation there were no mistakes, trying to dampen hostility from MPs and the press. Having produced arguably the most crucial report in the 20th century on the detection of major crime, its author was anxious for the lessons to be learned as quickly as possible. Chief constables and the police service generally, Byford initially felt, were unlikely to be influenced by the limited information made public by Whitelaw to Parliament. They would only be encouraged to take decisive action by studying the fine detail. Byford wrote to a colleague, "I have made the point very strongly to the Home Office that the cost of conducting the inquiry and preparing the report cannot be justified by what has happened so far, and that publication of the report, albeit in an expurgated version, will be necessary if our operation is to be in any way cost-effective." A few weeks later, however, Byford appeared to have changed his mind. Resistance from senior civil servants seems the most likely explanation. His report, he told the same colleague, had to be kept under wraps. The Home Office would implement his recommendations, and Byford now appeared to accept that his report would be seen by only a handful of people. He wrote, "I hardly need to point out that any leakage of information from the report would, even at this stage, prove highly embarrassing to the Home Secretary. I am as conscious as anyone of the need for the service to learn the valuable lessons contained in the report, and am anxious that the report should be circulated so far as is consistent with the need for these lessons to be got across to serving officers. At the same time, I am aware of the inherent dangers which the release of material from the report would involve for the morale of the West Yorkshire Force and the police service, as well as for the Home Secretary, whose handling of the issue has been so helpful to the service generally." In fact, morale among West Yorkshire police could not have got any worse, and was already at rock bottom. The knives came out the moment Sutcliffe was sentenced, and the axe fell on George Oldfield and Dick Holland when the press and several Yorkshire MPs demanded blood. Dick Holland was moved back into uniform as part of his career development. He had been a police officer for 28 years, had spent more than 20 years as a detective, and now had only 20 months to go before he drew his pension. He was posted at short notice to a subdivision at the furthest end of the county, many miles from his home in Huddersfield. He appealed through the Superintendents' Association and ended up closer to home in charge of a small police station at Sowerby Bridge on the edge of the Yorkshire Dales. During the general election of 1983, William Whitelaw briefly stopped off at the small town on the campaign trail, and Holland's officers provided extra security for him. Whitelaw made a point of seeking out Holland as the local police chief to thank him personally for this. He had no idea of his role in the Ripper case. Oldfield was sacked as head of West Yorkshire's CID and moved sideways to become head of operational support, in charge of traffic, frogmen, police dogs, horses and criminal records. His health was given as the official reason for the change. Many colleagues saw it as a cruel public humiliation of a long-serving officer. Realists believe Ronald Gregory had little choice but to act swiftly to offset discontent among local MPs and members of his police authority. Oldfield never spoke openly about what happened, but a close friend said he was hurt and bitterly disappointed, believing he had been sacrificed for political reasons. George Oldfield retired in June 1983, aged 59, having completed 36 years police service. Within 2 years he was dead, having never spoken publicly about the case or its aftermath. All the leading lights in the investigation had quietly left the West Yorkshire Force by mid-1983. Ronald Gregory retired as Chief Constable, quickly followed by Hobson, Gilrain and Holland. Hobson opted to become security officer for a business in Bradford. Holland kept watch on security at a hospital in Huddersfield. Gilrain realised it was time to go when he was moved back into uniform as a divisional commander. Gregory caused immediate controversy by selling his account of the Ripper investigation to a national newspaper for £40,000, settling a few scores along the way with bitter criticism of Lawrence Byford's review. Byford, newly knighted and promoted as Her Majesty's Chief Inspector of Constabulary, did not respond. He was too busy implementing radical changes to the investigation of serious crime. Highest priority was the rapid standardization of major incident rooms so information could easily be exchanged between forces. Staff manning incident rooms received special training and their work was regularly audited. Senior investigating officers learned corporate management skills. When multi-force investigations happened, an assistant chief constable was placed in overall charge. They too received special training at Bramshill Police College. Specialist advisors, including forensic scientists, were drafted into major investigations. The new rules were tested for the first time in the hunt for a triple killer called Barry Prudhomme in 1982. He shot dead one police officer while being questioned, then killed a man in Nottinghamshire while on the run. He then ruthlessly tried to murder another police constable before succeeding in shooting dead a police sergeant at Malton, North Yorkshire. With 3 forces involved, Andrew Sloane, newly promoted to Deputy Chief Constable of Lincolnshire, was given command of the murder hunt. A fully computerised incident room was still a long way off, so an existing North Yorkshire Police ICL computer was linked to incident rooms at Newark and Lincoln, and a simple index system created with input from all 3 force areas. Sloane brought in a senior forensic scientist and other specialists running the inquiry from Panel Ash near Harrogate, where the Byford report team had based themselves the previous year. 3 weeks after the first murder, armed police laid siege to Malton to prevent the killer escaping. Prudhomme was hiding in the town, holding a family hostage. He was later cornered, but before he could be captured, took his own life. 2 years later, Andrew Sloane was Chief Constable of Bedfordshire Police when they were hunting an armed rapist known as the Fox. Malcolm Fairley had become Britain's most wanted man. He struck in 6 different police force areas between April and September 1984, breaking into homes and committing acts of indecency against the occupants. Several attacks occurred in the Bedfordshire town of Leighton Buzzard. In one, he raped a housewife after holding her at gunpoint and forcing her to tie up her husband. In another, he fired his shotgun at point-blank range, causing serious injuries to a victim. Striking across the border in Thames Valley, he broke into a bungalow and committed acts of indecency and rape on an 18-year-old girl, her 21-year-old boyfriend and 17-year-old brother. Next, he went north, committing more offences in South Yorkshire and County Durham, until he was finally caught. Despite reservations at the Home Office, Sloane's men used a Mica computer system with terminals in all the force areas where the Fox struck, producing a single database. Just as in the hunt for the Yorkshire Ripper, fear generated a huge response from the public. Massive amounts of information were gathered and 18,000 messages went into the incident rooms. Information was collected on more than 3,000 possible suspects. Large volumes of information held on the computer were systematically searched, something virtually impossible to do with the old index card system. After Fairley's name was thrown up as a potential suspect, 2 officers interviewed him. An obscure fact held on the computer database finally helped to crack the case. A detective read how a woman who was raped had seen a distinctive watch on the Fox's right wrist. Fairley was observed picking his watch up with his left hand and strapping it to his right wrist. Confronted with this, he confessed. He received 6 life sentences. In 1986, the computerized incident room finally arrived. Called Holmes, Home Office Large Major Inquiry System, it did virtually everything Lawrence Byford had demanded 5 years earlier. Never again would a manual system overwhelm an investigation. Holmes could store and process all the information gathered during an inquiry. Statements, messages and actions could be fed in and later printed out as documents when required by the Crown Prosecution Service. Holmes became the centrepiece of the biggest mass murder investigation ever mounted in Britain. By an extraordinary coincidence, Andrew Sloane was again intimately involved. By Christmas 1988, he had become Chief Constable of Strathclyde, the second biggest force in Britain, with its headquarters in Glasgow. The tiny neighbouring force of Dumfries and Galloway was landed with a massive murder inquiry after Pan Am Flight 103 was blown up by a terrorist bomb over Lockerbie, killing 270 people. Sloane, who was brought up a farmer's son a few miles from the crash scene, offered the local force assistance under a mutual aid programme. he sent highly experienced senior investigators and Strathclyde's Holmes computer team to assist. From their base in the Lockerbie Academy, they were connected to the Holmes computer in Glasgow, which was dedicated solely to the Lockerbie investigation. Sloane arranged for his own force to rent another system. The Lockerbie investigation involved forces from the United States, Britain, and Germany. Holmes was linked to New Scotland Yard in London, the FBI in Washington, D.C., the local incident room in Scotland, and the West German police in Frankfurt. Holmes saved hugely on manpower costs when serious unsolved crimes became complex. Information stored on the computer could be searched with a high degree of subtlety. Managers were better able to control resources during a major investigation. Data could be cross-indexed and the computer asked to isolate specific information or draw comparisons. Had the Ripper Squad had a system only half as capable as Holmes, it would certainly have cracked the investigation in 1977. By feeding 53,000 vehicle owners' names into the computer resulting from the tyre tracks left at various murder scenes, they could easily have cross-checked the names of the 6,000 Shipley area employees who could have received the new £5 note found in Jean Jordan's handbag in Manchester. Sutcliffe's name would have been thrown up, and, with luck, he would have still been in possession of the car he used when he went to Manchester. The incriminating tyres would then have been found. The Ripper Squad would only have needed to ask the computer to show only those names on List 1 and List 2. Peter Sutcliffe would have been arrested in 1977 and subjected to rigorous questioning at a police station. His home would have been searched and his clothing forensically tested, along with the tools in his garage and car. The hacksaw which Dick Holland eventually found in his garage in January 1981 would have been the first item to be minutely examined for a blood match with Jean Jordan. A second-generation computer, Holmes II, arrived in the mid-1990s. It uses commercial off-the-shelf components and the familiar Windows software technology. As a result of 3 decades of constant effort and refinement, Britain's homicide detectives now have a 21st-century computer system which their counterparts on the Yorkshire Ripper Squad could only have dreamed of. Yet the greatest leap forward in detecting murders has come not from computers, but through the discovery of the DNA double helix molecule in the 1950s. Deoxyribonucleic acid is the unique configuration of protein molecules in cells that determines the inherited genetic characteristics of every human being. In September 1984, 30 years after DNA was discovered, a geneticist at Leicester University, Alec Jeffreys, was looking at the ways DNA differed between people. He was trying to map genes and develop diagnoses for inherited diseases. As he was extracting DNA from human muscle, he realized that particular elements within a DNA molecule acted as a genetic marker, each unique to one individual human being. The possible benefits for forensic science were quickly apparent. Using electric fields and radioactive labeling, his team was able to produce a DNA fingerprint, a pattern of bands or stripes on X-ray film, and could determine whether 2 biological samples came from the same individual. Close examination of the patterns of bands on the X-ray meant family relationships could also be easily shown. Jeffreys quickly realized that half the bands from a child's DNA fingerprint came from its mother and half from its father. Other than identical twins, no 2 people have the same DNA fingerprint. Following this discovery, forensic scientists were able to gather DNA samples at a crime scene from a variety of sources, including blood, bone, sweat, hair, saliva, semen, and skin. The first murder conviction gained as a result of DNA evidence happened in January 1987. 2 15-year-old girls were murdered in Leicestershire, 3 years apart, near the village of Enderby. The finding of the second girl's body jacked up the murder investigation as it raised the possibility of a serial killer being at large. DNA evidence was obtained from the crime scenes and a mass screening of potential suspects organized. DNA swabs were taken from all men in the area aged between 16 and 34. Unknown to the police, the killer had persuaded a friend to give a sample on his behalf in an effort to throw detectives off the scent. Later, the man who gave the false DNA swab confessed to friends in a pub. The The murder squad was alerted, and the finger of suspicion finally pointed to a local bakery worker called Colin Pitchfork. A new DNA test confirmed beyond doubt that he was responsible, and he confessed to strangling both girls. It was an amazing leap forward that heralded a series of unsolved murders being detected, in some cases 20 or 30 years after the trails had gone cold. DNA testing resulted in many murderers being convicted worldwide. It also helped to prove the innocence of some suspects. DNA fingerprinting confirmed the identity of the corpse of a top Nazi war criminal, Dr. Joseph Mengele, in Argentina, provided a positive identification for the remains of the last Russian Tsar's family, and was used by grandmothers in Buenos Aires to reunite them with their lost grandchildren, whose parents had died during Argentina's dirty war in the 1970s. In the UK, a national DNA database was set up at the Forensic Science HQ in Birmingham, one of a multiplicity of computerized databanks now being used in the fight against serious crime. By 2002, the DNA database held nearly 1 million suspect profiles and an additional 180,000 profiles based on material found at various crime scenes. The suspect database can also be linked to Phoenix, the police national computerized index of criminal records. Under a 1994 law, suspects charged with or cautioned for an offence carrying a prison term have to provide 2 DNA swabs or a minimum of 10 hairs with roots. These are then matched with profiles in the databases. During the first 6 years, more than 97,000 hits were matched, involving hundreds of cases of murder, manslaughter and rape, as well as thousands of volume crimes like burglary and car crime. The police have power to take the samples by force if necessary. At crime scenes, major advances in testing now enable DNA to be extracted from tissue samples. Blood and saliva from old exhibits can be analysed. Hairs picked up by sticky tape and preserved in forensic laboratories can also be matched. Until this breakthrough in testing, there was little that could be done with these exhibits. Now, the dead tissue from a single hair shaft can be used to extract DNA, using samples so small as to be invisible to the naked eye, some about 1,000th the size of a grain of salt. Only a few cells are needed to get a match. Strands of hair themselves contain no genetic material, but skin cells clinging to the base of a hair are capable of being tested. Forensic scientists at a crime scene can now examine cups and glasses to see whether a criminal has drunk from them, and test to see whether skin cells from their lips have been left behind. Fingerprints can be examined for traces of sweat or any skin cells. By 2020, the DNA database held 6.6 million DNA profiles. DNA techniques can now determine gender and, in many cases, the ethnicity of a suspect. Scientists say ultimately they will be able to isolate hair color, eye color, and facial characteristics. DNA fingerprinting cannot by itself be used to obtain a conviction. It has to be part of a jigsaw of corroborative evidence. Stringent care has to be taken to preserve the integrity of the samples to avoid cross-contamination. A stray hair, a sneeze, or other body fluid or fingerprint all potentially prejudice a crime scene by cross-contamination of a DNA exhibit, a report to Parliament explained. Single-cell analysis and vastly improved methods of collecting DNA from a crime scene exacerbate the risk. To counteract this danger, a separate element within the DNA database carries an additional 40,000 DNA profiles from the police officers and support staff likely to attend crime scenes. If innocent contamination takes place, the database allows it to be eliminated quickly. Another computerized database based on research carried out in Derbyshire in the 1980s shows that people who go on to commit major offences often have previous convictions for minor offences with some sexual connotations, like indecent exposure or stealing women's underwear. Recording DNA profiles from people convicted for these offences is seen as a crucial factor in preventing or detecting more serious offences later. A major refinement in the use of DNA now occurs in murder and rape cases. British police forces have adopted a system of intelligence-led mass screenings using offender profiling techniques. Potential suspects fitting a profile because of their age or geographic location, physical description or past criminal activity are invited to provide DNA samples to help with the police investigation. The samples are then matched with DNA found at a crime scene. Innocent suspects' DNA has to be removed from the database by law. DNA can pinpoint a particular criminal, but investigators still have to find a murderer or rapist in order to put them in the frame. This being so, computers will remain the backbone of major criminal investigation, and increasingly sophisticated programs are being developed. What Professor Stuart Kind did on graph paper in his hotel room in 1980 as he tried to plot the Yorkshire Ripper's base of operations using centre of gravity techniques has, by the 21st century, become a complex exercise in mathematical computation. Criminal geographic targeting is a highly advanced program that measures distances between fixed points, crime scenes, and the homes of likely criminals, and undertakes the number-crunching calculations. If a criminal carries out a series of crimes that can be plotted on a map, a system called Rigel plots where he might live. The Police National Computer in its infancy during the Ripper inquiry is under constant development and now handles 200,000 inquiries a day from all over Britain with an average response time of 0.3 seconds. It lists several million criminal records as well as people who are wanted, missing from home or disqualified from driving. It records stolen property and 44 million vehicles registered in the UK. Since 1997, an automatic number plate recognition system has allowed special CCTV cameras to read large volumes of car registration numbers. ANPR, automatic number plate recognition, can highlight lost or stolen vehicles in real time and also be linked to an intelligence database when police conduct covert operations, monitoring vehicles, say, in a red light or high crime area, or in a hunt for terrorists during a period of heightened tension. It can be used for tracking vehicles across Britain, and an ANPR camera unit can also be fitted to mobile patrols and automatically check registration plates of any vehicle that comes within camera range. Another database, the Vehicle Online Descriptive Search, looks for vehicles using postcodes, colour and make. Phoenix, as a sophisticated intelligence system, allows large amounts of detailed information to be kept on known criminals. It is updated locally and lists names, convictions, dates of birth and aliases, and warns whether a criminal is violent or carries a particular weapon, provides physical descriptions for marks, scars, tattoos, lists a criminal's modus operandi, personal habits and associates, all of which can be cross-referenced. Nowadays, someone like Peter Sutcliffe, who once had a hammer in his possession when arrested in 1969, would almost certainly be listed in the Phoenix databank. If a hammer was then used in a serial murder, his name would crop up quickly as a potential suspect, particularly if he fitted other criteria, such as living close to a crime scene or matching a physical description with similar colour hair or a beard and moustache, or owning a vehicle which matched the description provided by a key witness. Advances in technology, however, are not enough to keep police ahead of major criminals. As the offenders become more sophisticated, the world's police forces have to match them, constantly improving their methods. The science of detection and the quality of the detectives has had to improve along with the technology. Final recognition within the British Police Service that crime investigation is a high-grade intellectual pursuit was a long time in coming. It was almost 15 years after the Yorkshire Ripper case ended that some of the most crucial advances in modern crime detection began. A National Crime Facility, NCF, was established at Bramshill at the site of the Police College in Hampshire in 1995. It brought together some of the brightest brains in the country to create a centre of excellence now used regularly by senior investigators across Britain. One of the first projects by the NCF was close scrutiny of homicides and the ways they are tackled. By examining a database of several hundred murder investigations, a broad theory of homicide was formed. The best investigators in Britain pooled their knowledge and gleaned information from the homicide database in efforts to determine the best way complex murders can be tackled. This in turn led to the development of a murder manual, a blueprint for investigating complex homicides. The NCF has more than 30 full-time crime analysts, highly experienced serving police officers scientists and behavioral psychologists who can be brought in to assist. Mostly they come in when the case is bogged down and going nowhere. The analysts can often point to fresh ways the inquiry might be advanced simply by reassessing the evidence presented at a crime scene. A field agent can be sent from the faculty to assist a senior investigating officer directly. At their disposal is an injuries database developed by forensic pathologists at Guy's Hospital, London. In 2001, the NCF handled more than 2,350 calls from police forces to their help desk. In 300 cases, they sent a support officer to assist with a difficult inquiry, and on 38 occasions provided geographic profiles. Any police force in the UK can call upon its skills free of charge, since all police forces are paying for it collectively. The development of skills and a cross-pollination of ideas from one senior investigator to another is a beneficial spin-off. A senior investigating officer dealing with a child abduction could very quickly be put in contact with other senior detectives who had handled similar cases. Having specialist-trained investigators attached to a senior investigating officer during a complex murder case allows the man in charge to think outside the box and try new ideas to solve the crime. The training of specialist investigators is now a high priority for the police service. David Barclay, a forensic scientist and a senior member of the NCF staff, says, "We are talking about no longer simply reacting to events and no longer being helpless in the wake of some dreadful things happening to people. In the Ripper case, they were not able to stand back and have a look at the overview. My job is to stand back. I say to detectives, I don't want to know anything about this case. I want to ask daft questions." Taking the lead in many of these developments was Sir David Phillips, Chief Constable of Kent and one of the few Chief Constables to have been a senior detective before heading up the hierarchy of the police service. In the mid-1990s, he was chairman of the Crime Committee of the Association of Chief Police Officers, which meant he had considerable clout among his fellow Chief Constables. Finite resources meant the day was long gone when hundreds of detectives could be thrown into a murder investigation and kept there for months on end. Improved management skills had always been a high priority for the police service, but there had been little improvement to the actual techniques of homicide investigation. The days of the brilliantly intuitive detective like Robert Fabian of Scotland Yard in the 1930s and 1940s, or Dennis Hoban in Leeds in the 1960s and 1970s, are well and truly past. Generations of senior detectives had simply been reacting to events. Phillips saw there was the opportunity to develop proactive intelligence methods to keep them one step ahead of the criminals. Looking ahead to the 21st century, Phillips wanted the role of the senior detective to be totally re-examined. Old policing methods frequently depended on detectives hauling in a few individuals on the basis of their modus operandi, or informants' tip-offs, and then confronting a prime suspect with an interrogation at a police station. It often led to a confession and the criminal revealing where he had left a murder weapon or stolen property. New laws like the Police and Criminal Evidence Act, designed to protect suspects' rights, gave the innocent greater protection. But those same laws threw up extraordinary hurdles for the police when dealing with the most hardened and experienced criminals, who frequently appear in front of a detective with a solicitor at their side, instructing them to say nothing. In many cases, senior investigators know who the criminals are, but face an uphill struggle to get a prime suspect into court and obtain a conviction. Senior detectives are now themselves legally obliged to disclose to defense lawyers all information they obtain. If they trip up professionally, they are personally at risk of being sued because of their failure to comply with the terms of the European Convention on Human Rights. In the face of this, investigators have had to raise their game. New technology, in Phillips' view, has to be used more intelligently. Greater intellectual rigour is required if serious crimes are to be solved. Trawl and search methods of investigation no longer work. The idea that every house in an area can be searched to find the needle in the haystack is unrealistic. When we find the right guy or hot suspect, unless we have got him with blood on his boots, there is not a lot going for the inquiry in many cases. We have got to get to the suspect more quickly. Today, better analytical skills and practices allow investigators to concentrate on what is important. This situation contrasts enormously with the effort by Leeds police in 1977 systematically to knock on 53,000 doors in West Yorkshire to find the man whose tyre tracks may have been left at a murder scene. It was a prime example of the trawl and search method that Phillips believes is no longer even a remote possibility. Nowadays, senior investigating officers are compelled to evaluate their database of potential suspects and shrink it down to more manageable levels. "We have to prioritise the doors we knock on," said Sir David. "We must be able to manage all kinds of databases so that we can shortlist our investigations. The critical thing is to get to the offender while there is still fresh forensic evidence, not to get to him in week 72 when all the evidence is lost. The critical breakthrough is that we are now better placed to use our intelligence input to prioritise these kinds of inquiries." Investigative files on unsolved murders are never closed. The technological age now allows detectives to re-examine cases where the trail has gone cold to the point of being frozen solid, specifically known as cold cases. Every police force in Britain has conducted reviews of old unsolved homicides. Murderers who assumed their dreadful crime was long forgotten are being surprised by a knock on the door. Some of the old case files are dug out from storage and the evidence inputted into the Holmes 2 computer. Men who were once prime suspects are re-examined. Forensic evidence is reassessed. Material bearing possible semen and bloodstains can be sent for highly advanced testing using mitochondrial DNA analysis and the most up-to-date forensic techniques. In 1999, West Yorkshire Police reopened one of John DeMale's old unsolved murders from the 1970s. Mary Gregson, a 22-year-old housewife from Shipley, was strangled in August 1977 as she walked along the towpath of a canal at Saltaire near Bradford. She struggled with her attacker, but was eventually overpowered. Over 9,000 men were interviewed at the time, but the murder squad failed to find the killer. 20 years later, scientists were able to lift DNA from forensic evidence found at the original crime scene, but the killer was not in the national database. Police started to take swabs from 3,000 local men. On the 27th of February 2000, the 535th man to be swabbed, Ian Lowther, a 24-year-old builder's labourer at the time of Mary Gregson's death, tested positive. He pleaded guilty 7 months later to murder and received a life sentence. The divorced grandfather had hidden a lie for more than 23 years. He murdered his victim in a drunken stupor after his sexual advances were spurned. Because of a paucity of forensic material, new DNA techniques have not been applied to the many cold cases that may have been committed by Peter Sutcliffe. He was locked up in the high-security Broadmoor Special Hospital in Berkshire. Several years after Sutcliffe was jailed, psychiatrists re-examined him and then sent him to Broadmoor under the 1983 Mental Health Act. Mr. Justice Boreham, at his Old Bailey trial, had recommended he serve a minimum of 30 years for his crimes, but his ultimate fate would be determined by the Home Secretary of the day. He was one of a select number of notorious criminals in Britain likely never to be released, because even the remotest suggestion that Sutcliffe could be freed from custody would unleash widespread public outrage. The fact that for at least 3 decades he had been deemed to be suffering from a mental disorder and remained a threat to the lives of others irresistibly suggested he would never emerge from the high walls surrounding Broadmoor. Yet even inside the hospital, Sutcliffe can never feel secure. Since he was jailed in 1981, he has 3 times been on the receiving end of physical attacks. In 1983, a fellow prisoner in the hospital wing at Parkhurst Prison hit him in the face with a glass, causing a horrendous injury. In March 1997, he was stabbed in both eyes with a felt-tip pen by a fellow Broadmoor patient. A year earlier, another patient had tried to strangle him with the flex from a pair of headphones. During all his time behind walls, Sutcliffe has revelled in his notoriety. He has enjoyed having a large number of female pen pals, and several women have visited him. Periodically, news that he has formed an attachment with one of his correspondents fuels coverage in the tabloids. More recently, the press claimed he had rediscovered religion. Brought up a Roman Catholic, he had apparently found comfort in becoming a Jehovah's Witness. There seems little evidence, however, that Peter Sutcliffe has personally atoned for his crimes or shown remorse or compassion for his victims or their families. Moreover, he has given very little help in resolving a fundamental question. For how many more unacknowledged murders and attempted murders was he responsible? Until Sutcliffe comes clean, many women remain unsure of whether their attacker is safely locked up. Families may suspect Sutcliffe murdered a loved one, but can never be certain. When serious efforts were made to gain his cooperation in clearing up his outstanding crimes, they were reduced to a cat-and-mouse game as Sutcliffe revelled in the attention he received from a high-ranking police officer, Keith Hellawell. For 14 years in the 1980s and 1990s, Hellawell, who became Chief Constable of West Yorkshire, visited Sutcliffe to secure his cooperation in closing the files on a number of outstanding cases. Sutcliffe eventually confessed to 2 assaults, including his attack on 14-year-old Tracy Brown at Silsden in 1975. This left at least 18 additional offences that Hellawell believed Sutcliffe could be connected to. 10 had been isolated by the Byford Review team as almost certainly committed by Sutcliffe based on evidence from eyewitnesses, method of attack, or descriptions provided by surviving victims, including photo fits. Former West Yorkshire detective Des O'Boyle, who interrogated Sutcliffe following his arrest, believes Sutcliffe's violent rampages began far earlier than anyone realises, and that in 1966 and 1967, before he began attacking women, he murdered one man and tried to kill another. In January 1981, a few weeks after Peter Sutcliffe confessed to being the Yorkshire Ripper, O'Boyle followed up a hunch and questioned a 40-year-old taxi driver who was savagely attacked many years previously. O'Boyle showed him a double-page spread of passport-size photographs of men with beards and moustaches. Without hesitation, the taxi driver, John Tomey, picked out the mugshot taken after Sutcliffe was arrested in 1969 for going equipped for theft carrying a hammer in Bradford's red light district. Mr. Tomey remains convinced Sutcliffe was the man who attacked him with a ball-peen hammer and shattered his life on the 22nd of March 1967. The taxi driver picked up a fare late at night in Leeds, a young man wearing a zipped beige-coloured jacket and jeans. The passenger had a green and white college scarf which made the taxi driver think he was a student. He asked to be driven to Burnley, but at Saltaire on the outskirts of Shipley changed his mind and asked to go instead to Bingley, where Sutcliffe was then living with his parents. Near Bingley, the driver stopped under a street lamp and showed the passenger the fare card. He had a clear look at the young man. I noticed him in the back getting very agitated. He told me he hadn't got any money, but said he had an aunt at Nelson who would pay the fare. Mr. Tomey drove on. At about 11:20 p.m. at a place called Cock Hill, he stopped the car 3 miles south of Oxenhope. They were on a winding stretch of lonely moorland road in Bronte country. I had been looking for somewhere to turn around, but there were grey stone walls on either side of the road. Eventually I managed to find an opening and did a U-turn. I didn't know where I was, and I decided to go back the way we had come. I stopped to consult a map, but as I was bending down to pick it up, he brained me. Mr. Tomey was struck about the head with a hammer. As the blows rained down, he fought back, putting up his hands to defend himself. His thumb was broken, and he fell forward momentarily unconscious. When he awoke, the passenger was on the outside of the vehicle smashing the driver's window with the hammer. Mr. Tomey's habit of locking the driver's door almost certainly saved his life. He managed to start the engine and drive off to get help at a nearby cottage. The attacker had broken the headlights and the illuminated taxi sign on the roof. When police examined the vehicle, they found a mass of bloodstains and clear signs of a struggle. Hospitalised in Keighley, Mr. Tomey suffered fractures to his skull and bore crescent-shaped lacerations to his scalp, similar to those found years later on victims of the Yorkshire Ripper. In the interior of the car, forensic scientists discovered clear, cup-shaped indentations caused by a ball-peen hammer striking the ceiling. These had been made with some force as the raging attacker jerked the hammer up in a frenzy before bringing it down on Mr. Tomey's head. He described his attacker as aged between 23 and 27, 5 feet 8 to 10 inches tall, with darkish skin, dark hair with a noticeable moustache and beard. He spoke well and had a local accent. Mr. Tomey never drove again and only managed to work during 5 of the next 35 years. He never married, never had a family, and today feels Sutcliffe utterly destroyed his life. After re-interviewing Mr. Tomey in 1981, Des O'Boyle examined the file of an unsolved murder which happened on the 22nd of April 1966, 11 months earlier. The victim was an elderly man, bludgeoned about the head with a blunt instrument. The blow split 60-year-old Fred Craven's head open, and he suffocated on his own blood. There is no question that Peter Sutcliffe had the opportunity to commit the crime. He both lived and worked in the small town of Bingley on the edge of the Yorkshire Dales when the murder happened. He was 20 at the time and worked as a gravedigger in Bingley Cemetery. His 16-year-old brother Michael was questioned by West Riding detectives because he resembled a young man seen in the immediate vicinity of the murder scene. Peter Sutcliffe was never a suspect. Today, it is not known whether he was questioned, whether he was eliminated from the inquiry, or if so, on what grounds. But having just obtained Sutcliffe's confession to 13 homicides, O'Boyle believed the Yorkshire Ripper should immediately be questioned as a prime suspect for the murder of Fred Craven and the attempted murder of the taxi driver. The method of attack clearly followed Sutcliffe's modus operandi. A blow to the head from behind, struck with such severe force as to render the victim helpless. Bingley was a small town. How many people in Bingley were capable of such premeditated, lethal violence? Detectives were convinced Mr. Craven recognised his attacker. Given Sutcliffe's propensity for violence, O'Boyle considered he must now be in the frame for the Craven murder. Yet Jim Hobson, who had taken charge of the Ripper investigation following the murder of Jacqueline Hill in November 1980, turned O'Boyle's request down. Years later, O'Boyle remembered his boss's words clearly. He said, "He only murders women." To be fair to Hobson, in the aftermath of Sutcliffe's confession, he had a major job on his hands. Teams of detectives were painstakingly building the prosecution file against the most notorious murderer in British history. In the words of George Oldfield, Sutcliffe was singing like a canary, and West Yorkshire Police still needed his cooperation to help find the weapons used in the murders. However, Hobson's decision not to follow up other outstanding cases immediately was clearly wrong. There was a large number of unsolved attacks on women in West Yorkshire which bore all the hallmarks of the Yorkshire Ripper. Sutcliffe could and should have been interrogated about all these, as well as the attempted murder of Mr. Tomey and the brutal killing of Fred Craven. Today, the evidence against Peter Sutcliffe for the earlier attacks on these two men remains circumstantial but also compelling. At the very heart of Sutcliffe's crimes were the types of victim he sought, mostly women on their own at night. He had tried a number of ruses to lure them into situations where he could easily kill them. He was a coward, a weak and pathetic sadist who enjoyed the power he had over his victims. He may have had an inner compulsion to kill, but it was always the deeply vulnerable he attacked. John Tomey was struck from the rear while bending down, and Fred Craven fitted the profile of the classic Sutcliffe victim. He would have been seen as weak and unable to defend himself. A crucial physical feature made Mr. Craven, the local bookmaker, instantly recognisable among the people of Bingley. He was 4 feet 7 inches tall and disabled. He suffered a severe and obvious congenital spinal problem and spent his first 12 years in a plaster cast. Doctors firmly predicted he would not live beyond the age of 21. He had a tough life, but according to his family, showed tremendous courage. His son, Ronald, now a successful local businessman, remembers his father as a deeply moral man. "He was a hard man, a black and white man," he said. His father and brother were top-class rugby league players, and he had to compete with his brother and live up to his father's reputation. Fred Craven was naturally right-handed, but a bone had to be removed from his hand, so he taught himself to write left-handed. When Ronald was 14, his mother left home. Fred Craven brought up his son and 3 younger daughters on his own. He never dreamed of shirking his responsibilities. In April 1966, 27-year-old Ronald Craven had a phone call from his great-uncle urgently asking him to come home from work. Something was wrong with his father. Ronald thought he must have had a heart attack and only later learned he had been murdered. Mr. Craven Sr. was a commission agent whose bookie's office was upstairs above an antique shop in Wellington Street, Bingley. The day he was murdered, there was no racing, but Fred Craven decided to go into work briefly to pick up some papers. He arrived at about 11:30 a.m., and within minutes he was dead. Ronald's great-uncle discovered the body in a pool of blood immediately behind the door of the office at 11:40 a.m. His left arm had received a series of blows as he tried to defend himself, and there were lacerations to the back of his head. He was also kicked in the chest and suffered fractured ribs. The killing shocked the local community, which had not suffered such a notorious crime for many years. Ronald Craven cried for the first time since he was a schoolboy at the news of his father's death. His younger sister Jennifer, then aged 16, was so grief-stricken she did not speak for a month. It was demonstrably an opportunistic attack, which suggested a local man was responsible. Mr. Craven had been robbed by someone who knew where his office was. His imitation crocodile skin wallet had been stolen. It was believed to contain £200 in cash. The killer probably saw him enter the side door next to the antique shop. The bookmaker made a quick telephone call to a relative, and police knew the exact time it was made. They believed the killer entered his office as he was putting the phone down. They also believed he recognized his assailant. Because of the narrow time frame, detectives were sure they would make a quick arrest. Among the senior officers investigating the case was the deputy head of West Riding CID, Detective Superintendent George Oldfield. Dick Holland, then a detective sergeant with the Regional Crime Squad, was also involved in making inquiries. A few days after the murder, Oldfield issued a description of two key suspects seen looking in the antique shop window at the relevant time. In police jargon, they were artisan types, meaning they wore the clothes of working men. One was aged about 40, 5 feet 4 inches tall, in need of a shave and wearing a dark jacket and cloth cap. The other was said to be 20, 5 feet 5 inches tall, slim, wearing a dark jacket, light-coloured trousers and a blue Donovan-type cap, a style named after the popular young folk singer called, unsurprisingly, Donovan, who had several hit records in the charts. The day of the murder was a Friday, when it was traditional for local factory workers to send out for fish and chip lunches. The local fish and chip shop was very close to the murder scene in Wellington Street, and a long queue had formed outside at about 11:40 a.m. Michael Sutcliffe was taken in for questioning because he was thought to wear a Donovan cap. He told police he was getting fish and chips for the men in the factory where he worked as an apprentice joiner. Police firmly ruled Michael Sutcliffe out of any involvement in the crime, and the murder remained unsolved. Yet there are several features which point strongly in the direction of the then 20-year-old Peter Sutcliffe as the guilty man. According to Keith Sugden, one of his good friends at the time, Peter Sutcliffe also had a Donovan cap. Sugden, then an apprentice printer, vividly remembers his time as a teenager in Peter Sutcliffe's company. "I used to play the guitar. I was called Donovan because I played all his songs, like Catch the Wind and Jennifer. Peter definitely had a Donovan cap." It is beyond doubt that Peter Sutcliffe both knew Mr. Craven was the local bookie and of his disability, for Fred Craven lived in the same street, at number 23 Cornwall Road, less than 100 yards from number 57, the family home of Peter Sutcliffe, the very man who was to turn into a savage killer with a clearly recognizable pattern of attack. Who can say exactly when his dreadful litany of killings began? When Peter Sutcliffe was arrested as the Yorkshire Ripper, Fred Craven's youngest daughter, Jennifer, revealed to her brother Ronald that Sutcliffe had pestered her to go out with him. She refused several times. "I don't say this has any relevance," says Ronald Craven, "but I have always assumed Peter Sutcliffe murdered my father. When he was arrested, I rang George Oldfield and said, 'Do you think he could have had something to do with my father's death?' He said, 'I cannot talk now. He is singing like a canary. I will get back to you.' He never did, and Mr. Oldfield was fired from the case shortly afterwards." During the visits Keith Helliwell made to Broadmoor to discuss unsolved attacks, Peter Sutcliffe consistently denied any involvement in the Tomey and Craven cases. But he has also denied many other attacks where there is strong evidence that he was the perpetrator. Sutcliffe is a devious, proven liar who enjoys manipulating both people and situations. He kept Keith Helliwell on a string for years. He lied to Helliwell again and again before finally and grudgingly owning up to 2 additional attacks. His only claim to fame is his notoriety. An infamy born from striking down the weak and vulnerable, which is why it is highly likely that after John Tomey courageously fought back against him in his taxi in 1967, Sutcliffe switched his attentions to women. Had Sutcliffe confessed to killing Fred Craven or trying to murder John Tomey, he would rightly be dismissed as the cold-blooded monster he is, a man who simply enjoyed killing for the sense of power it gave him. His divine mission from God to kill prostitutes would well and truly be exposed as the ridiculous, pathetic ruse it undoubtedly was. Today, instead of being held at a maximum security Category A prison with all its restrictions, he enjoys a far more relaxed time as a patient in the comfortable but secure surroundings of a psychiatric hospital. West Yorkshire Police examined the Tomey and Craven files as part of a recent cold case review, but decided there was no evidence, forensic or otherwise, on which they could reopen either investigation. It did not help that in 1981, when Des O'Boyle tried to obtain the outstanding fingerprint evidence from both cases, he was informed it had been lost during an internal reorganisation. The chance to compare Sutcliffe's fingerprints with those found at the crime scene was lost completely. The only other major outstanding feature of the Yorkshire Ripper investigation remains the identity of the man with the Geordie accent who sent George Oldfield the infamous letters and tape. A man with blood on his hands, because by his actions he shares some of the responsibility for the deaths of 3 women. In 1999, during the production of the ITV documentary Manhunt, The Search for the Yorkshire Ripper, a request was made by the production team to West Yorkshire Police for facilities to film a DNA test being made on the envelopes the letters and tape came in. It would have been a way of showing the great changes the police had made in the detection of crime. The intention was to see if the DNA matched any of the profiles held in the then-fledgling National DNA Database. If it did not, then DNA from the envelopes, from the gum on the flap, or from the stamp the sender would have licked, could be registered on the database of crime scene profiles. If the person who sent the tapes was arrested for a reportable crime in the future, then the police could identify him. Forensic scientists had already shown he was a blood group B secretor. A DNA analysis from traces of saliva could have nailed him and brought him to book, charged with attempting to pervert the course of justice. It was not to be. Several months after the initial inquiry, the somewhat embarrassed response came back. "Sorry, we've lost the envelopes and there is no reasonable hope of us finding them." It seemed likely that the hoaxer would never be traced. Nowadays, precautions against losing vital evidence are in place, and the chances of another Yorkshire Ripper terrorising a whole region of Britain for years on end seem remote, given all the advances made in serious crime investigation. Sir David Phillips, arguably the brightest police officer of his generation, spent the latter part of his career driving forward the changes the police service needed to make. He was cautiously optimistic about the future. The serial killer will always be the most difficult sort of case to investigate. We are talking about someone who attacks randomly, and there is no linkage between the victim and the killer, and that is what makes it difficult to detect. It is not that there is no motive. There is a motive. But the victim has been selected as a prey might be selected. We are better placed than we were in that we are developing a far better intelligence database about dangerous people and maintaining a better risk analysis on dangerous people. But the nightmare scenario remains that sometimes killers will strike whom we have not heard of before, and that is the most difficult of all. If we can bring to bear all the best techniques and encourage the public against these people, we will do better than we have done in the past. Chapter 20. A suitable case for treatment. In the normal course of events, that should have been the end of the story of the long hunt to bring the Yorkshire Ripper to justice. but in the eyes of many thousands of people in the north of England who lived through Peter Sutcliffe's reign of terror, publication of Wicked Beyond Belief in February 2003 convinced them that the story was not yet over. The past has the potential of coming back to haunt people, and in late February the past was about to catch up with Sutcliffe. A devastating secret he had kept hidden for more than 20 years was finally exposed. The revelation in Wicked Beyond Belief about Sutcliffe's perverted motives for his crimes raised crucial questions about whether the Yorkshire Ripper had indeed manipulated psychiatrists and the Home Office into believing he should receive treatment for his mental illness. Just how did the most notorious killer in British history manage to achieve his clearly stated objective of spending his sentence as a patient in a mental hospital rather than in a maximum security prison? Did Peter Sutcliffe cheat the system? There was now the clearest evidence he had lied to doctors over and over again. Rather than someone who could not help himself because of his medical condition, he was all the time a premeditated sadist who had carefully stitched together the special clothing worn under his trousers so that he could enjoy sexual gratification while murdering his victims. Spelled out clearly in Chapter 17 of this book is the first ever account of what happened when Sutcliffe was strip-searched in front of 3 relatively junior detectives after he had signed his confession. This evidence, kept secret for more than 20 years, came as a bombshell to many senior detectives involved in the case and also to seasoned journalists familiar with the Yorkshire Ripper story. The news that Sutcliffe wore a homemade garment to further his twisted sexual pleasure as he stabbed his victims to death provoked headline stories in the media, because this devastating piece of information was never revealed at his trial. The doctors who examined Sutcliffe in prison and other psychiatrists who cared for him in Broadmoor Hospital never knew about it either. For those well versed in the details of Sutcliffe's trial at the Old Bailey, there were puzzling features at the time. The psychiatrists who gave evidence had seemed adamant about several vital matters. Firstly, they believed that the serial killer was telling the truth when he said he was hearing voices from God. Their diagnosis of paranoid schizophrenia was based on what he had told them during interviews. They had also carefully gone back through Sutcliffe's life history, yet no one, not his family, friends, or workmates, had previously noticed any sign that Sutcliffe was schizophrenic. Equally, he had said nothing to the police about his delusions after he was arrested. Then, several weeks after being remanded to Armley Prison, he suddenly mentioned hearing voices from God. The doctors interpreted this as meaning that Sutcliffe's capacity to know what he was doing was wrong, was clearly diminished by his illness. In the technical terms of the 1957 Mental Health Act, it meant that he was suffering from such abnormality of mind as substantially impaired his mental responsibility, and therefore could be found guilty of manslaughter rather than murder. Finally, and probably most crucially, the psychiatrists argued there was no sexual motive for his crimes. Dr. Hugo Milne said he was absolutely certain Sutcliffe had not lied when he said there was no sexual component to his murderous attacks. However, we now know Sutcliffe was desperate to hide from the world, and most especially from his wife, this seedy motive for his crimes. One eminent psychiatrist conceded in court that if there had been a sexual motive, then Sutcliffe's story of voices from God could be discounted. In short, he would have been lying to the doctors. Dr. Terence Kay, who gave evidence at the Old Bailey, had spent much of his working life in the early 1980s examining criminals at Leeds and Wakefield jails, and enjoyed a good working relationship with the prison officers. "They told me, quite frankly, that we were being fooled," he told the jury. "I wasn't troubled with the diagnosis, but as the officers quite rightly said, they spent far more time with Sutcliffe than I did." Kay even acknowledged that Sutcliffe might have learned the symptoms of schizophrenia from when his wife had a mental breakdown with the illness in 1972 when she was his girlfriend. Another psychiatrist, Dr. Malcolm McCulloch, was specifically asked by the judge, Mr. Justice Boreham, what happened to his diagnosis of paranoid schizophrenia if Sutcliffe had been lying. "It falls," he replied. Harry Ognall, QC for the prosecution, asked Dr. McCulloch if Sutcliffe had in any way deceived or misled him. "I am sure he deceived me here and there at one point or another," the psychiatrist answered. Ognall then asked, "Your diagnosis stands or falls by what this man has told you. That is the beginning and the end of it." McCulloch replied, "I don't think it's the beginning and the end, but it is substantial." Forensic psychiatry took a battering at the hands of the prosecution during the trial. The jury, finding Sutcliffe guilty of 13 murders and 7 attempted murders, wanted him jailed for life, and the judge obliged 20 times over. For Dr. Milne, who had spent 3 days giving evidence, the result was a painful experience. "The whole trial was a charade for public opinion," he said angrily in October 1982, just as other doctors were telling the Home Secretary yet again that Sutcliffe really was mentally ill and ought to be in hospital. Milne was bitter at the hypocrisy of the Home Office. "As a doctor, I found it hard to understand how the Crown, who had tested and accepted the medical evidence, could then discard that evidence and say it was idiotic and cross-examine their own experts on that basis. The man couldn't be hung, which was what everyone was screaming and shouting about, so he had to be found guilty of something. We're talking here about majority public opinion, not what you might call thinking opinion." Milne added a telling comment which clearly demonstrated his belief that the cause of psychiatry had been set back by the jury's verdict. "I believe that the whole case has reversed the relationship between law and medicine. We are back to the old situation where medicine communicates with law and law communicates with medicine, and the law only accepts what it wishes." Looking back, this could be viewed as sour grapes, or maybe as an extraordinary display of intellectual arrogance. Was Milne actually saying that physicians could never be wrong, that doctors were always correct in their diagnosis, and that those who administered the criminal justice system ought to accept what they said? Forensic psychiatrists may have felt their status had taken a severe blow, but the doctors were not going to give up their professional duty as they saw it. Despite having lost in court, the psychiatrists who examined Sutcliffe continued to seek habeas corpus. They wanted final control of the most notorious criminal in British history. They believed he showed all the signs of being mad, which meant Sutcliffe had to be transferred out of the prison system and into their care. They wanted him kept in a secure hospital where they could treat him. Sutcliffe himself was keenly aware of the doctor's strong desire to have him transferred to a secure hospital. The notion that the doctors were interested in him was not lost on the Yorkshire Ripper. In Broadmoor, he told one of his visitors, "They have got me here as a specimen. When I die, they will pickle my brain and look at it." In May 1982, 12 months after Sutcliffe was sent to prison, Dr. Milne made the 300-mile journey from Bradford to Portsmouth and took the 30-minute ferry to the Isle of Wight. His destination was Parkhurst Prison, and yet one more examination of Sutcliffe's mental state. Milne was open-minded. He was prepared to accept his original diagnosis may have been wrong. But the forensic psychiatrist found Sutcliffe still exhibited the same behaviour. In fact, he had had more delusions. The killer told prison doctors that one of his victims, Emily Jackson, had visited him in his cell. He could see her and smell her perfume. A textbook hallucination, according to the experts. Milne said, "There was no evidence to suggest that he was malingering at any time that I saw him. You couldn't possibly malinger for such a long time." In the autumn of that same year, 2 other psychiatrists recommended the Yorkshire Ripper be transferred to a secure mental hospital for treatment. William Whitelaw, the Home Secretary, refused. A few weeks later, Sutcliffe was savagely attacked by a fellow prisoner who pushed a glass into his face, causing severe injuries. Immediately, Sutcliffe's family in Bradford said he was mentally ill and should be locked up for life, but he should be put in a mental unit where he can be cared for and be safe, and people be safe from him. They were soon rebuffed by the Home Office. Parliament was told, "The Mental Health Act 1959 required the Home Secretary, before he might direct removal of a prisoner to hospital, to be satisfied that the prisoner was mentally disordered to a degree warranting his detention in a hospital for medical treatment, and that, having regard to the public interest and all the circumstances, removal would be expedient." The Home Secretary has given careful consideration to medical reports, matters brought out at Sutcliffe's trial and appeal, the offences of which he was convicted, his present circumstances in prison, and his likely future if removed to a hospital, but concluded against removal. Possibly only a cynic would suggest that politics had any part to play in this decision, but the Home Office had admitted that the public interest did feature in William Whitelaw's decision to keep Sutcliffe in prison. Moreover, 1983 was destined to be an election year, and the subject of the Yorkshire Ripper, a reviled figure throughout the country, still greatly vexed the British public. Few people were in the least bit saddened to hear that a fellow prisoner had attacked Sutcliffe and caused him serious injury. Even so, Whitelaw, a decent and humane man, ordered Sutcliffe's case to be kept under review. If there was a significant change of circumstances, the Home Office said, they might consider moving him to hospital. In March 1984, 10 months after the general election that swept Margaret Thatcher back to power with a vastly increased post-Falklands War majority, a new Home Secretary, Leon Britton, finally accepted the psychiatrist's diagnosis. Sutcliffe's condition had deteriorated greatly, the Home Office said. He was suffering from a grave mental illness, hearing voices, had no understanding of his condition, and was refusing to accept medical treatment which prisoners could not be compelled to undergo. The clear inference was that, were Sutcliffe to be transferred to a secure hospital, he would be made to take his medicine and would be treated appropriately. The transfer to Broadmoor was greeted with relief by his family and especially by his wife Sonia, who believed it confirmed what she had known all along. Peter is a sick person. They should have found this out before now. By keeping silent about his sexual compulsions, Sutcliffe had continued to lie and deceive the psychiatrists until he finally achieved his goal of being taken out of prison. He also provided those close to him, the members of his immediate family, with a plausible explanation of why he had committed such terrible crimes. I wasn't responsible, he could now plausibly say from his bed in Broadmoor, complete with its ensuite facilities. It was the voices. The very fact that he was being held under Section 47 of the 1983 Mental Health Act meant it must be true. He was no longer a criminal, but a patient who needed help. The law at the time laid down precise criteria about how and when a person could be transferred to a secure hospital. Ostensibly, the aim was to get that person treatment for his condition. Section 47 gave the Home Secretary the power of transfer when the patient had at least one of 4 types of mental disorder, on the basis of reports from 2 doctors. To understand how Sutcliffe was moved from Parkhurst Prison to Broadmoor, it is important to understand the technicalities involved. Mental disorder was defined in the law as a mental illness, arrested or incomplete development of mind, psychopathic disorder, or any other disorder or disability of mind. Mental illness is not defined. Responsibility falls heavily on the clinical diagnosis of the doctors who examine the patient. As a safeguard against abuses of human rights, certain behaviour is not deemed to constitute mental disorder. Someone could not be transferred to a mental hospital by reason only of promiscuity or other immoral conduct or sexual deviancy. Sutcliffe had been quick to stress he was not sexually deviant, and the psychiatrists said they had no evidence he was. They could only rely on the documents supplied by the police and what he told them. Without knowledge of his killing kit, how would they have known that sexual gratification was a prime reason for him attacking women? Would Sutcliffe's sexual deviancy have run counter to their diagnosis of paranoid schizophrenia? Dr. Milne told the jury it would, but stressed he found no evidence of a sexual motive. Equally, had Sutcliffe been lying about hearing the voices from God, the psychiatrist admitted, it would have left a severe dent in their diagnosis. Moreover, the law also required the mental disorder Sutcliffe was suffering from to be such that it made it appropriate for him to be detained in hospital for treatment. The Home Secretary was the person who decided whether a transfer was expedient in the circumstances, having regard to the public interest, which could mean just about anything. Sutcliffe had been one of the most loathed people in Britain, especially to fellow inmates, many of whom were very dangerous men. There were plenty of wry smiles when the news of his swift transfer to Broadmoor was announced. Some, working inside the prison system, believed Sutcliffe's move happened because the prison service could not guarantee his safety. If treatment for his condition was a key goal in moving him, then it is somewhat bizarre that for the first 10 years in which he was a patient at Broadmoor Hospital, Sutcliffe continued to refuse the medication prescribed by his doctors. The law said he had to be treated for his medical condition. While he was in prison, the Home Office said he could not be compelled to take his medicine, the implication being that if he was sent to Broadmoor, this would change. A woman who visited Sutcliffe regularly for 10 years from 1990 revealed that the serial killer openly boasted of his refusal to cooperate with the physicians at Broadmoor. Only many years later did Sutcliffe take a drug prescribed for schizophrenia, called Depixol. The visitor observed one of its side effects. It made him tremble, as if suffering the early symptoms of Parkinson's disease. Life behind the high walls of Britain's most famous secure hospital had been rather serene. Certainly Sutcliffe fared better being cared for under the National Health Service than if he were a Category A prisoner in a maximum security jail. For a start, he enjoyed a steady income courtesy of the taxpayer. He was on Social Security and was entitled to the equivalent of incapacity benefit, called a severe disablement allowance. When prisoners are transferred to any special hospital under the terms of the Mental Health Act, they are deemed to be patients and, like all other patients, are entitled to the same Social Security benefits. Hospital authorities go to great lengths to protect the people they take care of, and in the case of severely ill mental patients, an obscure body called the Public Guardianship Office of the Court of Protection can appoint someone to look after a patient's money when their assets are over £2,000. Sutcliffe did not fit into this category, and the benefits were paid as a form of pocket money, often as a reward or incentive for good behaviour or for cooperating with the hospital authorities. Guidelines are laid down by the Royal College of Psychiatrists. It is important that the reward and incentive money is paid to a patient for goals and behaviour which are within their ability to achieve. The amount of benefit Sutcliffe got had been determined by the local Social Security Office. Although some Broadmoor patients cannot handle money easily, many can. Sutcliffe consequently has had plenty of money at his disposal during his time in hospital, building up a fairly healthy bank balance in excess of £3,000 at one point. Someone who got to know Sutcliffe well during his time at Broadmoor remains convinced he was an accomplished liar and manipulator who has relished his celebrity status. During the first 10 years in hospital, he regularly received correspondence from gullible women attracted by his notoriety. Set apart from them, however, was an expert graphologist, Diane Simpson, who was cooperating with West Yorkshire Police in their attempts to get Sutcliffe to confess to other crimes. One of Simpson's research students, as part of her work in studying handwriting, had previously had an exchange of correspondence with Sutcliffe, who was keen to continue the relationship. When the research student wanted to break off the correspondence, it was left to Diane Simpson to write and explain why. Sutcliffe then asked Simpson to visit him in Broadmoor and later hinted there were other crimes he had committed. She immediately contacted West Yorkshire Police, who encouraged her to keep her visits going. She helped arrange the first meeting between Sutcliffe and Keith Hellawell, later Chief Constable of West Yorkshire, who had the task of trying to identify other serious crimes the serial killer had committed but had never been charged with. During an 11-year period, Mrs. Simpson spent more than 400 hours with Sutcliffe in Broadmoor, closely observing his behaviour and reporting back to Hellawell. She knew of a dozen women with whom Sutcliffe struck up friendships after they began writing to him on a regular basis. She believed he exploited their vulnerability by telling them they were special or the one. "He was the most manipulative and prolific liar I have ever come across," Simpson said. "He told me that he did not wish to go to prison. He boasted about the various conquests he had made while in Broadmoor and how he could persuade people to do things for him on the outside, including one woman who smuggled his uncensored letters out of the hospital for 6 years. The woman later admitted to me that this was true and that at the time she just felt she had to do it. He used the system to his advantage," Simpson said. "It meant he could have more visitors, send out more letters and enjoy far greater freedom in Broadmoor than he ever could in prison. He could manipulate anyone, including the psychiatrists. He told me he had refused to talk to the doctors about his crimes and refused to take medication for years, right up until he was found in possession of 2 hacksaw blades. It was after all his visits had been stopped that he started taking the prescribed drug Depixol, which made it look as if he had the early stages of Parkinson's disease. I had earlier asked him about his medication, and his argument was that he took nothing because there was nothing wrong with his mind, and he did not want to take any mind-bending drugs. I believe the incident with the hacksaw blades in 1992 brought about a pressured situation, and he had to prove his credibility. I don't believe him taking the pills was a coincidence. It was his de facto recognition that he deserved to be in Broadmoor. The whole experience had been one of manipulation and fabrication. I have no doubt whatsoever that he manipulated and acted a part in order to get where he is. He talked constantly about when he got out of hospital. Another who got to know Sutcliffe well was his primary nurse in Broadmoor, Frank Moan, who frequently crossed swords with the hospital authorities because of his role as chairman of the hospital branch of the Prison Officers Association. Moan left his job and later spoke to a journalist about life in Broadmoor and his relationship with Sutcliffe. Following publication of the story, the Secure Hospitals Authority obtained a court injunction preventing Moan from discussing anything he had learned in confidence during his time at Broadmoor that was not already in the public domain. In his 1995 newspaper interview, Moan had spelled out his belief that Sutcliffe had cynically manipulated the system within Broadmoor so that he would not be returned to prison. He had lied in order to maintain his lifestyle in hospital by pretending to be schizophrenic. "He killed because he enjoyed it," Moan told the newspaper. "He is an evil man. It's as simple as that. Peter did not show any of the signs of schizophrenia. His original diagnosis when he came to Broadmoor talked about the voice in his head which led him to commit murders, but he told me there was no voice. He was on no medication, did not suffer hallucinations, and did not show any of the classic signs of schizophrenia. You would walk into a schizophrenic's room and it would be disorganized, clothes all over the place, with bizarre pictures on the walls. Sutcliffe looks after everything himself, his clothes and washing. His room is neat and tidy, and his paintings show flowers and portraits. Schizophrenics get very confused, but Sutcliffe could remember every single detail of his crimes. Peter himself admitted that he should still be in prison. He just enjoys the perks at Broadmoor. This voice would appear again if he was being reassessed and then mysteriously disappear. You have got to ask whether it is real." Moan was not alone in suspecting Sutcliffe faked his illness. The current General Secretary of the Prison Officers Association, Brian Caton, a member of the General Council of the TUC, also believes he manipulated the system. Caton spent 20 years as a prison officer, much of the time at Wakefield Maximum Security Prison. He escorted Sutcliffe to court on several occasions and got to observe his behaviour at first hand. It was a dangerous job transporting him because of those who were demonstrating when we went to court. Not many people realise how frightening it was for us when the crowds were round the van smashing at the windows. Watching his arrogant attitude, you could see the evil in his eyes. Caton has spoken at length to colleagues who have had charge of Sutcliffe from the time he was arrested. His placement in a psychiatric hospital was a political move because he got attacked when he was in prison, and probably because of his notoriety would have continued to have been attacked. I would never say he was the most stable of people. He was a manipulative criminal who has the ability to very quickly assess the questions that were being asked of him and give the answers that were necessary to ensure that he got housed in a psychiatric institution. I think he manipulated his way into the secure hospital system. Caton, who has a special knowledge of mental health and crime, believes Sutcliffe has a personality disorder but is emphatic the prison service successfully copes with many similar prisoners. Some of these people cannot be treated, but they can be controlled, he said. Some definitely need to be within a secure mental hospital, but others can be safely contained within a maximum security prison. Those who have pure criminal intent and are severe and dangerous personalities should be treated within the prison service, but with staff who have had the training to deal with them. After more than 3 decades in Broadmoor, time had taken its toll on Sutcliffe. His weight had ballooned, and he no longer resembled the arrogant individual he once was, believing he had triumphed in getting one over the authorities, revelling in his own notoriety. Early on, according to those who witnessed his comings and goings, he appeared to have the run of the place. Lurid stories about him and his life on the Henley-Oxford ward, his transsexual girlfriends, and his pathetic attempts at painting regularly appeared in the press. What most exercised journalists and readers alike was the extraordinary fact that he seemed to have an endless stream of female admirers who conducted regular correspondence with, and visits to him, drawn like moths to an unshaded lamp. By now he resembled a shambolic figure, shuffling and shaking as he went about his daily routine, coping with the side effects of his medication. Revelations about the special clothing he wore when he killed his victims will have caused him concern because his lies of 20 years have been exposed. During those years, he did not have to answer really awkward questions about his crimes because the doctors did not know the right questions to ask. He could have dismissed the claims in the book as a tissue of lies, for there was no official record of this special garment anywhere in the police or prosecution files. However, the actions of a retired West Yorkshire detective will have caused Sutcliffe consternation, because they provided proof that the revelations in Wicked Beyond Belief were true. This has led directly to a campaign to hold a Home Office inquiry into the circumstances by which Sutcliffe was transferred to Broadmoor, and whether or not he should be transferred back to a maximum security prison. In mid-February 2003, a few weeks after Wicked Beyond Belief was published, a retired West Yorkshire detective called Alan Foster contacted David Bruce, crime reporter for the Yorkshire Evening Post. News of Sutcliffe's killing kit had received widespread publicity, and Foster had an extraordinary story to tell. Sometime after the trial, Foster, who was a detective constable, had charge of all the exhibits that had been gathered in the Yorkshire Ripper case. They included various weapons found in Sutcliffe's home and cars, including lengths of rope, a hacksaw, knives, women's underwear, a leather apron, gloves, sharpened screwdrivers, and a collection of hammers. There was also a large quantity of shoes and clothing taken from Sutcliffe's home on the day he first appeared in court charged with murder. Among these were the special leggings Sutcliffe had stitched together with extra padding around the knees, made from some silky material which covered his backside, with a gap at the front allowing his private parts to be easily exposed. Foster told the crime reporter that after the Old Bailey trial he had instructions to burn all the Yorkshire Ripper exhibits in an incinerator. Fearing that potential evidence would be destroyed which might at some future date link Sutcliffe to other unsolved murders and attacks on women, Foster decided secretly to hang on to the leggings and kept them for 20 years in the loft of his home in North Leeds. He said he had handed the leggings to West Yorkshire Police 2 years previously in the hope they could be tested for vital DNA evidence. The detective, who had been retired for 10 years, said he could not understand why no mention of the leggings had been made at Sutcliffe's trial. Surely it would have swamped his plea of diminished responsibility. The bombshell story in the Yorkshire Evening Post, Killing Kit of the Ripper, was splashed on its front page, complete with a photograph of the green-coloured leggings. Immediately, the local MP for Leeds North East, Fabian Hamilton, wrote to the Home Secretary demanding an investigation into the possibility that Sutcliffe had fabricated his evidence. Mr. Foster's actions raised the crucial issue of whether the most notorious killer of modern times has cheated justice. Even so many years after the capture, trial and imprisonment of Sutcliffe, I believe it is still strongly in the public interest that you order Sutcliffe's removal from Broadmoor and his reincarceration in a proper prison where he should serve the rest of his lifetime. The families of his victims and the Yorkshire public would demand no less, as indeed was the intention of the jury at his trial. The reaction from David Blunkett, the Home Secretary, was swift. Showing concern for the families of Sutcliffe's victims, he replied that if anything had caused distress and disquiet among those affected by Sutcliffe's horrific crimes, it was the claims made in Wicked Beyond Belief that Sutcliffe had feigned mental illness to avoid serving his prison sentence. The Home Office reply had the hand of the civil service all over it. 22 years earlier, in 1981, the Home Office had told another Leeds MP that one of the reasons the Attorney-General had been prepared to accept Sutcliffe's plea of manslaughter on the grounds of diminished responsibility was that it would spare the families many days of extensive press coverage and detailed knowledge of the horrifying injuries. Judging by this response, the Home Office officials at the time clearly had no idea of the sense of outrage felt by the general public at the merest suggestion of a plea bargain being hatched between the Crown and Sutcliffe's defence lawyers. And by its response in 2003, it would appear that the Home Office, where the Yorkshire Ripper case was concerned, has learned nothing. In the wake of the media explosion over the plea to have the Yorkshire Ripper returned to prison, Sutcliffe's medical officer sent a swift report to the Home Office on the 10th of March 2003, confirming Broadmoor Hospital's view that he remained mentally ill and appropriately detained for treatment. Blunkett said he would be prepared to consider any recommendation to transfer Sutcliffe back to prison on the basis of medical evidence that he did not need hospital treatment. "I have received no such recommendation," he stated. Fabian Hamilton intended to continue with his campaign. He wants a debate in the House of Commons and an independent inquiry into the possibility of a serious miscarriage of justice. Other MPs representing constituencies in the north of England indicated their support. Chapter 21. Unmasked. Leeds, West Yorkshire, 2006. It was now 30 years since Dennis Holborn faced a CID chief's worst nightmare. With 2 unsolved murders of women by the same hand, Holborn grappled with the awful spectre of someone targeting his victims at random. It was a time when the term serial killer was hardly known. As Holborn instinctively realized, women who had sex with strangers for money were easy prey to the murderer without a motive. He predicted more of them would die if the man wasn't caught soon, and he was right. The media quickly drew a historical link with Jack the Ripper. As the toll of victims rose, a new tabloid name, the Yorkshire Ripper, entered the lexicon of criminology, making this killer geographically distinct from the fiend who had stalked the Whitechapel district of London's East End in the 1880s, disemboweling prostitutes. The detective drove his men hard in an effort to put the killer out of harm's way, and himself harder still. Within 2 years he was dead. The task of finding the murderer who became Britain's most notorious criminal fell to others. In succeeding years, Hobson, DeMail, Ridgway, Lapiche, Holland and Gilrain all took command of Ripper investigations. All were decent, hard-working senior detectives, but each tragically was frustrated in their individual efforts to bring the killer to justice. To this day, though, in the minds of the public, the officer most closely associated with the hunt for the Yorkshire Ripper was Assistant Chief Constable George Oldfield. His face in the late 1970s appeared constantly from television screens and the front pages of newspapers, pleading for the public's help or appealing in vain to the killer to give himself up. The strain etched in Oldfield's countenance was palpable, and he aged visibly. The tension never let up. Shortly before the Ripper was caught in 1981, Oldfield was forcibly removed from the case to appease political pressure and the public's demand for decisive action to catch the killer. 4 years later, he too was dead. Oldfield was 61 years old, but enjoyed only 2 years of retirement after a lifetime of public service. He had finally resigned his job, a shattered and exhausted man. Both he and the West Yorkshire Police were publicly ridiculed for having allowed Sutcliffe to remain free for so long. Some of this criticism was completely justified, but it was not the whole story. It was undeniable that the killer had slipped through the net too many times. There had been serious human error, hardly surprising perhaps given that the case was unique in the annals of British crime investigation, but there was an institutional failure also, which extended far beyond the boundaries of West Yorkshire, right to the upper echelons of the Home Office in London. Government ministers and senior civil servants should have seen the dangers long before the Yorkshire Ripper's crimes were halted by his belated arrest. The history of social and institutional change in Britain is one of gradual reform, and mostly this has served the country and its citizens well. However, the police service had been an unforeseen victim of this process. Anxious to fulfill their traditional role of keeping the peace, and with it the support of local communities, the police have been far too slow to change their methods of solving serious crime. Vast swathes of the north of England were affected by the complete absence of peaceful communities during the Ripper case. The murders disrupted the lives of millions of people, especially women, who feared for their safety. It took Sir Lawrence Byford's review to jump-start desperately needed major change. While this brought great benefits for the service as a whole, West Yorkshire Police was stuck with people's perceptions of this unhappy period. The collective historical memory was wholly critical. On the 21st of March 2006, throngs of reporters, photographers and television news crews were back in the city where it all began, lured by one final chapter in the long story of the Yorkshire Ripper case and its aftermath. The last act in the drama was about to unfold. Inside the Crown Court, the Recorder of Leeds, Judge Norman Jones, QC, was presiding over unfinished business. Many negative human emotions had been experienced during this tragedy. Despair, a short-lived sense of victory, followed by ridicule and humiliation. Now there was to be a lifting of the spirits. Good work had triumphed for West Yorkshire Police, and while there was no mood of self-congratulation, many believed a great wrong had been righted, justice done, and honour restored. There could be no comparison with the trial of Peter Sutcliffe, charged with 13 murders. The lesser gravity of the charges accounted for the different setting, with a trial being held locally in Yorkshire rather than London. The Crown Court in Leeds is housed in a characterless structure of very recent design. It forms part of a fortress, a functional red brick office block that is the city's combined courts building, situated off the Hedgerow, Leeds' main thoroughfare. It has none of the grandeur, judicial history or style of the world-famous Central Criminal Court at the Old Bailey in London, a majestic stone edifice built in the early 1900s on the site of the old Newgate prison. The Crown Court's architecture reflects the image that suited Leeds in the immediate years before the 21st century. The city is now a mixture of the old and the new, a town thriving as a legal and financial centre, with shopping complexes, hotels, office blocks, and people with money in their pockets. Long before the journalists gathered in the pedestrian precinct outside the Crown Court, West Yorkshire's police force had also undergone a transformation. A revolution had taken place in terms of its culture, leadership training, communications across force borders and computers. Crime investigation in 21st century Britain has altered out of all recognition. As we have seen, the greatest change resulted from scientific developments. DNA tests now frequently result in the long arm of the law catching up with criminals who mistakenly believe they have escaped the dreaded knock on the door. Real testimony to this new but now essential feature of modern crime investigation was aptly demonstrated by the very drama being played out in courtroom number 4. The unfinished business at hand involved a final reckoning for the infamous hoaxer who sent the cruel letters and tape to George Oldfield, an act that so blighted the murder inquiry and which many argued had allowed Sutcliffe to remain at large for 18 more months. The hoax letters cribbed phrases from the actual correspondence sent by the 19th century Jack the Ripper to detectives at Scotland Yard. In his third letter, the Ripper hoaxer referred to the West Yorkshire Police trying to trap him as cursed coppers, a phrase that now seems hauntingly ironic. Sutcliffe murdered 9 women before the hoaxer started his deadly game of bluff. The real Yorkshire Ripper then attacked 8 more women, killing 3 of them. It was a measure of the damage done that when he sentenced Sutcliffe to multiple life terms at the Old Bailey in 1981, Mr. Justice Boreham pointedly commented on the havoc caused by the hoaxer. Before I leave this case, I want to say this. I believe the public would wish it to be said. First of all, the police, and particularly the police of West Yorkshire, for a period of 5 years of this man's brutal behaviour, their lives must have become, and I am sure it is not an exaggeration, a nightmare as far as they were concerned. They were put under very great pressure indeed. I am sure every sensible member of the public feels the greatest sympathy for them for this reason, if no other, that the scent was falsified by a cynical, I think almost inhuman, hoaxer. I refer to the tape and the letters. I suspect I also express the hope of every member of the public that he might some day be exposed. 25 years later, the judge's hope abruptly came true. In a totally unexpected development, and without so much as a sniff that the hoaxer was about to be unmasked, the West Yorkshire police suddenly had Wearside Jack in custody. This convenient local label was given to the hoaxer in the 1990s by a dogged journalist on the Sunderland Echo newspaper. Wearside Jack was no criminal mastermind, but rather a pathetic and dishevelled alcoholic. Aged 49, he was arrested at a semi-detached council house on the rundown Ford estate in Sunderland on the 18th of October 2005 by the very men he once cursed. Standing 5 months later in the beech-panelled dock of the windowless courtroom was the wretched figure of John Humble, dressed in a blue sweatshirt and dark trousers and flanked by a security guard. He softly mumbled pleas of guilty to 4 separate charges of perverting the course of justice, one for each letter and one for the tape. Bulletins on radio and television, newspapers, both local and national, as well as the international wire services, reported that Judge Jones had jailed the hoaxer for 8 years. Few were aware of the events that had occurred behind the scenes earlier as the defence sought to negotiate a plea bargain. For 5 months, at various court appearances, Humble's lawyers had indicated their client admitted sending the letters but denied any intention to pervert the course of justice. He would plead not guilty, they said. It was an unsustainable defence, as finally dawned on Humble very late in the day. The judge was getting ready to open the trial but allowed several short adjournments at the request of the defence. Finally, prosecution counsel Mr. Paul Worsley QC, a Yorkshireman with chambers but a stone's throw from the court, insisted the jury should be summoned and the case proceed if Humble did not admit all 4 offences. Having been a young lawyer living with his family in Leeds at the time, Mr. Worsley knew from personal experience how much interest local people were taking in the outcome of the hoaxer case. Like many thousands of northern families in the late 1970s, when the Ripper's reign of terror was at its highest, his wife too had constantly exercised caution. She would signal her husband she had returned home at night by honking her horn so he could come out and escort her indoors after she parked her car. The folk history of this crime ran deep in the local psyche, and by the opening years of the 21st century, tales of what happened during those dark years had been passed down to a new generation. Next morning's newspapers were full of details about Humble's background. How his father died when he was 8 years old. How he had married in his 30s but become an abusive husband after starting to drown himself in drink. How, after he realized the enormity of what he had done in 1979, he threw himself 90 feet from a bridge into a river, only to be rescued by the police. In his community he was known simply as John the Bag, because twice a day he made trips to the local off-licence to buy strong cider and bring it home in a rucksack slung over his shoulder. The court heard that his life had descended into a kind of hell, as if to say he had already paid some sort of price for his crimes. He was alive, but it was not living. Another kind of hell was described a few days later in a television documentary which movingly showed the deep emotion felt by Barbara Leach's mother. Nearly 3 decades after the crime, she was still clearly overwhelmed by memories of the time when her beloved student daughter was so cruelly murdered. Her child being a victim of a man named the Ripper had sent Mrs. Beryl Leach's imagination into overdrive. She was severely traumatized by the most terrible thoughts about the kind of injuries her daughter may have suffered. She told how, for several weeks, she could not bring herself to ask her husband David the truth about what exactly happened to their daughter. Mr. Leach had had the horrendous task of identifying Barbara's body in a Bradford mortuary. Simply unable to ask him herself, Mrs. Leach finally got a friend to approach her husband for the details. She now emphatically believes Humble the hoaxer to have blood on his hands because his hoax allowed Sutcliffe time to escape capture and kill again. Such powerful feelings were well understood by ordinary people, including police officers who themselves had been fearful for their own family members during that troubled period. Thus, for a quarter of a century after Sutcliffe was put behind bars, the hoaxer unofficially remained Britain's most wanted man. Somehow, Humble managed to avoid being identified and so escaped arrest. In his own words later, he kept his guilt-ridden secret to himself, fearful of being grassed up. Whether or not he received time off for good behaviour, he will probably spend the next few years banged up in his prison cell, slowly recovering from his prolonged drink problem, quietly wondering exactly where it all went wrong for him. How on earth had he been caught for something that happened 27 years previously? The truth is that Humble's ultimate downfall was primarily due to one of those very same cursed cops from West Yorkshire whom he taunted all those years ago. As a junior Ripper Squad detective, Chris Gregg, along with dozens of others, had worked day after day to track down the monster in their midst, the self-described beast who made a score or more children motherless and created a reign of terror for every woman across vast swathes of northern England. Then, in his mid-20s, Gregg made a personal pledge to himself, which many years later he was able to keep. He led a team of detectives with grim determination, and together they pulled off the policing equivalent of winning a cup final. They had the total satisfaction of seeing Humble put behind bars. The result? Joy all round. Surprisingly, even today, Gregg has never come face to face with his quarry, even when he had him trapped, even after the game was won. Now a detective chief superintendent, he joined the police as a 16-year-old cadet. As a young uniformed constable in early 1978, he worked as a dog's body in the murder incident room in his hometown, Huddersfield, when Helen Ritka became the 8th woman in 3 years to be bludgeoned and stabbed to death by the Yorkshire Ripper. Moving into CID in 1979, Gregg, with his colleagues, followed up leads and actions on yet more dreadful murders, inquiries which went nowhere. He vividly remembered the warnings in the letters of where the killer would strike next, predictions which appeared to come true. Some detectives remained skeptical and questioned the veracity of what they were being told, but Sutcliffe slipped through the net not once but several times, eliminated by his handwriting after a 6th interview. The final irony? He was eventually nabbed not by the Ripper Squad but by 2 uniformed officers from the neighbouring South Yorkshire Police. First question on everyone's mind: where is he from? Bradford, not Sunderland. The roof caved in on West Yorkshire Police. They faced withering public criticism, finger-pointing and humiliation that lasted years. It was then that Gregg made his own silent pact with himself that if he ever got into a position of authority, he would move heaven and earth to find the hoaxer. "Our tarnished reputation got under my skin," he said. "The stigma lasted for years. Even very recently we were being criticised. I felt that if ever I was in a position to do something about it, then I would, because this was unfinished business." It was also personal business in the sense that police forces are like large extended families. They have their own black sheep, the kids who go off the rails and then turn out okay, the same favourite uncles when they are young. There are intra-family rows, and they all come together when the family is criticised. When Gregg was a boy, his father had been a detective sergeant in the old Huddersfield Borough Police, where Dick Holland was a close colleague. Their 2 families took part in sports or social gatherings laid on for local coppers' kids. Years later, Gregg attended Ripper Squad briefings given by Holland. A quarter of a century further on, in November 2004, after 6 years as a senior investigating officer in charge of many murder inquiries, Gregg achieved a personal ambition and became head of the West Yorkshire CID. During his period as an SIO, he developed a better understanding of what his former bosses had been up against. In Gregg's view, Oldfield and Holland had got the fly on the flypaper. Their strategies and lines of inquiry had taken detectives to Sutcliffe's door on many occasions. They had found the killer, were in his front lounge, but maddeningly could not identify him as such. Sutcliffe's mother had accidentally provided an alibi for a crucial date, and the hoax letters had eliminated him, which for Gregg was a fundamental and undeniable error. As West Yorkshire's top detective, Gregg started up a new department, a Homicide and Major Inquiry Team, HMET, a dedicated squad of 200 detectives and 8 senior investigating officers whose sole task was to tackle serious crime. He remembered his promise to go after the hoaxer. Sniping from the sidelines about the Ripper case never waned. When some years earlier the force admitted it was unable to find the letters and tape, it gave rise to yet more negative publicity. West Yorkshire Police loses Ripper letters. Most ex-Ripper squad officers had long since given up all hope of the hoaxer ever being found, but HMET's boss had a long memory and something to prove. With the onset of a new Freedom of Information Act about to make its impact, he took the initiative and launched a special cold case review to identify the hoaxer. It was a gamble. There were clearly some risks because failure could have brought criticism for wasting important resources on an investigation going nowhere. "I still thought the letters might just be tucked away somewhere in a drawer or a filing cabinet," he says. "They could still have had DNA on them. We had to have a thorough and comprehensive search to treat it as we would any other major crime investigation. We needed to know precisely what happened to the letters and tape." Hordes of documents left over from the Ripper investigation were still spread around cellars and filing stores in various buildings. Greg chose 5 detectives, led by a senior officer, first to audit and centralize, and then electronically index all outstanding files from the case. Hordes of paper remained to be sifted through, even though 90% of the original documents had been weeded and destroyed years ago. There followed the normal highs and lows, twists and turns of any major inquiry. 6 years previously, during an early trawl, the empty cassette box that held the "I'm Jack" tape was located. It contained just a single unrooted hair. Greg's men learned it was highly unlikely to yield any DNA. The leading forensic experts at the forefront of research on rootless hair were in Italy. They would have to destroy the hair if they were to search for DNA, and there was only a slender chance of success. Greg held back, fearful the hair could be the only clue they would ever have to the hoaxer's identity. They would wait for a time when science moved forward another notch and perhaps made a DNA trace from a rootless hair possible. The team also interviewed retired senior Ripper squad officers and forensic scientists. A paper trail showed the hoax letters had been sent to forensic scientists in London in 1979 but were never returned to Yorkshire. Fingerprint testing using a chemical called ninhydrin had turned the paper purple. Other chemicals then made them completely black. It looked as though the letters had been destroyed, but no one could be certain. Forensic laboratories began searching their shelves. At the local Wetherby Forensic Laboratory, a box file marked Ripper letters and tape was found to be totally empty. In February 2005, a former forensic scientist who heard about the latest trawl for evidence suddenly announced he had the original I'm Jack tape. He had worked at the Sandwich Forensic Laboratory near St Albans, had analysed the voice, and had hung on to the tape for safekeeping. Frustratingly, there was no DNA available there either. The search for 25-year-old forensic clues was proving elusive, and by the summer of 2005 the trail had gone completely cold. Greg was becoming pessimistic about getting the monkey off West Yorkshire's back. The forensic lab searches had drawn a complete blank. Greg decided he wanted this confirmed in writing. "We were constantly being asked by the media whether we had any DNA evidence connected with the Ripper case. When we said we hadn't, we were criticised. We had a duty to be truthful, so it was essential to get official written confirmation from the Forensic Science Service that nothing had been found in any of the labs. We simply had to sort this out once and for all." What happened inside the Wetherby laboratory is the subject of speculation. Did someone have a piece of good luck? A sudden inspiration? Or did the request for written confirmation from Greg's team galvanise a renewed effort to have one last look for the DNA material? Either way, when Greg returned from a holiday in Spain in August 2005, there was a surprising phone call from Wetherby. Lab workers had miraculously made a breakthrough and turned up a really vital clue. 3 small sections of the gummed seal on the envelope containing the third hoax letter had been located in a storage cage among a lot of other material completely unconnected to the Ripper case. Most crucially, it had been found perfectly preserved. The letter writer had licked gum on the back of the envelope before sealing it. In this way, he left behind saliva cells. "Before writing back and signing off on this case, they had one last search," a relieved Greg said. Remember, thousands of evidence items sent for forensic analysis pass through that laboratory every year. Their people were looking for clues from a case in which the killer had already been sentenced to 20 life terms a quarter of a century ago. The genetic DNA marker hadn't been discovered at that time, so there was no national database. But science is amazing. Few imagined then that old exhibits might yield vital clues in 20 or 30 years' time, and that we could go back and revisit these unsolved crimes. It was an anxious period. Would the sample yield the crucial clue, the hoaxer's DNA? Was it among the 3 million names on the national database? Peter Grant, major crime specialist advisor at Weatherby, warned Gregg's team to be patient. They had to conduct special low copy number DNA tests, a process which allows the replication of infinitesimal amounts of genetic material, perhaps only a few cells, so it could be analysed. The time-consuming process cost the police £1,500. But the results can be breathtaking. DNA has even been taken from a fingerprint on a spent cartridge. The scientist conducting the tests, Val Tomlinson, knew she had only one shot at the test and was determined to take her time. Chemicals used to lift the DNA destroy everything left behind. There would be no second chance. Gregg was warned it could be several weeks before there was a result. The major inquiry team had a number of very high-profile cases ongoing, including the fallout from the high drama of the 7/7 London suicide bombings. Some of the bombers lived in West Yorkshire, and Gregg's men had been closely working with their Metropolitan Police counterparts. On the 18th of October 2005, Gregg was attending a conference on counter-terrorist operations. At 11 a.m. he took a call on his mobile phone from Peter Grant. Grant: Chris, are you sitting down? Gregg: Yes. Grant: The DNA profile worked successfully. Gregg: Great. Grant: Chris, we've got a 1 in a billion match on the national database. Gregg: Good God, who is it? Grant: He's called John Humble. He was arrested for being drunk in 2001. Gregg, asking the crucial question: Where's he from? Grant: Sunderland. Gregg immediately left the meeting to organise the response to this incredible news. On top of everything else going on, it had come like a bolt from the blue. His counterpart in the Northumbria police was contacted, and police computers began spewing out intelligence data on a pathetic wreck of a man who was still living on the Ford estate in Sunderland. All along he had been just across the River Wear from Castletown, which had in 1979 been the main focus of the search for the man with the voice on the tape. Humble had a boatload of form for petty offences, including violence and theft. Within 2 hours, a hand-picked team of detectives, scenes of crime officers and a video unit were on their way north up the A1. Gregg returned to his counter-terrorist meeting. The raid team was led by a senior investigating officer, Detective Superintendent Graham Shaw. Like his boss, Shaw was involved in the earliest stages of the Ripper inquiry, having joined the police aged 20 after a spell as an electronics technician. He worked on Jim Hobson's undercover operation in Chapeltown following the murder of Irene Richardson, when vehicles entering the local red light area were noted and logged in case there was another murder. Like so many others, he had his personal memories. A close family man, Shaw warned his young wife of the dangers the Ripper posed. She went by bus to and from Leeds city centre for work. At night, he would collect her off the bus and walk her back home. Now, here he was leading an operation to nick the man who had plagued Britain's biggest, most complex murder inquiry. Police history was about to be made. "I was glad to be part of it," he said. "We were going to have closure." Gregg didn't want to waste time. They needed to strike quickly. "There was a danger of this thing leaking and alerting Humble," he says. "All we knew at this stage for sure was that it was his DNA on the gummed seal of the third envelope. We didn't know what was going to happen. He could have even denied sending the letters and tape." The West Yorkshire team liaised with police in Sunderland, building an intelligence profile, making arrangements to have local uniformed officers on duty when the team moved in. The man chosen to make the arrest was Detective Sergeant Stuart Smith, an officer in his mid-30s. He had spent months painstakingly working on the review and knew the details inside out. The convoy of 6 police vehicles pulled up outside number 51 Flodden Road at 6:40 p.m. Smith and a colleague went up to the white-painted door and knocked sharply. The lights were on inside, but there was no reply. Peering through the front window, Smith saw 2 men seated in armchairs. His colleague, Roger Horner, knocked again. Smith watched. There was no reaction from the men inside. Opening the front door, the West Yorkshiremen went in to find Humble and his brother Henry drunk. Entering behind them, Shaw and other officers made a search of the house, which was a total mess. Both men were unkempt and suffering from self-neglect. There was cat litter on the floor and no carpets. Tab ends of cigarettes were stuffed into cups that were overflowing. The smell of unwashed human beings was overpowering. In one bedroom, a dirty mattress was on the floor. In another, a single divan had been placed on the wooden slats of a double-bed frame. Empty cider bottles, beer cans and cigarette packets were strewn everywhere. Smith wasted no time and arrested Humble. The prisoner was taken away to Gateshead Police Station, still much the worse for wear. The Socco search team, dressed in their white hooded overalls and masks, now moved in. Greg was phoned and told they had got their man. A video unit filmed the back and front of the house and then moved in, slowly recording the scene they found in each room. Later, a convoy of cars travelled back south to Wakefield. Humble was seated in the rear of a police traffic patrol car containing 2 uniformed officers. Neither had any connection with the case. One drove, the other sat in the back, his task being to note down any comment Humble made. The prisoner said nothing, apparently hardly aware of what was happening. Shortly before midnight, the hoaxer was tucked up in a cell at Wood Street Police Station. Greg still hadn't glimpsed sight of his long-sought quarry. Instead of letting his curiosity get the better of him, he made a call to Dick Holland to tell him the news. Then he went home. Everything depended on the interview with Humble the next day when he had sobered up. Greg's first view of Humble was on a TV monitor late the following afternoon. There was a video link from the interview room which contained 2 cameras to an adjacent room in which Greg and 2 of his team sat waiting to see how events turned out. They had worked out a strategy for the interview which Stuart Smith was to follow. Neither Humble nor his solicitor had been told about the DNA link, only that Humble had been connected with the letters. Smith had developed an encyclopedic knowledge from his time on the cold case review. He had prepared himself thoroughly and done his research. He was also a specialist police interviewer and had recently undergone training for this type of work. Now was the moment of truth for everyone. Humble looked haggard as he sat hunched forward at a table, his chair pulled back slightly, the sleeves of his blue sweatshirt pulled up so his thin arms were bare from the elbow down. The shock of what had happened had still not sunk in. When he awoke in his cell that morning, he did not know where he was. He had to be told he had been arrested and was in a West Yorkshire police station. With him sat 3 people. Smith, who was to do the questioning, and his colleague Roger Horner. Both had removed their jackets. The third man, wearing spectacles and a suit, was a local Wakefield lawyer, Edward Williams, called out as a duty legal aid solicitor. A woman in her 30s sat quietly at the back of the room, just behind Humble and to one side, observing the proceedings. She was a social worker, acting independently to ensure the interview was conducted fairly. Greg was taking no chances. He had taken advice from a local consultant psychiatrist called out to examine Humble to see if he was fit for an interview. He advised they could safely question him for short periods. Then he should be given a break at regular intervals. On the monitor, Greg could see Humble's face in profile, his thinning grey hair brushed forward, a small bald patch at the crown. He had a moustache that was fully grown, but he also had the stubble of a thin beard around his lower jaw where he had not shaved. He was now sober. It was nearly 24 hours since his arrest. He sat quietly, his hands shaking, the right one more than the left. Smith asked for Humble's full name and date of birth. The solicitor spoke in a clear Yorkshire voice. "I can tell you this is John Samuel Humble. I am telling you who he is because Mr. Humble has indicated to me that he is not going to say anything at this stage. His address is 51 Flodden Road, Sunderland, and his date of birth is the 8th of January 1956. Williams then says he has advised Mr. Humble not to make any comment at this time because there has been no disclosure as to what has linked him to the inquiry. Smith is unfazed by this, and for the next 30 minutes enters into a cat-and-mouse game with the man seated opposite him, quietly and deliberately asking questions. Humble either nods or shakes his head. Smith then checks whether he intends answering questions, and the man in custody shakes his head again. He asks him whether he understands that the court will know what questions have been asked. Does he understand? He nods. Told that the interview is being recorded by 2 cameras on the wall above to his right, Humble looks up. Greg now sees the full shape of his facial features. During this first interview, Smith is constantly asking Humble whether he understands the questions. Humble keeps nodding. Smith explains that the purpose is to find out more about Humble and his lifestyle. "John, this interview is about finding out the truth of what happened and to give you an opportunity to give your explanation. We will approach this interview with an open mind, but we will check what you say." Humble turns his head to his left and rubs his forehead with his right hand. Smith tries to gain Humble's confidence. His voice is calm, almost soothingly so, the questions low-key, the essence of reasonableness. It is clear that Smith is in control inside the room. "There is no rush, so consider the answers that you intend to give. But, John, I expect you to tell the truth. Do you understand?" Humble nods. Smith explains the case is about sending the letters and tape in connection with the Yorkshire Ripper murders. He asks Humble to tell him everything he knows about it, and to tell it in detail. Humble makes no reply and scratches the side of his head. "This is your opportunity to tell the truth. Our inquiries suggest you are responsible for sending the letters. Explain to me everything you know about that, John." Again, nothing from Humble. "This is your opportunity to tell me your version of events, your side of the story. What can you tell me about it, John?" Still nothing. It's as if Humble is thinking, if I don't speak, they will not be able to prove it's my voice on the tape. He has no inkling of the 1,000,000,000 DNA match. Smith goes back over what has happened so far. He does this repeatedly during each of 3 sessions that afternoon and evening, and a final one the next day. It is a stage-by-stage approach. During the first 30 minutes there is nothing by way of speech from Humble. Smith asks him when he was born. Nothing. "Were you born on the 8th of January 1956? Humble nods. "Where were you born?" Nothing. "Are you from Sunderland?" Humble nods, and so on. Gradually, Smith establishes a dialogue via non-verbal communication on Humble's part. Humble is actually cooperating in the interview process whether he knows it or not. Smith asks him if he is from Castletown. Nods. "Can you tell me exactly which part of Castletown you are from, please?" Shakes head. "Can you tell me the names of any of your brothers and sisters?" Shakes head. "Have you got a brother?" Nods head. "Have you got a sister?" Nods head. In this way, Smith continues to retain control of the interview. He asks questions and gets negative and positive responses. Psychologically, Humble is present in the room, taking part. He thinks he is giving nothing away, but in fact he is being absorbed into a communication process. He shakes his head when asked if his parents are still alive. It is a time-consuming process, Smith all the while seeking a verbal response, but when he gets nothing, changing tack swiftly to a question Humble can answer non-verbally. "Which school did you go to?" Invites a verbal response, but gets nothing. "Did you go to a junior school?" Gets a nod. "Did you go to a high school?" Nothing. "Did you go to a comprehensive school?" Nothing. Did you go to a school after junior school? Nods. Will you tell me the name of that school? Nothing. I'd like you to tell me about what you did after school. Will you tell me about that, please, John? Shakes head. I want you to tell me about your employment after school. Will you tell me about that, please, John? Shakes head. Smith leans forward, closing the distance between himself and Humble. Did you remain in Sunderland with your employment? Nothing. Repeats question. Shakes head. Will you give me the place of employment you worked outside Sunderland? Shakes head. This is your opportunity to give me this detail. Smith asks for the name of his doctor, his blood group, any medical problems he has had, the relationships he has been in. Humble shakes his head each time. Asked where he was in 1978 to 79, shakes his head. Who his associates were? Nothing. Who was he employed by? Nothing. Has he ever suffered from any speech impediments? Shakes his head. Smith says he is trying to get to know who John Samuel Humble is. Every question is designed, he says, to give Humble the opportunity to answer questions, if at any stage he wants to change his mind and answer questions. Nothing. I'd like you to tell me everything you know about the Yorkshire Ripper inquiry. Nothing. Do you know about the Yorkshire Ripper inquiry? Shakes head. Do you know about the Yorkshire Ripper inquiry? Nothing. Whatever you can tell me about this, John, tell me. If you were involved with this, John, surely something must be on your mind, and has been on your mind for a long time. This is the opportunity, John, while we are here to deal with it. Shakes head. I think it is, John. Have you heard about the Yorkshire Ripper inquiry? Nods. So you do know about the Yorkshire Ripper inquiry? Nods. The Yorkshire Ripper involved Peter Sutcliffe. It involved his behaviour in the late 1970s and early 1980s when he killed several women. What was your interest in that inquiry, John? Shakes his head. Do you know about these letters, John? Nothing. Have you sent these letters, John? Shakes his head. Humble's right hand is shaking. Hunched over, looking down at the ground, he is very close to breaking and coming clean. If you are involved with this, surely this must have been on your mind for a long, long time. Surely this is the opportunity, John, while we are here to deal with it. Shakes head. I think it is, John. I'm looking for an account. What we are seeking is an account. Humble sits shaking his head slightly. You have the opportunity to answer these questions and talk to me about this. Humble now moves his shoulders slightly from side to side as if he cannot make up his mind what to do. The atmosphere is electric. Everyone senses he wants to say something but is still in shock at finding himself under arrest, confronted with what he has done. For 27 years he has avoided these questions. They give him a break. 17:05. During the break in the interviews, Greg and the team decided on a change of strategy. They let Humble know through his solicitor that they have his DNA from the letters. When the interview recommences at 19:42, the atmosphere is completely different. Humble is asked whether he is happy for Edward Williams to continue representing him. Oh, aye. It is the first time Greg has heard his voice. Two softly spoken, almost inaudible sounds. Hardly speech at all. Smith asks, Can you please give me your full name and date of birth? Humble starts. John? Sam? Edward Williams, the legal aid solicitor, leans out of his chair across the table as if to intervene. I am instructed again. Humble, cutting across his lawyer, utters the words, John Samuel Humble, 51, Flodden Road, Ford Estate, Sunderland. The time is 1942. This is the first sentence Humble speaks. His Sunderland accent slices through the mood in the room. Smith explains that Humble's DNA profile has been found on the gummed seal of the envelope containing the third letter, which had been sent to George Oldfield. Explain that to me, John, and don't miss anything out, please. The time, 1946. There is what seems like an agonizingly long 13-second silence which is broken by Humble's quiet words. His hands are now held together, the palms pressed against each other, pointed directly towards Detective Sergeant Smith sitting facing him a few feet away on the opposite side of the table. The man Greg has wanted to get his hands on for 27 years then says slowly and with an air of resignation, "Aye, I did send it." Smith asks him to repeat what he just said. "I did send the letter." "Tell me about it, John." "I think there was three letters, and there was a tape recorder, tape, and I sent that. The first 3 letters, I posted them first. Later on, in June I think it was June, I sent the tape. It's got my voice on." "Go on, tell me about it, John." Humble's words come out in a ramble of disorganized and confused syntax. "I don't know why I done it. I must have been daft. I regret it, especially them lasses who've died. The coppers were useless. I thought I was doing them a favour in catching him because it intensified the hunt then, didn't it? Me, I thought that it was them just messing about, as if they couldn't give a toss about them women because they were prostitutes. I was only when that young lass got killed, Jane MacDonald, that they started to get worried because he was just going about killing. At first it was killing the prostitutes, and then he started killing ordinary bits of lasses. Well, there was the other one, Barbara Leach in Bradford. So I thought I was doing them a favour, the coppers. Look harder. And they did, they caught him. So, in a way, I thought I was doing the police a favour because it made them look even harder. Then, I took it for granted that they didn't give a toss about prostitutes. It was only when they killed Jane MacDonald that they started to look, because it was an outrage, wasn't it? For the next hour or so, Humble is questioned about the letters and tape. It is a remarkable piece of interviewing as Detective Sergeant Smith draws out Humble's story. Along the way, the hoaxer undergoes a series of emotional traumas, realizing that after 28 years he has finally been captured. He throws up, vomiting heartily into a metal waste paper bin. It is prolonged vomiting induced through stress and the fact that he has not had an alcoholic drink for 24 hours. Soon he gets another break. He gives his explanation for sending the letters and tape, and his attempts later in September 1979 to warn the police it was all a hoax, as he realised police officers making door-to-door inquiries in Sunderland were likely to catch him. The hunt was centred on Castletown after voice expert Stanley Ellis identified the accent on the I'm Jack tape. Humble was living on the Ford estate across the River Wear, but police had already interviewed and cleared his neighbour. Humble, clearly feeling he could soon be exposed, phoned Sunderland Police Incident Room wanting to switch the hunt somewhere else. Northumbria Police never made house-to-house inquiries on the Ford estate. Confessing finally to the police, he recalls the names of many of the Ripper's victims. He tells how he got a book out of the local library about Jack the Ripper and cribbed some of the same words used by the Whitechapel killer in his letters to Scotland Yard. Apart from his mongrel dog Max, he was in his mother's house alone when he made the tape recording, reading from a prepared script. He stopped and started the tape many times over a 2-hour period. The small cassette tape recorder belonged to his brother, who was serving with the army at Catterick. Humble carefully removed the fingerprints because of his police record. As a 16-year-old, he served 3 months' detention at Medhamsley for a vicious assault on an off-duty policeman he kicked in the head outside the Locarno Ballroom in Sunderland in 1975. Now, the phrase "cursed coppers" takes on a completely new meaning. Greg believes Humble harboured a grudge against the police, and this was his motive for sending the letters. Humble claimed he was trying to help the Ripper Squad and denied he was deliberately trying to mislead the police. The fourth interview took place next morning, lasting little more than half an hour. Those present had the riveting experience of watching Humble read aloud a transcript of the I'm Jack tape. He did so with the same pausing, speech inflection and intonation. It was an uncanny experience for those observing, because now there was the long-awaited face to match with that hauntingly familiar, taunting voice. Then there was a long pause as Detective Constable Horner went over and switched on a cassette of the original tape George Oldfield received. Humble listened intently for nearly 3 minutes. Smith then asked if Humble was responsible for producing it. "Aye, it was me. It was my voice. Was eerie-like, wasn't it? Must have been mad. I feel crap." Smith: "Why do you feel crap?" Humble: "For putting the coppers off in a way. I did have respect for George, like, you know, George Oldfield. I said that on the tape, didn't I? I did have respect for him, anyway. And he was turning older by the day. Did you not see his face when he was on the telly? He looked old because he had all the worry on him." Smith: "What effect do you think this tape had?" Humble: "I don't know. I shouldn't have done it, like, I know that, because it's evil. It sounds evil. I just didn't realise about my accent. That's what misled the police. My accent. Anybody could have sent the letters. I know there was no way of checking that, but once they got my accent, I realised that. That's why I phoned in to try and tell them don't look for a Geordie, but they didn't take any notice." These were the last words Humble spoke to the police. At 11:15 he was cautioned and charged with perverting the course of justice. It was just 48 hours since Greg was given the news of the 1,000,000-to-1 DNA match. With Humble's court appearance and 8-year sentence in Leeds, the file on the case of the Yorkshire Ripper was finally shut. Achieving closure had been important, for the public, for the families of Peter Sutcliffe's victims, and for the police. Paradoxically, there was also closure of sorts for John Humble the hoaxer. He had rightly been condemned and punished for his actions. Nevertheless, it is possible that being caught by Chris Gregg's team may have been the best thing that could happen to him. Housed in prison today, he has a clean and tidy environment in which to live and to reflect on what he has done. He can, with assistance, conquer his addictions. He now had the chance to improve his education. Several people came forward from his neighbourhood to say that he was not the vicious or unkind person the tabloids had portrayed him to be. He had been undone in later years by drink, perhaps because of his guilt in perpetuating the hoax. Though still not right in his thinking in terms of his culpability, inside Armley Prison in Leeds, awaiting trial not long after his arrest, Humble had had sufficient time to clear his thoughts a little and think about the future. He wrote to the housing department at Sunderland Council, making inquiries about his brother Henry, whom he believed might have moved from their home in Flodden Road. "I am his brother, and I'm in Leeds jail," he wrote. "I would like to know where to go when I get out. So please help me, or I will have nowhere to go except a hostel." A week later he wrote from prison again, this time to Henry, pleading with him to cut down on his drinking. "Keep eating plenty of food and try to go for walks and to get some fresh air and exercise. Take good care of the cats and let me know if anything happens to any of them. I hope you're having no trouble of anybody and the press have gone and given up bothering you. I am all right. I get shouted names sometimes, but it is understandable. After my trial, I'm to try to get sent to a northern jail if I'm found guilty." In marked contrast to the letters for which he had become infamous, with these words we can perhaps find the first clues about the kind of person John Humble really is. Demonized to a great extent because of the fallout from his monumentally stupid actions in sending the letters and tape, he remains very much an enigma. Humble's hoaxes were not simply foolish, they were wickedly reckless, though the man who carried them out was not himself irredeemably wicked. That description has to be reserved for Peter Sutcliffe, the Yorkshire Ripper. They are two very separate people. Chapter 22. Crime and Punishment in 2011. Olive Smelt only survived a murderous assault by the Yorkshire Ripper through showing great courage and determination. She then spent the rest of her life heroically struggling with the aftermath of Peter Sutcliffe's attempts to kill her. Olive was viciously attacked in August 1975, and so bad were her injuries that the original prognosis from the doctors meant they needed to prepare her husband Harry for the worst. Miraculously, she survived brain surgery, but her life from that day forward was never the same again. When she became a bit depressed, as naturally she sometimes did, she considered the sheer injustice of it all. True, she might have escaped death, but Sutcliffe had given her a life sentence of pain and suffering. The infirmary more or less told my husband Harry they didn't expect me to live. My skull was crushed like a coconut shell. Olive's physical mobility was forever impaired, and there was something else that never left her. The terrible knowledge that the vital clues she gave the police about her attacker had been stupidly ignored, with fatal consequences. Olive had actually heard Sutcliffe speak. He mentioned the weather they were having very briefly as he slyly sidled up to her, hammer in hand, moments before raining blows down on her head. She later made abundantly clear to police that the man who tried to kill her had dark hair, a beard, and that she had noticed nothing unusual about his local accent. It was 2 years before she learned she had actually been a victim of the Yorkshire Ripper, but then later still she watched appalled as detectives launched a massive hunt for a man with a Sunderland accent who had sent letters and a tape to George Oldfield. "If they had taken me seriously," she once said, "I believe they would have caught him earlier." Sadly, in April 2011, at the age of 82, Olive passed away. She died of pneumonia in the Huddersfield Royal Infirmary. She had earlier collapsed and broken her hip, but never recovered. A funeral service was held in Halifax Minster. Speaking of Sutcliffe's attempt to kill her mother, Olive's daughter Julie said, "She never got over that night. She did well to survive and had to learn to accept what happened mentally, but physically her mobility was never the same. She has been through hell and suffered in silence. She never complained." This description of the enormous dignity with which Olive endured her years of suffering will have struck a chord with each of Sutcliffe's surviving victims and the families of the women he brutally murdered. For they speak an essential truth about the painful legacy of Sutcliffe's 6-year campaign of terror. Just as with Olive Smelt, it has proved almost impossible for them to get over it or move on. How could they possibly do so? They are never allowed to forget what happened. The fallout from the Yorkshire Ripper's crimes has persisted throughout the following decades. Books, TV dramas, documentaries and newspaper articles abound. The media fascination with the Yorkshire Ripper reflecting the public's hostile obsession with Sutcliffe and his crimes. Very few criminals in British history have provoked such prolonged ill feeling, a collective angst that seems not to fade with the passage of time. Memories of Peter Sutcliffe's reign of terror so long ago were still fresh in the mind of British people. A morbid fascination lingers, especially in the north of England, where family folklore about the Yorkshire Ripper case has been passed from one generation to the next. Unlike most murders, Sutcliffe's crimes touched millions of lives. He remained notorious because his crimes were notorious, and while for him there was no escape from behind the walls that held him, equally there had been no escape from the shadow of the Ripper and his dreadful deeds. For the families of his victims it was difficult enough to have a loved one brutally killed or subjected to an attempted murder. But the fact that the perpetrator was a legendary killer carried with it that extra burden of being attached to his wider infamy. Yet no one asked the victims or their families to be part of his story. It was forced upon them. Agonized memories are forever imprisoned in their consciousness by his very notoriety. They never go away, and the effects can be devastating, as the sad story of Sonia Newlands shows. To the people of Leeds, Sonia was not just her mother's daughter. Even though she used her mother's maiden name, she and her siblings were always the children of Wilma McCann, the victim of the Yorkshire Ripper, the first woman murdered by Sutcliffe in October 1975. Sonia was just 7 years old when she and her brother and sisters were made motherless. She was the little girl found in her pyjamas at the bus stop early one morning, her brother Richard, aged 5, at her side, waiting for their mother to return. Wilma was already lying dead on the playing fields behind their home, only yards away from their back door. Sonia struggled throughout her childhood and beyond, eventually becoming an alcoholic, a battle that ended only when, aged 39, she took her own life a week before Christmas 2007. Her untimely death seemed like tragedy heaped upon more tragedy for her brother and sisters. What at the time made it worse was not only the knowledge that the man primarily responsible for causing all this pain and suffering was alive and well, but the discovery that Peter Sutcliffe was planning to go to court to try and win his freedom. It seemed incredible, almost too much to bear. 2 years before Sonia McCann committed suicide, news had leaked out from Broadmoor Hospital, where Sutcliffe was being treated for encapsulated paranoid schizophrenia, that the Yorkshire Ripper was seeking to exploit a decision by the European Court of Human Rights and make a legal challenge to win his freedom. It was possible for him to do this because no Home Secretary had ever laid down how much time Sutcliffe would have to spend behind bars before he could be freed, or whether he should have a whole life tariff and remain behind bars till the day he died. In 1981, Sutcliffe had received 20 life sentences, with a recommendation from Mr. Justice Boreham, the judge at his trial, that he should spend a minimum of 30 years in prison in the hope that he should never be released. 16 years on, in 1997, the thorny question of how long Sutcliffe should stay locked up was raised briefly by Jack Straw, the then Labour Home Secretary. At the time, Boreham was consulted by the head of the judiciary, and he stated that he now felt it would have been better for him to have made a minimum recommendation. However that may be, I have no doubt that this is one of the rare cases where the offences were so heinous and the perpetrator so dangerous that life should mean life. Having read the psychiatrist reports among a vast number of papers in the Home Office file on Sutcliffe, the then Lord Chief Justice, Lord Bingham, advised Straw, "It seems clear that when committing these crimes, Sutcliffe's mental state was disturbed, even if his responsibility for the crimes was not diminished. This leads me to the conclusion that the requirements of retribution and general deterrence should be met by a term of years rather than a ruling that life should mean life. But plainly, given the number and brutality of these crimes and their public consequences, the term should be one of exceptional length. I recommend a term of 35 years. He added that it seemed unlikely that it would ever be thought safe to release Sutcliffe. Like his predecessors, Straw failed to set a tariff, perhaps because of the advice he had received from Lord Bingham. In 2002, the Home Secretary's power to say how long a lifer should spend in prison was challenged in Britain's highest court, the House of Lords. The Law Lords decided that convicted killers should have the right to be sentenced by courts, not by the government. Judges, rather than the Home Secretary, would now decide the minimum number of years a murderer must serve behind bars. In some extreme cases, a whole life tariff could be set. The murderer would die behind bars. In 2008, Sutcliffe launched a bid to obtain his freedom by going to court and asking a judge to decide whether he could have a release date. His doctors had claimed success in treating his serious medical condition and now considered he posed little risk of causing harm. If, through his legal team, he could show that his illness at the time of his crimes meant that he really wasn't responsible for his actions, despite the verdict of the Old Bailey jury in 1981, then maybe there was sufficient mitigation to earn him a reduction on his sentence. Shortly after his capture, nearly 30 years before, while he was on remand in Armley Prison in Leeds, Sutcliffe had been overheard telling his wife that if he could prove he was mad, he might only do 10 years in a loony bin. With the passage of nearly 3 decades, Sutcliffe's expectations clearly had never changed, and throughout his time in Broadmoor Hospital the media had speculated about his future. So that he could safely open a bank account, he had legally changed his name to Coonan, his mother's maiden name. Would this provide him with anonymity if he was released? Though he reportedly denied it, there had also been talk of a marriage proposal to a 54-year-old divorcee from Leicester who had been visiting him in Broadmoor for 9 years. He was said to have told her, When I get out, we will be together. Diane Simpson, the expert graphologist who had visited Sutcliffe often in Broadmoor over a 10-year period, thought he always hoped to be set free one day. He was the most manipulative liar I have ever come across. I know that he had at least 5 or 6 women on the go at any one time, sometimes more. She believed some of these women were lonely and wrote to him out of compassion, but then found themselves lured into visiting him. Some had problems of their own. Others thought they could change him, accepting his assurances that they were special and that they might have a life together when he was a free man. Mrs. Simpson said, "He lives his life in his mind on the outside, through the women who visit him. He constantly talked about when he would be free, of going to live abroad." In the years that followed the 2002 law change, speculation that Sutcliffe would use these new rules to win his freedom generated huge media interest. Unquestionably, the public consternation that followed was politically very sensitive. In February 2009, a tabloid newspaper sensationally declared that Sutcliffe had been judged medically fit to be released from Broadmoor. The Prime Minister, Gordon Brown, was immediately put on the spot at a Downing Street press conference. His response: "I don't think he will ever be released. Any prisoner held under the Mental Health Act will only be downgraded, as is suggested might happen, if the Mental Health Tribunal is satisfied that it is safe to do so. We're not aware of any tribunal being asked for or arranged in relation to this case. Obviously, the tribunal would consider these issues, but in my view it is very unlikely that anything is going to happen that is different from the sentence that has been imposed upon him." The first completely reliable information about Sutcliffe's real intentions only came into the public domain in March 2010, when the media was allowed to report a preliminary High Court hearing. Mr. Justice Mitting was given the task of deciding whether Sutcliffe should be given a whole life tariff or something else. It was now confirmed that a psychiatrist at Broadmoor, Dr. Kevin Murray, had reported remarkable clinical progress in treating their most infamous patient. Dr. Murray had been looking after Sutcliffe since 2001. In 2006, he reported the treatment had had a very considerable success, and that if he continued with it, he posed a low risk of offending. More controversially, the High Court also heard that Dr. Murray, supported by other psychiatrists, had stated his strong belief that Sutcliffe was wrongly convicted of murder in 1981 and should instead have been found guilty of manslaughter on the grounds of diminished responsibility, because at that time he was suffering from encapsulated paranoid schizophrenia, meaning his illness was hidden. The Independent published a Press Association report of proceedings in the High Court. The judge said Dr. Murray had considered the material available at trial, the views of colleagues expressed since, and also the treatment prescribed and its effect. He said so far as the views of his colleagues were concerned, Dr. Murray stated they were unanimous in supporting his own view that from a clinical perspective, the verdict of the court was wrong. In his report, Dr. Murray had stated the blunt and firm conclusion it was his opinion that verdicts of guilty to murder in 1981 were wrong. If verdicts of manslaughter on the grounds of diminished responsibility had been accepted by the prosecution or returned by the jury, then the appropriate sentence would have been a hospital order without limit of time. The treatment prescribed to Sutcliffe has had, in Dr. Murray's view, very considerable success, said the judge. Since 1993 he had been relatively responsive to treatment, leading to a conclusion that, so long as treatment continues, he should be regarded as posing a low risk of reoffending. Asked for an assurance that Sutcliffe would never be freed, Jack Straw, now the Justice Secretary, later told Parliament, "All the evidence that I have seen on this case, and it's a great deal, suggests to me that there are no circumstances in which this man will be released." However, Straw's view on the matter counted for absolutely nothing, because this decision was going to be made by senior members of England's judiciary, sitting in some of the highest courts in the land. In a nutshell, the argument that surrounded Sutcliffe's responsibility for his crimes had not shifted an inch in the years between. Rationally, no court was ever going to free Sutcliffe. But it is a measure of the British system of justice that not only was he given the chance to show he had a case to argue, but British taxpayers backed him with legal aid, possibly running into hundreds of thousands of pounds. In 2003, Parliament had passed the Criminal Justice Act in response to the House of Lords decision the previous year, which stated that a whole life tariff would apply if the seriousness of the offences were exceptionally high, particularly if there were 2 or more murders involving a substantial degree of premeditation or planning, abduction, or sexual or sadistic conduct. The legislation came after the European Court said that judges had to make decisions on sentencing, not politicians. There were, however, built-in safeguards. The Act set down the aggravated circumstances that could lead to a killer never being released. These included a significant degree of planning or premeditation, mental or physical suffering inflicted on a victim before death, concealment, destruction or dismemberment of the body. Several months elapsed before Mr. Justice Mitting on the 16th of July 2010 gave his decision, having first heard detailed arguments from Sutcliffe's lawyers. Coming down on the side of extreme caution, he said the Yorkshire Ripper would receive a whole-life tariff. For Judge Mitting, this was an all-or-nothing case. Either Sutcliffe had told the truth to the psychiatrists so that their diagnosis of paranoid schizophrenia was right, or he had not, in which case the only motive for his crimes was what he had told the police: anger developing into hatred and obsession, arising from his humiliation by a prostitute in 1969. No other explanation was offered at the trial, and none has been since, he said. By its verdict, the jury rejected on balance of probabilities the truth of the account given to the psychiatrists by Sutcliffe. The brutality and gravity of the offences spoke for themselves. This was a campaign of murder which terrorised the population of a large part of Yorkshire for several years. The only explanation for it on the jury's verdict was anger, hatred and obsession. Apart from a terrorist outrage, it is difficult to conceive of circumstances in which one man could account for so many victims. Those circumstances alone make it appropriate to set a whole life term. Sutcliffe's murders, he said, contained several of the aggravating factors specified in the Criminal Justice Act 2003. All were pre-planned. Sutcliffe had armed himself with a hammer and sharpened screwdriver, and he set out to kill lone women. His treatment of the victims' clothing and the penetrating injuries into or near the genital organs of some of them evidences sexual or sadistic conduct. In several cases, the bodies were dragged from the scene of attack, and in one case, Jordan, revisited and mutilated. Sutcliffe's lawyers had argued that the degree of his culpability was lowered by his mental disability. Dr. Kevin Murray's lengthy, detailed and forceful report had demonstrated that Sutcliffe suffered from an abnormality of mind that substantially impaired his mental responsibility for the killings. They argued this could be taken into account as a mitigating factor in setting a minimum term. Judge Mitting disagreed. These propositions were unquestionably rejected by the jury. As a matter of principle, it is for the jury, not the judge, to decide whether a person's responsibility for killing is diminished by reason of mental abnormality. The burden of proof is on the defendant to satisfy the jury on the balance of probabilities. If he could not, then he was guilty of murder. It was not, he said, open to a judge, setting a minimum term, to go behind the verdict of the jury by concluding that even though the defendant's responsibility was not proved at his trial to have been substantially diminished, he should be given the benefit of the doubt for the purpose of setting the minimum term by concluding that it might have been. Dr. Murray had also produced a second report which addressed Sutcliffe's progress in Broadmoor Hospital. In July 1993, Sutcliffe was started on antipsychotic medicine, and had persevered with it ever since. He had been subject to 3 assaults, 2 of them serious, yet he himself had been well behaved and posed no threat to inmates. Jehovah's Witnesses, who had befriended him for over 15 years, are emphatic that he now shows remorse for his crimes. In the opinion of Dr. Murray and his colleagues, he suffered from a chronic mental illness for which he has been willing to accept appropriate treatment, which has successfully contained it for many years, the judgment continued. The psychiatrist's view had been endorsed at the first-tier mental health tribunal. On the 7th of July 2010, the tribunal found that Sutcliffe's treatment had produced complete remission of his positive symptoms. Consequently, this improvement now requires to be tested in conditions of lesser security, and it would be deleterious to his mental health and well-being were he to be returned to prison. Judge Mitting commented that the Mental Health Tribunal's view confirmed the sharp difference which has always existed between the jury's verdict and the views of those responsible for Sutcliffe's mental health. He had before him the confidential statements by the relatives of Wilma McCann, Irene Richardson, Patricia Atkinson, Josephine Whittaker, Barbara Leach, and Jacqueline Hill. They are each moving accounts of the great loss and widespread and permanent harm to the living caused by 6 of his crimes. I have no doubt that they are representative of the unspoken accounts of others who have not made statements. None of them suggest any term other than a whole life term would be regarded by them as appropriate. These statements were never made public, but Beryl Leach, aged 78, whose student daughter Barbara was murdered by Sutcliffe in Bradford in 1979, had expressed her feelings to the Times a few months earlier. "I just wanted him to be locked up and forgotten about. He should be kept away from society forever. As a family, our punishment goes on, but I don't see that his life in prison has been much of a punishment. I don't believe any of that guff about him hearing voices. He just got his kicks out of killing people. He will never be safe to be released." The judicial process, however, was not yet at an end. Sutcliffe's legal team sought leave to appeal against Judge Mitting's decision. After yet more legal argument, the Court of Appeal's judgment, delivered by Lord Judge, the Lord Chief Justice, was emphatic. Sutcliffe's application was not and never could constitute an appeal in which the verdict of the jury might be called into question. This consideration is of fundamental importance. Judge Mitting, they said, had been bound by the verdict of the jury. Its correctness was not and is not open to argument. The verdict of the jury is unassailable and not open to compromise. The Court of Appeal delivered its decision on the 14th of January 2011, setting out their reasons in considerable detail. In March, they announced that Sutcliffe's appeal against sentence had been rejected and that he would never be released. Sutcliffe's crimes were in a special category of savagery. Listing his dark history, the Court of Appeal pointed out that he had never mentioned attacking 14-year-old Tracy Brown in 1975. It is to be noted that this girl was not a prostitute. It is also significant that when the appellant decided to confess his crimes to the police in what may appear to have been a logical and well-remembered sequence, he omitted any reference to this particular crime. Psychiatrists agreed he was suffering from encapsulated paranoid schizophrenia. He had told them that he had heard the voice of God in a cemetery where he worked as a gravedigger in Bingley in 1967, telling him of a divine mission to kill or eradicate prostitutes. But, and this is a crucial reservation, it was accepted by all the psychiatrists that the diagnosis depended on the truthfulness of the appellant's account of the divine visitation and its continuing influence over him through the period of these crimes. The judge at his trial made clear to the jury, "The doctors all say that their diagnosis and opinions are based, certainly in the main, I think it is fair to say almost exclusively, upon what the defendant has told them. Put in another way, they all agree that if the defendant does not establish the truth in what he has told them, their diagnosis cannot stand." The appeal court judges also recalled what their former colleagues had said when Sutcliffe appealed against his Old Bailey conviction in May 1982. The psychiatrists all substantially agreed that in a case such as this, the diagnosis was necessarily based very largely, if not entirely, upon what the accused man told them. Again, there was a general consensus of opinion between the medical men that if the accused man really believed that what he was telling the doctors was true, namely that he was on a divinely inspired mission to kill prostitutes, then the diagnosis would be correct. There was also a consensus that if, on the other hand, what this man told them upon the more important features of the case was, to his knowledge, false and was a deliberate lie, then their diagnosis in its turn would be falsified. The matter was thrashed out at great length before the jury, and the jury came to the conclusion that this man was probably not telling the truth to the doctors, and accordingly their diagnosis was falsified through no fault of theirs. Nothing had changed in 30 years, the Lord Chief Justice said. In reality, we are being faced with the same situation which confronted the court in May 1982. The essential argument before us, therefore, continues to be focused on the appellant's state of mind when he committed the offences. Judge Mitting's decision was governed by the framework for deciding a minimum sentence laid down in the Criminal Justice Act 2003. A whole life order was ruled appropriate when the seriousness of more than 2 offences was exceptionally high. Where there are 13 victims of murder and 8 more attempted murders, all committed on separate occasions, it is self-evident that the seriousness of the offences is effectively beyond description. The facts speak for themselves. The aggravating factors include a significant degree of planning or premeditation, sexual or sadistic connotations to the killings, mental or physical suffering inflicted on the victims before death, as well as concealment, destruction or dismemberment. All these features were present. Given the critical significance of the Court of Appeal's decision, it is important to record at some considerable length the reasons for their final judgment. Sutcliffe had been granted leave to appeal because even though he failed to establish the defence of diminished responsibility at his 1981 trial, he still had the right, because of the changes in the law, to put the case that he had a mental disorder or disability which allowed for mitigation of his sentence. His lawyers argued he should be given something less than a whole life tariff. As their judgment methodically unravelled, the Court of Appeal slowly dismantled this claim with impeccable logic and complete knowledge of the complex history of the Ripper case. A carefully weighted point of view is what senior judges are supposed to deliver. This was a masterpiece, in a class by itself. Its judicial language was deliberate, a tad repetitive, perhaps slightly antiquated in style, but it achieved the essential task of leaving absolutely no room for doubt and definitely no possibility of any misunderstanding. Reducing the appeal to its bare legal essentials, the Lord Chief Justice said, "Mitting J's difficulty was that he was confronted with a medical report from Dr. Kevin Murray, the clinical director at Broadmoor Hospital, who had been the clinician responsible for the appellant since November 2001, which reasserted that the jury's verdict should have been guilty of manslaughter on the grounds of diminished responsibility and not guilty of murder.